Good morning. I see that 10 of our 11 members are present in person here today, and I understand that Member McQuillan is participating in this meeting from a remote location, and I need to see him. He's not yet up on the screen, so we'll wait for him to magically appear so I can question him about his whereabouts. We need to have Member McQuillan before we can begin. There he is. We see you, Jim. Good morning. Consistent with changes in the laws governing our meetings, I must ask, Member McQuillan, would you confirm that you are present?
I am here. Good
Yes.
morning, everyone.
We're glad to see you. And would you confirm that there is nobody in the room you are participating from remotely?
There's nobody in the room. Nobody in the room except me. Good morning, y'all.
That's great. Good to have you. Seeing that the board members are now all present, I hereby call the January 2025 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:37 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Escobedo, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I go for your part. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I would now like to congratulate two of our board members, Member Olken and Member Yoshimoto Tauri, who were reappointed by the governor on January 7th. And I will be ceremonially swearing them in one at a time. So first, Member Olken, I think you need to come over here and we'll get the Constitution.
I did this on Zoom the first time.
Yeah. All right, I think you raise your right hand. I guess maybe raise your right hand. If you want to put your hand on the Constitution, it's the left hand.
All right.
All right, I, Sharon Olken, do solemnly swear
I, Sharon Olken, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you.
And now, Member Yoshimoto Tauri. Raise your right hand. All right. I, Allison Yoshimoto Tauri,
I, Allison Yoshimoto Tauri,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of California,
and the Constitution of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. We're thrilled to have both of these members with us to continue the good work that we're in the middle of doing. And at this time, I am going to take up item 1, the annual election of officers. We hold an election for the position of president for 2025. The bylaws require that the state superintendent preside over the election of the president and such other business as the state board may direct. And I'll turn the gavel over to State Superintendent Thurman. You are free to bang it if you like.
Thank you. In keeping with Article 4 of the state's board's bylaws, I'd like to call for nominations for the office of president. No member may nominate or second the nomination for themselves, and 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year or until their successor is elected. I will now open the floor for nominations for the office of president. Are there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate President Darlene Hammond.
Is there a second to this nomination? The nomination has been seconded. Is there any public comment? Are there any additional nominations? Seeing none, let us move on to the vote. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number shown on the screen, 717-908-1926, and dialing the participant access code 116608#. Mr. Allen, would you please call the roll?
Of course, sir. Any public comment?
There are no callers in the queue.
Great, thank you. Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond. Yes. Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member New Doctor Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
A motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I'm glad this is easier than the Speaker of the House determinations. I was wondering how many ballots we might have to have. But I'm really honored and privileged to serve with this board and with the state superintendent. We are getting a lot of good work done on behalf of the children of California and in this administration, and I'm glad for us to continue to do it and run through the tape, as the governor would say. So now it's my pleasure to, in keeping with Article 4 of the state bylaws, call for nominations for the office of vice president. No member may nominate or second the nomination for him or herself. Member Lewis?
Madam President, I nominate current Vice President Cynthia Glover Woods.
Do I have a second? Oh, my. Second, third, fourth, you can. Is there any public comment? The public comment slide should be displayed.
There is no public comment.
Okay, and anyone wishing to provide comment by calling in can do so by calling the number and using the participant access code on this slide. I'm going to give a little wait time. Is there any callers in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right, so at this point, Brooks, can you call the roll?
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes, yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes, please.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, well, let's get down to business. We have a lot to do. General announcements. I'd like to welcome board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person. The consent calendar includes the proposed waiver consent items W1 through W4, and the proposed regular consent items 6 through 12. There is one public hearing on the agenda. It is item 15, the petition for the renewal of a charter school authorized by the California State Board of Education, which is the consideration of the High-Tech High statewide benefit charter. In terms of changes in the agenda, we will reopen item 1, SBE Priorities, shortly to hear reports from the state superintendent and myself. We will reopen item 1 again later today to take action on the preliminary report of the actions draft November 2024 meeting minutes and to report on our liaison assignments. Item 4 was revised to reflect the addition of attachment 2, posted on January 10th, 2025. Item 13 was revised to reflect the addition of attachment 1, posted on January 10th of 2025. Public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We'll also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This helps ensure that staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment is limited to 1 minute per speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. And item 16 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. I will now reopen item 1 and turn it over to State Superintendent. Chief Deputy? Oh, there he is. He's already at the.
I did a quick change.
I was like, wait a minute.
Sneaky here, huh?
State Superintendent Tony Thurman at the podium. Thank you.
Madam President, the gavel is back in your hands where it belongs. Allow me to offer my congratulations to you on your election as president, that we enjoy the benefit of your continued leadership in this great state on all things education, and to our vice president, that we have your leadership, and thank you for participating in so many of our conversations about how we address educational disparities for our students, for African American students and others. We're grateful for you. We're grateful for all of you. As this is the first meeting of the year, I'm grateful to welcome you back. We look forward to your advice, your counsel, your leadership as we navigate difficult times. But there are also some positive things ahead for us to look to. If you looked at the governor's proposed budget, you will see that it proposes to fully fund transitional kindergarten and to continue a mandate in this state that early education will be a priority for California students. And we know that that will close gaps. And so we know that there are more things to look forward to. I wish the vote was here today, but that budget proposal must go through the legislative process. But it is a great thing to be able to say that California is the only state that provides preschool for every 3- and 4-year-old, and that our governor has proposed that we fully fund it with very low class sizes for our students. My heart is heavy for our families in Southern California. We know that there is just devastation all around. Having had an opportunity this week to visit with school leaders and family members and students and community leaders in Pasadena and Altadena, the devastation is what you've seen on your television. And our hearts and prayers go out to those who've lost loved ones. We recognize that many have lost homes, that schools have been damaged and in some cases destroyed. These are among the most difficult times. I'm very grateful to our firefighters and our first responders who continue to do the hard work to put out these fires, even under conditions where the wind is rising, even as we speak. I'm grateful to our governor and his executive orders and the state board staff and others who've worked on them to provide schools with the flexibilities that they need to navigate these difficult times. We've tried to communicate directly to schools that their main focus should be the safety of children and staff, and that this state will hold them harmless as it relates to ADA and revenue. And so that message has been communicated directly to schools through executive orders. I want to acknowledge the teams at the Department of Education and the State Board of Education who are working around the clock with the Office of Emergency Services and the emergency units to help schools and family members navigate FEMA and all the resources that are available, but require assistance to get through. To the staff who have work to get meals and basic aid, even housing. To put it in context, in Pasadena, there are 1,300 school staff who live in the area most impacted by the fires, many without homes. And I want to thank Abel Guillen and the emergency services team who've been working to round up resources like free housing for a month through Airbnbs, a nonprofit, or just finding rentals and housing. We know that many of the communities who have been affected are communities that are historic in that they were among the first to desegregate their schools and desegregate their communities. And we've heard the call, having met with some 36 principals in Pasadena, we've heard their call to make sure that we help everyone in this moment and not let this be a moment for communities, low-income communities and communities of color to be displaced during this time. So we ask you all to do what you can to support. We thank you all who've given through our nonprofit charitable partner at supplybank.org, which is a tax-deductible contribution that helps for any of the emergency supplies and resources that our families might need. As difficult as it is, one thing is true. Every single student deserves to still have a quality education. And we're grateful to all the teachers, the classified staff, the administrators who continue to persevere. I had the chance to serve some meals to families in Pasadena Unified this week. And what I saw, in spite of the hardship, I saw the resilience of Californians. I saw families come up to the school, and even in their moment of hardship, they recognized a friendly face, someone who they knew from the school community. It reminded me of the pandemic, where our schools provided more than 900 million meals and other main and basic supplies. And so we will continue to work together to help our school districts find locations for replacement facilities and schools. We will help them to continue to provide a quality education for all of our students. And so thank you all for your well wishes for our California families. And again, to those who are on the ground level, continuing to help Californians. I want to welcome our Senate interns today and congratulate them. We look forward to spending time with you, and congratulations to you and to the finalists. On this week, we were able to still celebrate our 5 California Teachers of the Year. And the stories that their students shared about them was so inspiring and rousing. And so we know that we must continue to provide a great education. Sadly, even during these times of hardship, we have heard reports all across the state of families who are fearful of being deported in the Central Valley, in Southern California, in the Bay Area, throughout our state. It is unimaginable that our families, many of whom are mixed status families, would experience such consequence and threat. We must stand against that. We know that it hurts our families. And we know that the fear of consequences of deportation suppresses attendance at our schools. We know because research tells us that when these acts and threats occur, we see fewer students at school. Our immigrant students often have an academic consequence, and so we want to support them. For those reasons, I'm honored to have sponsored legislation with Senate Majority Leader Lena Gonzalez, SB 48, a bill that clarifies that there's no place for ICE immigration on our school campuses, that data cannot be released to ICE, and that it creates a 1-mile radius of protection for families who might even be concerned about traveling to schools. And so this is a bill that's been introduced this year with urgency. We look forward to its passage. We want to see all of our students be successful. We continue our conversation about how to build competency for our students in ELA and math through our Move the Needle initiative, where we're working with 250 school districts. We are grateful for many of you who have shared your thoughts about how we can continue to help our students who've made improvement, but we know that more is needed. I thank many of you for your contributions about bright spots, Dr. Darlene Hammond, Dr. Escobedo, so many of you who have shared the bright spots and how we help our students work through the challenges that they face. We have 240,000 homeless students in this state. We have 10,000 unaccompanied students and many who live in poverty. And as we work through these challenges with our programs like universal meals and community schools to help remove barriers so our students can experience academic success, we know that we must keep the proficiency of our students front and center, preparing them for a great future, making sure that they have strong skills in literacy and math. This budget, as I mentioned, proposes to provide incredible contributions around coaches in reading and math that builds on all the investments that this state has made under the leadership of our governor and our board president and our team and our office all working together. And so in spite of challenges, I still see signs for hope, and we have much that we can do as we continue to move forward. I want to acknowledge some new staff who we will be asking the board to approve in advance. I'm respectfully asking for your aye vote as we welcome 2 new staff to the department. But I want to begin by acknowledging Mary Nicely, who continues to be a leader of all the leaders at the department and is shifting to a new role that will help us advance the way we use technology to help our students. Mary is going to be shifting to the role of Deputy of Information, and in that capacity, she will help us to roll out a new AI work group that was approved in legislation in the last session that says we must find ways to use AI as a tool to help every California student learn. And we'll be leading the superintendent's initiative for STEAM advisory activities so that our students learn firsthand where the profession is headed, and they will learn about computer science and AI and other cybersecurity and other types of technology for their future and for strengthening our communities. I'd like to take a moment of personal privileges to say thank you, Mary Nicely, for all that you do here at the California Department of Education. As you can see, she'll still be bossing me around, advising me and our team on many things. And we're grateful that you're bringing your 3 decades of experience as a leader in the field of technology to this new and exciting position. Thank you, Mary. And on that note, I'm excited to introduce 2 new members of the California Department of Education team. And in many ways, this is a reintroduction for many of you because they've been working in education and they are partners and you know them. They will both serve as chief deputies, co-chief deputies at the department. And they are here in the chamber. And I want to invite you to join me as we welcome co-chief deputies David Shapira and Dr. Ingrid Roberson, who are to my right. Many of you know David Shapira for his many years of service at the California School Employees Association. He has personally written legislation to help us close the gap in chronic absenteeism and many other initiatives. Prior to that, he has served as a teacher with a specialty around career technical education. He has served as a principal. He has served as a city council member, school board member, and state legislator. And in spite of all of that, he's asking to do more. And so we're grateful to have him here. And Dr. Roberson, who many of you know as a partner who works with us right now at CCEE, who has worked as a leader in San Francisco Unified School District, at Oakland Unified School District for more than 10 years, the deputy superintendent at the Alameda County Office of Education. We anticipate that Dr. Roberson will help us think through some of our strategies, like move the needle for proficiency in the work that we do to accelerate Black student achievement. We anticipate that she will work with many of our programs that focus on teaching and learning And we anticipate that Mr. Shapira will work on our legislation with our legislative teams, with our communications teams, and with many of the superintendent's special initiatives. And so without further ado, and before they can change their mind and try to go someplace else, I would submit to you, to the board, our request for your aye vote to approve these two co-chief deputies at the Department of Education.
I think what we want to do is open the phone line, right, for public comment. So we're going to now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. There it is. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are no speakers in the room.
All right. And is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right, so do I have a motion? Member Rodriguez, thank you, and a second from Member Escobedo. Can you call the roll?
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report. I'll be, unless there are any questions from the members of the board, I'll be stepping out just momentarily to attend Black History Month event being provided by the California Legislative Black Caucus. I leave you in the capable hands of Mary Nicely. Any questions for me? This concludes my report.
Thank you so much. And I will piggyback on those comments, and also I want to start by acknowledging Mary Nicely's amazing work with us over these years, and my excitement about your ability to get deep into the technology work that I know is your expertise. And welcome our new deputies. I want to reinforce our concern for those impacted by the devastating fires, of course, and the brave firefighters and educators and family members and school staff of all kinds who've been stepping up. In addition to the 9 schools that have been destroyed or damaged, more than 1,000 schools were closed at the worst point last week, impacting the learning of more than 600,000 students. So it is a huge undertaking. The majority of those schools have since reopened for daily instruction, but the trauma for those families who have lost their homes, who've been displaced by the fires, will continue for many months. It's going to take many, many months to rebuild the schools and the communities, and we'll need to support them in many ways. State Superintendent Thurmond mentioned the governor's executive order, which clears the way for a number of flexibilities, suspending a number of the state rules to allow displaced students to attend school outside of their district, make it easier for schools damaged or destroyed in the fire to use temporary facilities, help schools avoid penalties for not meeting minimum school year requirements, direct state agencies to work with schools with destroyed or damaged buildings to develop a plan for serving displaced students. And you know, we, over a year ago, put in place some affordances for instructional continuity, anticipating that climate events would begin to make it more difficult for students to be in school in person, but we want them to be continue to have access to education. And so there are already in the budget from last year a number of proposals to allow for that, to encourage LEAs to implement attendance recovery programs that allow us to recapture lost instructional time. We have streamlined the process to provide hybrid and virtual learning options when students can't be in the classroom, making access to the independent study, container for that work more available, and then to build on the infrastructure and processes developed during COVID-19 to ensure that students receive instruction. We learned a lot about how to access instruction for students when buildings are not available, and we need to use that knowledge in this event and in other events that may occur. So we hope that we can really support schools in doing that. As State Superintendent Thurman noted, the budget announcement came last week, which allows us to invest in universal pre-K. We have expanded before, after, and summer school funding. Universal school meals continues. Increase in literacy and math coaches now as we begin to implement the math framework, and increases in local control funding formula so that the schools can continue to expand their opportunities for students. We know how volatile our state finances can be from one year to the next, and so we're focusing on stability in the budget, and there'll be more to come in the next few months. We do hope the state's fiscal revenue picture continues to improve, as it has been a little bit lately as we get closer to the annual May budget revision. This year, in addition to universal TK, which is an enormous accomplishment in a very short period of time, all 4-year-olds will be able to attend universal pre-kindergarten. And we're already to a point, about 4 years ago, about a third of our 4-year-olds were able to attend publicly funded pre-K. We're now up over half, about 54%, and that will continue to grow as these programs come online. But we also have, this is the first year for implementation grants for the partnership community schools partnership program to be fully dispersed. So we now have all of those community schools up and running. More than a quarter of the state schools are now community schools. All of the local education agencies can access the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative fee schedule, which allows more funding for behavioral health services and could be a through line for continuity for community schools as well. All educators will have access to the literacy roadmap, which is about to be released to provide instructional planning guidance and strategies aligned with the ELA-ELD framework. All kindergarten through second grade students will be screened for risk of reading disabilities or difficulties, including dyslexia, ensuring early identification and support. As you know, the Reading Difficulties Risk Screeners Selection Panel, very well led by Dr. Young-Suk Kim and supported by Vice Chair Yesenia Guerrero, reported its recommendations last month. And so by September, districts will have a choice of 4 different screeners in English and Spanish. And with strong validity evidence, there's a very high bar to be selected in terms of the quality of the research, the validity for multilingual learners. And California will be the first state to have accomplished, I think, such a strong start on multilingual screening with very designed screeners. And more languages are coming online, we hope. That is the plan of some of the folks who are doing the work around those screeners. So I want to thank that panel. They worked so hard in such a short period of time to get that work done, and we really, really appreciate them. We have other signs of positive progress that were visible on the dashboard this year. All of the student groups showed significant declines in chronic absenteeism. We have continued state growth in graduation rates, with the largest cohort of students graduating since 2017, not 1917. way more than in 1917. College and career readiness was maintained for all students and increased for Black students, American Indian students, long-term English learners. So we're beginning to narrow some of these long-standing achievement gaps, which we also saw in the achievement results earlier this year. Suspension rates declined for every student group. We still need to focus on disparities in suspension, and I'm grateful to the state superintendent and the CDE for continuing to help the state step up around restorative practices and be knowledgeable about the alternatives to suspension. So we're getting students back to school, getting more of them prepared for college and careers. We're graduating them in greater numbers. We're supporting stronger gains for Black students, Native American students, students in foster care, socioeconomically disadvantaged students. All of those groups gained in various indicators at rates above the state average gains. Obviously, there's a lot of work still to do, and it'll be very important to continue these forward-looking initiatives into future years so that they continue to pay dividends for us. So with that, I want to congratulate again Sharon Olkin and Allison Yoshimoto-Tauri on their recent reappointments. And it's a testament to the dedication that you both bring to this work, and move on to the work ahead. Oh, okay. We want to see if David and Ingrid want to say anything now that they've been appointed as well. Sorry we skipped over that opportunity a little earlier.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Good morning, State Board, Board President, Vice President. It is really an honor and privilege to be able to step into this role. I have been in education since 1995. I started as an instructional assistant. And so it is an incredible honor to be standing here today. And I am deeply committed to public education. In my latest role at the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, I have been able to see what the need is and the good work across the state, whether I have been in San Ysidro, which is in San Diego County, right on the border, and what they're doing for English language learners and reclassification in a way that is rich and joyful education, or in Taft City, which is in Kern County, and what the teachers are doing there and the hard work around the science of reading so they can do better for students. Whether it has been in Oakland Unified School District and the work that happened there for African American students, and as Chris Chapman of Kingsmaker has said, those students are doing incredible things, and we need to change the story of Black students and really elevate Black student success. That's something near and dear to my heart, especially when it comes to my son, who's biracial. He is Afro-Latino. Or whether we're talking about Humboldt County and the work that they're doing around chronic absenteeism and what it looks like there when you're talking about the tribal Native communities, right? What are those strategies that really speak to those communities? So people are working really hard. I have also really heard from those districts, from those communities, how they look to the California Department of Education for guidance, for leadership. So I am very excited to be here to support 1,500 plus leaders in really supporting what the state needs to accomplish and achieve, and to do that under the leadership of State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, who really is fighting for the California way, and I am deeply supportive of that. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, staff and guests. I was asked by Brooks, appreciate it, to put together just a few remarks this morning. And I sat down to write it down and realized I've been writing it my whole life. From the student that is desperate for a place to belong and looking for caring adults other than their own family, to the school employees, faculty, and staff who are looking for the resources to provide what their students need, to the school leaders who are desperate for guidance and ideas, to the elected leaders and appointed officials who are looking for the answers to the questions that their constituents are asking to provide what our students need. All of those folks need all of us in this room to be on our A game. And I am excited to be a part of this, in part because I've seen our education system from every single one of those perspectives. And so it is incumbent on us as the elected and appointed officials and all of the great team at the California Department of Education under the leadership of Superintendent Thurmond to provide those answers, those resources, those policies, those budgets, working in conjunction with our friends in the state capitol and the governor to ensure that each of those needs at each of those levels are met. I've worked my whole career to try to have as much positive impact on as many students as I possibly could, from my classroom to my school district to my work as an elected official, and to my work as an education advocate. And I can't think of any role in this country that has more impact on more students than the roles of the people in this room. And so I'm so excited to be a part of this team, to work shoulder to shoulder with each of you to benefit the students of the state of California. Excited for this opportunity and thankful for this appointment and for you all and Superintendent Thurmond trusting Ingrid and myself to take on these important responsibilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again. We're eager to work together. And with that, I'm going to move on to item 3, which is a mega item. It is the update on the implementation of the Integrated Local, State, and Federal Accountability and Continuous Improvement System, review of the 2024 California School Dashboard 2023-24 data release, and approval of the 2025 Accountability Work Plan. So this is very important work for us. I'm delighted to welcome Cindy Kazanis to begin to present the item with Kimberly Mundek and Deborah T. Van Natten of the CDE.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Happy New Year. Cindy Kazanis with the California Department of Education. To echo the superintendent's comments, we have been working with the affected districts around accountability and even data collection. And so just know that we are monitoring the situation as well and have been in direct contact with some of the most impacted districts to see how we can help them not only in the days ahead, but to your point, months and probably years ahead. Today, we are going to talk a little bit about feeling an echo. So if you feel an echo, just let me know. We're going to talk about the California School Dashboard, and I know that President Darlene Hammond already gave you a bit of an overview as to what happened this past year. We also are going to present to you our 2025 Accountability Work Plan and look forward to your feedback and comments related to that work plan. It's very ambitious. We have to get all of this work done ahead of the close of our data set, which is in August this year. And then briefly have an update on our outreach activities. So the recommendation today is that the State Board of Education provide guidance and approve the proposed 2025 Accountability Work Plan. We're going to take things out of order, and first I'm going to talk about last year, and then we're going to move on to current year. We had a banner year. We had a brand new student group added to the dashboard for reporting purposes, which is our long-term English learner student group. So now we have 14 student groups being reported on the dashboard. This slide shows you our race ethnicity student groups and then our program student groups on the right column. In terms of our long-term English learner students, we have, of course, a definition that is unique to accountability related to the number of years that a student has not obtained English language proficiency. And just to give you a glimpse as to what this population looks like, it's just over 300,000 students in that population. Per your direction last year, we included them in our determinations for the local control funding formula for differentiated assistance, and you will see them. They showed up absolutely very, very present in that data in most need of support. We also were excited to have a new indicator, and science appeared for informational purposes. And what a buzz, right? We spent the beginning of last year talking about how science was unique. We continued with that conversation with the adoption of the methodology, and then we did a lot of resource development and informational meetings about how science was coming on board. So of course that's based on both of our science tests, not only our California science test, but our alternate science assessment for science, which is the CAA for science. Science continues to be unique. We have different scales that we use from our English language arts and math indicators, and we have a unique set of grades tested. We're only looking at grades 5, 8, and once in high school. We don't have performance levels. We're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about and get feedback from you on where to head on this in 2025. The other exciting thing, and this was in direct requirement from the legislature is to add a downloadable copy of every single district and charter schools local control and accountability plan to the dashboard. So in a 2 to 3 week period, Josh Strong and his team were able to get every single district in the state and charter school to add that information to the dashboard. So you now see it not as a link, it's actually a file. Some of them are big, 400 pages long, others of them maybe half the size, but that is now a resource, again, as directed by the legislature, that appears on the dashboard. So just an overall summary, we did see progress in decline of suspension rates. Our chronic absenteeism remains yellow. We're going to dig into each of these very briefly. We have improvements still to work on between our English learner progress indicators and our academic indicators. As you can see, all of those are in the orange at the state level. So chronic absenteeism really is quite a story this year with a continued decline of 5.7%. For the dashboard, when we're looking at TK through grade 8, we are down to under 20% chronic absenteeism, which is headed in the right direction and also to the point where we want to see, which is back to pre-pandemic levels. So just in terms of last year, we saw every single district and rather student group level in the state at the yellow. We now see a more a different distribution, right? We see improvements that are being made. We see districts that have obtained that blue status as well as schools. So for each of the indicators, just briefly, I'll give you the snapshot. We'll dig into the school and district, and then we'll continue on until we get to the district and school eligibility piece. So for suspension, again, we saw this decline of 0.3%, and so we're at the green at the state level. Overall for schools, you can see the representation in each of the categories with a very strong presence in the blue, so definitely have schools that have developed perhaps alternative practices and are not suspending students or finding alternative means besides students losing a day in the classroom. For our English learner progress indicator, this is an indicator that grew this year because we now added a second student group, our long-term English learner students, and they appear at the bottom of that baseball card in the orange. This indicator did see a decline of 3%, and then overall we see the number of schools that receive an English learner progress indicator. Of course, we're looking at 30 for our English learners and 15 students for our long-term English learner students. You also see the district distribution on this slide. Graduation rate continues to maintain, which is great news that we have majority of our students graduating within a 4 to 5 year period. As a whole, we see, again, the distributions of our schools and our districts of those that are serving our grade 12 students and receive this indicator. College career is also something that came back this year with a full color. So we have not had a color since before COVID. And as an indicator, again, we see about 45% of our students being prepared, which was maintained, and the majority of our student population is falling in the yellow category. Similar to graduation rate, again, you see those that have grade 12 students appearing on this slide with the distribution of the colors by school and district. And then finally, just switching into our two academic indicators, English language arts. We've already gone over this, I know, with Mal and your prior meeting, but as a whole, we're at the orange with a maintained. And then for mathematics, maintained as well at 1.5 points. In terms of the statewide indicator for science, it came in as a teal with no performance color, and as a state, we were at 13.5 points below standard, which was just slightly up at 0.1 points. So just in terms of all of our indicators, there is quite a bit of information not only on the dashboard, our additional reports, but also our downloadable files. Switching over to local control and our funding determination formulas. So we have the 3 levels of support, or 4 levels if you want to include our state level intervention. And what we're looking at and what we're required to look at based on what you've adopted as the criteria is who may be eligible for level 2 support. So that is for our local educational agencies, so schools and districts, and then charter schools have a slightly different criteria that we have to look at. So in terms of the criteria for districts and counties, we're looking at student group performance in 2 or more of the LCFF priority areas. We're also looking at performance on local indicators, or we're looking at a combination of the 2. So this is after all of the data has been processed, we look to see and apply these criteria to see who may be eligible. And of course, the story is we continue to see from that high year in 2022, right after COVID, when we first started looking at data for accountability purposes again, that we continue to have a steady decline in the number of districts that are eligible, such that we're at less than half at 436 districts and COEs that are eligible for differentiated assistance. We're often asked, like, how many of those were no longer eligible? And we had 153 districts and county offices make improvement such that they're no longer eligible, but we had 123 that were newly eligible. So that gives us the net decrease of about 30 school districts and county offices. So the one thing I wanted to point out on this slide, and I referred to it a little earlier when we were talking about student groups, is that for the first time since we released the dashboard in 2017, the student group that was in most need of support, which has been students with disabilities all of these years, has been replaced by long-term English learners. So that is absolutely significant, and I think one thing to keep in mind is that at the district level and county office level, we decreased the end size for long-term English learners to 15. So this is something that was in statute that we were required to do. We do that as well for homeless students and our foster students. For schools, we all are operating at the end size of 30 per our SS state plan. So in terms of charter schools, and again, slightly different criteria, we see this net decrease of 30 charter schools that are eligible for differentiated assistance. In terms of what that looks like of charter schools that are no longer eligible, we had 94 improve such that they're no longer eligible for differentiated assistance, and then we have 67 that were newly eligible. What that means in the charter school space is that 13.6% of charter schools are eligible to receive differentiated assistance, but that we did have that exit of the 94. And the student groups look a little different for charter schools because we have this 2-year look that we need to do. So there's is students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and English learners as student groups in most need of support. So just, again, wanted to give you that overview because the criteria that you adopt directly impact what we see, as well as, of course, the performance and the improvements that we've seen over the years. So I think there's a lot to celebrate as far as improvements at the district. We have seen some analysis from the county superintendents who have indicated that the long-term English learner addition has brought in, or rather almost 50% of our districts are eligible in part because of long-term English learners. So that group really did arrive with a bang and with a lot of notice and a lot of need of support. Shifting over to our Every Student Succeeds Act, we're thrilled that we actually got it out in the same year in which the data was released. We've never been able to do this before, but part of that was in part due to the administration and our leadership supporting additional resources and positions for this work, but also this requirement to keep moving up the deadline to release the dashboard. So if we can get the same team that is putting out the dashboard freed up so that they can switch over to these determinations, we can get this out even earlier in years ahead. So we did release this information on Friday the 13th in December. I know, very, very ironic. I won't forget that. Right as the California Teachers Advisory Group was meeting with Member Woods was here for that. Really, for a lot of other states, they don't have any other kinds of determinations. They don't have a DA criteria. But we have differentiated assistance, which really the state feels very strongly that the district is the center of all support. We also, though, on the federal side, have to make these determinations at the school level. So just in case, we've forgotten all these acronyms, we have comprehensive support and improvement, which first we have to look at low graduation rate. So anybody who has a 3-year graduation rate average below 68% is automatically identified. CSI low performing is limited to our 5% Title I schools, and then this designation of additional targeted support and improvement, ATSI, and then TSI. I'm going to skip over to this slide because this graphic to me really represents very easily where we're at. California, for the first time, is in our 3-year cycle. Other states have gone through this already once. They're in their second 3-year cycle. But what this means for California is that for the first time in 2024, we did not have to re-identify CSI or ATSI. So those schools have some continuity. They can actually implement their plans. They also have the opportunity to exit, and I'm going to show you really the improvements that a lot of schools have made, so they've exited these statuses. We had, though, for the first time to identify schools for this new label, which is TSI, which is really just using the same criteria as ATSI in these off years. So in terms of that 3-year cycle, we don't have to re-identify now until 2026. So we've got another year off before we have to make these designations. But in terms of who was identified in year 1, which was in 2023, we had low graduation rate of 289 schools that met that criteria and 540 low performing or Title I schools. So as far as exits, 62 of the 289 low graduation rate exit, but the big one was under low performing, 419. So really significant exits from CSI low performing. And keep in mind, for California, CSI does come with funding. There is a grant that is given per school basis, an allocation that's done by a different division. So as they exit, I think there's already a talk from the county superintendents. I was in a conversation last week is how do you continue to support those programs knowing that the funding is going to be going away? The other significant decrease is the exits in ATSI of 1,700 schools, down from the 2,300. So really, as a state, have done quite a bit of work. In terms of targeted support and improvement, again, we have 306 schools that were identified for this label, and just as far as the criteria, again, looking at the eligibility for red indicators for each of the areas is how we make these determinations. And so just to give you a full breadth of all that data together, for ATSI, we, of course, didn't have to make that identification last year, but this year with the 306, that brings us to really, the overwhelming majority of schools, so upwards of 87% of schools don't meet any of these statuses, and that's a great place to be for the state. So that no status of 8,700 schools is very significant when I look back, especially at that first year of post-COVID, where we had the opposite practically. So that's the great news. We continue to support a dashboard toolkit, which is something that we're doing office hours on, and people come and submit questions, and it's quite this it feels like you're back in college asking your professor questions. But it's been a great opportunity for LEAs who have to support the rollout of this and explain this to community members and to even educators in their district. These toolkits have been, the items in the toolkit have been very well used. We've also stood up a webpage dedicated to English learners around the data piece, because we recognize that our assessment colleagues have a different definition that they have to implement, and so the numbers slightly differ. And so we've actually put a lot of work and effort, and we've gotten a lot of feedback on this webpage, and it's been, I think, well received by the field as a great resource as to how do you maneuver when you've got two different definitions you're working on and talking about with the field. So with that, I wanted to pause and turn it back to President Darlene Hammond to see if there was questions or insight that you would like to share related to the results from this last year.
Clarifying questions?
Just
Yes, Member Escobedo?
the TSI I know is new. I'm just wondering, were there any schools that exited ATSI or CSI that are now in TSI? Was there any redundancy there? And if there were, why? I'm just curious.
So the criteria is if you exit CSI or ATSI, we have to look to see if you are then eligible for the TSI piece. And my recollection was there was a small number. I don't have it off the top of my head. It was not significant. It wasn't 50% of the 300, but there was a small number. So they may have improved for the student groups they were originally in for, but there may have been lack of progress for other student groups or a decline on those other student groups. That's how they would have been eligible.
If that's the case, are we working on trying to create more of a coherent model in the future between these categories of improvement?
I'd love to talk with you offline because I'm not quite sure I understand the question. The criteria are exactly the same. It's that the school the school would not be performing for one student group would get them in. It's not the same student group that originally got them in, right? So if it was I don't know, your homeless students and your Hispanic students, and they've improved, but then we have to look to see maybe your students with disabilities have decreased, and so you'd be eligible because of a different student group. But it goes to the point that I know that there's webinars coming up that the individuals who do the support piece of this and the planning piece of this are going to be out in the field over the next couple of weeks, definitely providing resources to districts on this.
Mm-hmm. Any other clarifying questions at this point? All right, I think we'll go ahead and continue with the next.
Perfect. So just switching gears to the accountability work plan for 2025. So what is planned for the months ahead, and looking for direction from you on this next section. Specifically, we have operated since the accountability system was put in place in 2016, 2017 on this continuous improvement model. You still see interest from the legislature to make tweaks as well, and so this work plan provides you that opportunity to have a conversation and direct the work for the year ahead. We, per SB 114, that was of course passed in 2023, have yet a new deadline to produce the dashboard. This year it's November 15th, which is a Saturday, so we'll definitely be getting it out ahead of then again, so before the Thanksgiving break. For schools rather, and then of course next year is the big one where we move it up to October 15th at the same time as our assessment result requirements. So we have quite a bit to cover. I'm going to cover just the first section of the Every Student Succeeds Act, and then I'm going to pause for I think a brief conversation, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Kimberly Munhank to cover the majority of these other items. So one of the first things we're going to be talking about is the Every Student Succeeds Act state plan. We have a new student group. We have a couple other things that you may want to include in our federal plan. For each of these items, we've put in the actual document, but we will reflect in the beginning of each of the pieces that you adopted principles around the dashboard several years ago, and how do these reflect back on those principles. So just a nice reminder that we are grounded in certain things that we've been doing for a number of years. Not to say that we can't change them, but just these are the principles that we are working towards for this particular section. So the three pieces that we are looking for direction on for 2020 that would be effective with next year's dashboard is if we were to reopen the state plan, adding the science indicator, adding long-term English learners as a student group, and adding our growth data. And so we are looking for direction from you all if this is something you would like us to pursue. This is a very long process. You have to go back and forth with the U.S. Department of Education when they may have questions around the state plan. And so we want to start this early for, again, implementation in 2026, because any changes you make to this state plan, we would have to include in our eligibility requirements for CSI, ATSI, and TSI. So that's the connection there between school eligibility and the ESSA state plan. And that's my only slide on this, President Darlene Hammond.
So just to kind of set a frame, because as we're listening to the rest of the presentation, this point that Cindy is making is a really important one. The previous board, at the time that ESSA was passed, sought to develop a system that was unified federal and state accountability. And that was a good decision at that time. And it's allowed us to do a multiple measures approach. We were one of the first states to really start to define that and so on. The good work that Cindy's division has done, and that the many interest holders in the state have done, have encouraged us to add more and more elements to the data collection. And that's where, because we see that people benefit from the data and benefit from being able to do that. However, one of the principles that Cindy just showed is the one of coherence, and promoting coherence between the information and the school improvement. And so the question about whether to continue to keep everything yoked to the federal process, to have all of our state accountability determined essentially by the federal accountability at a time of great uncertainty, and given the time effort that Cindy has suggested, but also the uncertainty that that would pose for our own provision of state accountability, should allow us to think more with an open mind about the question of whether we want to continue to develop our state system in ways that are productive for us and for our schools, rather than necessarily having everything that we do yoked to the federal system and to federal decision makers, who are unknown at this moment, because there's a lot of transition happening, to put it in one way. So anyway, I just want to frame up the fact that we have those decisions to make, that we have decisions to make about what will be productive for our schools, for our systems of support, for our improvement processes, and the fact that we want to have data, and we do benefit from all of the data. We don't want to be constrained in adding data points that will allow us to drive school improvement productively here, or to have to use those in a way that is determined outside of our understanding of what's working and what is making sense. So just to make that point that the Accountability Division is sort of asking us to think about what we should be doing with these new indicators, which we're all excited about, and whether we want to use them for reopening the ESSA state plan, which would be a whole process to get federal approval for implementing them in the federal system, or whether to potentially think about them, at least in part, as state accountability and improvement measures for us. So with that, any other questions of clarification? I just wanted to raise that up because it's an important point. And you can ask Cindy if you have clarification questions about that. Or we can proceed and we can then bring it into the discussion later.
Sounds good.
All right. And just to note that there are these big differences between some aspects of the federal and the state system, including the fact that we made a decision to focus more on districts, they made a decision to focus more on schools, et cetera. So the coherence question is becoming noticeable.
Very good. Good morning, State Board, and President Darlene Hammond, Kimberly Muntank, Administrator of the Accountability Development and Policy Analysis Unit. Happy to walk you through our ambitious plan for this year. I feel like we say that every year, but goodness gracious, there's a lot to go through in the next few months. And we're gonna start off with the newest indicator on the dashboard and see where it takes us this year. So this includes options for the incorporation of the science indicator fully into the dashboard. Our work plan principles that go through for this are 5, 8, and 11. So to bring us back to how we've gotten here today, in 2018, we administered in the state the very first California science test, the operational version of that. And that was to students in grades 5, 8, and 1s during a high school career for those students. And at the March 2020 State Board meeting, very prescient at that time, the State Board first discussed the incorporation of science fully into the dashboard. Some things happened in 2020, 21, and 22. But 2 years later, right as we were getting and rolling everything back up with accountability, in March of 2022, you asked us to look at this again, not to forget about essentially where things, where we stopped, and bring science back into the fold. And in September of 2022, you approved the insertion of a link to the dashboard additional reports directly to the science test results. So it wasn't on the dashboard, but we wanted to signal that that was coming in the future. And that was really important for you to be able to showcase that science was important and it was being valued in this sense. So we did that in 2022, and we did it again in 2023. However, last year in July, you fully adopted a metric and all of those lovely decisions that you made around how we would measure science performance, and inclusive of a participation rate, and how we would measure student performance in high school. I think that's one of my probably the most frequently asked question that we're getting recently, right? Like, how are you doing this? And I'm so glad that you guys gave us those answers. And then in November, on the dashboard, a beautiful teal baseball card shows up with science results. And it is in a section for informational purposes only, but people are noticing it and recognizing science on the dashboard, and we're so proud to be able to have that. In addition, we've also published the participation rates in our additional reports, so that just like our ELA and math participation rates and all of our downloadable files as well, folks can see what participation on science looks like. And if it looks a little bit different than their participation rate in ELA and math as we presented to the board previously. So that takes us to this year in 2025 and the action that we need to take moving forward in order to fully fold in science further than what you've already done with the teal baseball card on the dashboard. And so those remaining decision points include the approval of status cut points, change cut points, and a color scheme for the 5x5 color grid, as well as we just spoke about, options to include and fold science into either the state accountability system through differentiated assistance criteria, the federal system, right, of identification for schools, or no inclusion at all. So those are the decision points that we're walking through for this year's work plan. In detail, what that means is that CDE would provide and evaluate the results from the last 3 operational tests for the science assessments for both CAST and CA for science. I want to make sure we're including both of those there. So we would share the distribution of those results with the board from 2021-22, 22-23, and 23-24. And then you as the board would consider establishing cut points for both status and change and choosing a color scheme for the 5x5 color grid. As far as support eligibility determinations, you would go through, we would be able to provide some ideas for how to fold science in, and you'd be able to see based on the decisions that were made for cut points, how those decisions impacted or would affect possible support determinations, looking backwards, right? And being able to see what those choices are and evaluate those choices for both state and federal identification options. We would look to bringing those decision points 2, 3, and 4 to your very next board meeting in March. We're going to be here a lot. And then we will go through and you would be able to make that decision. Making the decision in March allows us to come back with those simulations for decision points 5 and 6 at the May board meeting for a final decision in July. That also allows us to be able to bring this to the California Practitioners Advisory Group in June. So for us to be able to have a full discussion about science for the next 3 board meetings as well. So that is what would look like for our science plan for the year. Next up, growth. This is a long, long journey, but measuring student level growth for grades 4 through 8 in English language arts and mathematics. I think we continue to argue about when the foundation, who thought of it first and how long it's taken us, but I think we can all agree it's been a very long time. The principles for growth that we're going to be evaluating are principles 2, 4, 5, 8, and 11. So as far as the recent history with the board, you adopted the growth calculation, and I should say probably the most valid and reliable growth calculation in our country. So thank you very much for that in May of 2021. And we are incredibly proud. As I was sitting at my laptop and talking to folks, we are planning for that rollout to happen of all of this data by the end of this month in January. So, you know, as much as time I've got today to make sure that that goes through, we're going to be releasing the full set of data for English language arts and mathematics growth data based on student performance in 2021-22, 22-23, and 23-24. That will include results at all levels. So not just, so it would be schools, districts, and student groups at all of those levels. And it will be on the dashboard. So the release of this results, we are hoping, begins a large set of conversations, right, that we can have with data forward to not just with the board, but with all of the districts and schools to be able to see their results and really manifest and see what growth score looks like versus what they know about their students' performance. They know how and see their students' growth. They actually see those numbers. But what does this score, right, look like in comparison, and what does it look like to status and change on the dashboard as well? So we're so excited to begin to have these conversations moving forward. Our work plan looks like we will be obviously releasing this data by the end of this month. And this release will include results on the dashboard in full graphical displays, along with, and this is our key point here, and work that ETS did so great for us to be able to fully explain what the growth score is and what it is not. So we have full sentence explanations that folks can copy and paste that they can share with others. So as to understand where their score is on the scale and what it actually means. So we're very, very excited to be able to share that. So with this release, we will begin those conversations with the field and engage with them for the next few months, and then come back in July, both for the June CPAC meeting as well as the July State Board meeting, and have the opportunity for the board to approve performance standards for student growth and how or if growth will be included in accountability determinations. Additionally, if there's additional conversations we need to have before then, we're welcome to those as well. And then, absent anything else, in late 2025 or early 2026, we will release the next set of growth data based on 2022-23, 23-24, and 2024-25 school year CASP data. All right, deep breath. Let's go again. All right, the CCI. It came back in full color this year. However, it is one of the, probably the indicator that has had the most change of any indicator on the dashboard because it's got a lot of components. And we would like to spend a little bit of time this year to review some of those currently adopted college career indicator components. The work plan principles include principle 2, 3, 4, 8, and 11. So just as a reminder, and this is one, again, one of those email things that I respond to often is, but for the college career indicator, we are not measuring how well students do. However, we are measuring how well schools and districts prepare their students. So when we're looking at the criteria and components for the college career indicator, we're looking at the programs and pieces that schools and districts put into place to prepare students. And that's what we're looking to measure. So the development of the CCI was trying to emphasize that a high school diploma really represents the broad and rigorous course of study that prepares a student for success after high school. And while it was originally adopted back in 2016, we only first created performance levels in the 2018 dashboard. And it's based on all of the students in the 4-year cohort and those who graduate within 5 years as well. And it's reliant on both assessment criteria as well as a robust amount of course completion data that we collect from schools and districts each year to measure whether or not students are prepared, approaching prepared, or not prepared for college or career upon graduation. So what we're looking to do for the next few months is to review currently adopted components of college credit courses, assessments, as well as the state and federal jobs program for ROCP. And we are also looking to provide an update to the state board on the data collection for the Seal of Civic Engagement. For what we're looking to do for college credit courses, currently, just to let you know the data that we collect, we are only collecting the college credit course code, whether or not that is an academic course or if it is a CTE college credit course, and whether or not a student receives a C- or better. That is the information that we utilize presently to gauge whether a student completed a college credit course. We do not have any information on whether or not that college credit course has any transferability for UC-CSU, whether it is in an A through G subject area, or the minimum number of units that that course has. We've received immense questions over the years about these three things. Does it need to be? And our answer is simply, we think you should be doing things that are in the best interest of students constantly, right? And offering them the best opportunities. However, we don't collect that information, so we don't know if students who are completing college credit courses that we are looking and marking as prepared for completing 2 in our system are completing robust expectations that we would go through. So we're gonna look and see if that's additional information that you would like to collect and that we'd be able to evaluate to see in the future if that we could add those components moving forward. So we don't have this data presently, but we would be, again, looking this year to see if there's any additional components we could collect moving forward. As far as assessments, for those of you who are not familiar with how the CCI came in to the accountability system, when ESSA was first adopted, we thought that we could be really clever and use the college career indicator as the vehicle for our student assessments for high school, for grade 11 assessments. So that is why the high achievement on grade 11 assessments is in the CCI. However, the federal government came back to us and said, not too fast. You also have to put them in the academic indicator. So presently on the dashboard, grade 11 student test results on the CASP and CAA are counted twice. And so they're counted into 2 different indicators. And so we're going to look forward, and we have not, we went in, we did this, we haven't evaluated really what that looks like for how that's making an impact on the CCI in general. So we're going to be reviewing that, as well as reviewing the inclusion of AP and IB scores within the assessment as well. And then finally, state and federal jobs program for ROCP. This was adopted in 2020, most recently, as a part of a career measures for our dashboard alternative status schools. In 2021, that DAS status went away. However, as we've moved forward, we've discovered that this data point is redundant within our collection. It was a location, essentially, collection information, but it was not specific, did not provide additional data to us because we already collect this information, both in the CTE course completion, that's already data that's coming through to us, as well as in our work-based learning collection. So this specific denotation is not one that we can do moving forward in our data set. However, we are already capturing those students in a different way, so we just like to remove this denotation within the categories. And we'll be making sure with the field that this does not cause any unintended consequences over the next few months. And then finally, Seal of Civic Engagement. We created an ad hoc data collection last year to be able to collect the student level information for all of those seals. So we've been collecting in bulk the number of seals we've been awarding. However, we hadn't been attaching those to students. So this year we'll be able to evaluate how those students did across all the other metrics on the CCI, right? And seeing if, and comparing that and presenting that information to the board for review to see how civic engagement and the SEAL could impact or improve rates for the CCI and being prepared. So we're very excited to be able to share that information with you in July as well. Okay, next one. Review, I know, this is like, it just keeps going. Review the participation rate for academic indicators in science. This is principles 4, 8, and 11. So the participation rate rules, this is another one that we implemented a lot of rules and things. We're thinking about them now and how can we improve things moving forward as we are always constantly subject to continuous improvement. We incorporate a participation rate penalty for any schools, districts, or student groups that fail to meet the 95%. That is because the federal government requires us to report out on 95% of all students. So we need to impute a penalty in order to go forward with that. So we measure this quite precisely, and just want to let everybody know, our state really knocks it out of the park on participation rate. Like, we do an amazing job. I just want to put that out there. Participation is not a problem with our tests, so it's very nice to have that. However, in 2018, the way that when we were rolling out our brand new computerized tests without one-to-one devices at schools, I think any of you at school sites back then trying to get everyone, right, the computers and the rolling carts of laptops going from classroom to classroom to classroom and testing windows that were like 3 months long because you only had so many computer carts, right, to go to the classrooms. We heard a lot from the field. And what folks were setting up long testing windows. And they were like, our testing window begins in February, but we don't start testing until April. But we need to start, right? Because just in case, something happens and, we don't have the laptops that they didn't come from the next school over in time. And so what we did in 2018 was we implemented what we call grace windows. And grace periods at the start and end of these windows. And it was meant to address these really long windows that were established at the beginning from essentially the 66% date, so in early February, March for schools, and then through the end of the school year. So we established these grace periods to allow folks to be held harmless for students who are transferring in and out. However, things have changed. We've updated our processes. And now schools and districts are able to select a very precise window of time to test their students. They also do so in a very quick manner because students have one-to-one devices in many instances. So they're able to be, to test students quicker. And these grace periods we found don't so much apply to the same situations they did in 2018. So we're going to go back and look at the reliability and validity of these grace periods and see if there's any tweaks we can make to our business rules and be able to share those updates in July with you. And we would not, just to make it clear for everyone, if we did make any updates to those rules, they would not be applied backwards, they would be applied forward. So we would just want to make sure that the field was notified of what we were doing moving forward for future years. All right. The review of DAS application and renewal criteria. This is principles 4, 8, and 11. So our Dashboard Alternative School Status, or DAS program, is another unique feature of California. And DAS is not only applicable to accountability, but also is found in Ed Code and something that we hold very dear in that we are allowed to identify schools that that serve a different population and needs of students, and do so with the strength of 1,000 teachers for 10 teachers, and and small school populations who are really, really deserving of this high attention and need. In California Education Code 52052G, it requires the state superintendent of public instruction with the approval by the state board to develop this alternative accountability system for schools that serve a large percentage of high-risk students. This automatically includes schools like juvenile court schools, and community day schools. They're automatically included as DAS schools per their school type. And these are automatically allowed to participate in alternative school accountability. There are, however, alternative schools that are not included in education code. And those are schools that need to apply to do so. So in 2003, the state board first adopted the definition of alternative schools eligible for inclusion. And that definition included alternative schools of choice and charter schools, in which 70% of the school's total enrollment is composed of the following high-risk groups: expelled, suspended, wards of the court, pregnant and or parenting youth, recovered dropouts, habitually truant or habitually insubordinate and disorderly, as well as retained more than once in kindergarten through grade 8. So as you can see, for the past 22 years, goodness gracious, we've been able to identify these schools as also serving needs outside of just those identified in education code automatically. In 2017, as we were onboarding our new accountability system and looking to do something a little bit different with our DAS schools, you came through and adopted additional criteria for DAS schools. And those were defining recovered dropouts specifically as students who are designated as dropouts pursuant to the exit and withdrawal codes, and or who left school and weren't enrolled in a school for 180 days. So providing some context around that. Students who are credit deficient, students with a gap in enrollment, students with high-level transiency, foster youth, homeless youth, and emotionally disturbed students. Following this meeting and later on, the state board removed emotionally disturbed students from that list at a separate action and meeting. Now, the alternative schools application process was also adopted by the state board and required that alternative school applications need to include a process to verify over time that schools continue to serve a large percentage, example, 70% of high-risk students as what was defined in the eligibility criteria. You also adopted a requirement that DAS schools be required to recertify every 3 years for alternative school status. So what we are going to do for our plan for this year is evaluate that application process and see how, in our data-rich environment, we can make the process better and easier for DAS schools moving forward to make sure that DAS, those that apply for DAS status are serving the needs of highest risk students in the state. All right. Differentiated assistance eligibility based on CalPAD status submissions. I will pass it back over to Cindy Kazanis, and she will take you through the rest of the presentation.
That was a lot.
I know. This is the last, I think this is the last section. So if.
Okay, hold your thoughts.
Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. So this is some tweaks that we will be bringing to you in July around differentiated assistance, and specifically going back to that same bill that moved up the dashboard. This bill also included a provision that any district or county office could be eligible for differentiated assistance if they fail to submit CalPADS data. So this is one that's really near and dear to my heart, and I know Chief Deputy or Deputy Superintendent Mary Nicely's, in that if we don't have quality data, it makes it very difficult to do our jobs for accountability and data reporting. So just to briefly go through this, the 2024 dashboard was the first year that we applied this criteria, and the criteria is a phased-in process. So we have to tie back to the CalPADS guidelines, and then we needed to work with our partners to create how we would actually implement these provisions. In terms of why I didn't mention the word charters is because charters are actually not included in this legislation, but we want to make sure that charters know that they are absolutely in our support system. They receive services from our level 1 supporters, which is Kern County Office of Education through CSIS. So in terms of, though, just trying to make sense of these criteria, what you see in this slide and the next couple of slides is the formal ask for the board to adopt, it'll be in July, a phased-in eligibility criteria. So specifically for this academic year, we are looking at any LEA, which is of course a county office or a district that fails to meet a CalPADS final certification deadline. And we have 3 different deadlines. One of them is coming up next week, but we've already notified schools and districts that may be affected by the fires that they have the opportunity to extend that deadline. So just as, for our purposes, we need to get the data in a timely manner. If we don't get the data in a timely manner, a district could be eligible for differentiated assistance. As we move forward to 2026, we are again working with our partners from Kern, which is the California School Information Services, or CSIS, to give additional parameters, again, all with the intent of making sure that once we put out the data, we don't receive the frantic calls that, oh, my data was wrong, I gave you bad data, but also that we get data in a timely manner. So this is the summary of that piece, is just this phased-in piece. Again, 2024 has passed. There was no districts or counties that were eligible based on the criteria. We'll have you formally adopt this coming year and 2026 criteria moving forward. Finally, just for informational purposes, and I know this has been of interest to a lot of members on the board, is this review of Priority 1 and teacher assignment data. This is something that the board has worked with for several dashboards now in getting our teacher assignment monitoring outcome results onto the dashboard under Priority Area 1. In terms of our work plan for this year, we are actually just trying to get out a backlog of data around staffing, but also just want to keep this for awareness on your radar, that we want to make sure that the field is able to use these reports in conjunction with their teacher assignment monitoring outcome data. And so with that, President Darlene Hammond, we spent a lot of time last year, and we always want to take credit when we present to you that we don't work in isolation. We do a tremendous amount of outreach and have developed very strong relationships with the field around not only accountability but data reporting. And so this is a summary of all those that we touched in the last 6 months. So with that, I will turn it back to you for the conversation.
Do you want to show the recommendations?
The recommendation is the same as when I presented it before, but let me just reiterate it because I know that's important, that we receive guidance from you and that you approve the proposed 2025 accountability work plan. And I can also shift this to the public comment slide for.
Be great, thank you. So we're going to open the phone line for public comment, and those who wish to comment on the item remotely can use the telephone number. Whoops, it disappeared. And the access code shown there in the slide. And we're going to encourage people to state their name and affiliation for the record. We do want to also, before we take public comment, have some comments, some clarifying questions if there are any. And we'll try to keep clarifying to clarifying. And then we'll have discussion after the public comment. And then we'll hear from our liaisons. So are there clarifying questions? Yes, Member Escobedo.
I'm just curious for the college and career indicator. I understand you're looking at the seal of civic engagement. Are you also looking at the seal of biliteracy as well, or I wasn't sure if that's incorporated?
It's already in.
Okay.
Yeah, seal of biliteracy was put in several years back, so that's already in, and we have that as a model for how to potentially incorporate the seal of civic engagement. Absolutely, yes. We've been fortunate to collect data on state seal of biliteracy for much longer than we have the seal of civic engagement.
And I have a clarifying question. There was a mention of evaluating AP and IB scores in the CCI indicator. And I understand the duplication of the CASP scores, right, which is twice, but we don't elsewhere include AP or IB scores or dual credit. I don't know if dual credit was also being reevaluated, but those are kind of in a class of characteristics together. So I was just wondering what the thinking was about that and if I understood that.
Okay. Sorry, just needed a friend to remind me what we were working on towards the college career indicator. I think part of it is that where there is, the ability to look at courses as opposed to the assessment. The assessment for AP and IB has been a way for a student to demonstrate that they are college career ready. And if because we have this indicator has such an oversized influence in the assessment arena, shifting over to our course taking and those that are enrolled in passing IB and AP courses as an alternative.
You would provide an analysis of that so we could consider that.
We would definitely provide an analysis of that as well as just, I think provide you information about, reaffirm the majority of our students are showing that they're college career prepared because of the assessments. So if we want it to be, less, to outstrip that oversized influence and instead focus on courses and focus on things like state syllabi literacy and our civic engagement as metrics, as well as this influence on the courses, looking at course taking.
It'll be a meaty conversation later. I just wanted to understand what we were going to have the
And
conversation about.
And I don't anticipate this being a one and done. This is going to take.
Yeah, there's a lot of policy questions that we can bring to the table. Great, thank you. I understand that. Any other clarifying questions? Member Olken, you look like you were about to say something. Are you going to hold it for discussion? Okay, very good. So just to hear from our first liaison, Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and thank you, Cindy and Kim, for such a robust presentation. There's a lot definitely to consider. Just a couple of very brief comments before we go into our public comment time and our board discussion. I want to circle back to the statements that were made related to the ESSA plan and our consideration there. I again, President Darling Hammond touched base on quite a bit of things that we should consider when it comes to reopening the ESSA plan. And I will say this, I know at the outset, the goal was to keep a system the same, state and federal. And it's been a number of years now, and we find as a state, there's additional data that's very, very important for our schools and our districts to look at as they make determinations about student performance. I don't necessarily know that those items need to link into our federal accountability for school eligibility, ATSI, CSI, and TSI. So I think we need to really consider if there is a benefit to reopening the ESSA state plan to add in some of these additional areas that we will make decisions around for this year. And I would venture to say I don't know that there is a benefit to it. I think our ESSA state plan is very strong and very robust. It touch bases on many, many areas, some of which were required by the federal government, but many of which we've decided on how we want to represent that data. And it's very strong, and it does what it is designed to do at this point. I don't know that, again, it's necessary for us to reopen and add additional things in at this point in time when we know that the ESSA state plan is going to need to be redone once this one is concluded. So just a point of thought and consideration. And the last piece I will say is that when we look at, again, a very ambitious accountability work plan, Kim and Cindy, you and team will be full speed ahead for quite a while. We have, again, some very important decision points to be made, and it just helps to undergird that idea of continuous improvement as we look at our accountability plan and we look at the data that's necessary to give us a good picture and idea of how students are doing. Again, I think we're hitting some very good points that we will receive some very good information around so that we can make decisions going into the 2020-25 year. Thank you.
I mean, as the second liaison, I just want to add my thanks to the Accountability Division, which is just working not only at full speed, but with all kinds of complex considerations. And one of the things that our prior board sort of established was the idea that we should be thoughtful and deliberate in adopting accountability measures. We should see the data before we make decisions about how we're going to use the data, that we should understand, how it may affect the system. And as this grows more complex, for good reasons, many things that we want to know and want to have part of our data and school improvement, we'll need to continue that as well. So I appreciate laying out all of the points in time, and we will think with our colleagues in CDE about when do we know enough about each of the indicators to know how it would perform, what way and what is the most optimal way for it to be used in a school improvement system and so on. So just great appreciation both for their the work to date and the opportunity to be able to see more aspects of our school functioning, and the opportunity to work closely around how do we want to use those, when do we have enough data to make a decision about how to use it. So just appreciate that very, very much, and we'll have opportunities during discussion to talk about the individual indicators that have been presented, but I do want to get us to public comment sooner than later. Are there other clarifying questions that we want to be sure we've asked at this moment? Then we will go ahead and see what public comment there is.
We have 6 people signed up for public comment. Please line up behind the microphone in the following order: Eric Premack, Jessica Sacco, Lindsay Tornatori, Diana Vu, Christina Salazar, and Nicole Glenser.
We're not hearing you yet. Can you make sure your mic is on? And make sure your mouth is closed.
There we go. Hold on. It's coming up. All right. Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members. Eric Premack with the Charter School Center. We're concerned about some items that we see missing from the work plan. Primarily, as many of you know, charter school renewal, very high stakes process, hinges heavily on the dashboard. Currently, charter schools are allowed to use so-called verified data in the absence, recognizing some of the limitations of the dashboard, but that authorization is expiring starting this June. We need some significant upgrades for the dashboard if it's going to meet its statutory role in the chartering process, and we would urge you to add that to the work plan. Second, there have been some significant changes already to the DOS methodology that caught a number of my members by surprise. We would ask that you see to it that the original 2017 methodology be continued to use until such time as we've had a chance to fully vet any major changes. And then finally, we'd be concerned about adding science data to the 5x5 grids, given that we can't get growth data off of a test that's only given in 2 discontinuous grades. We would support continuing using it as an information point on the dashboard. Thank you.
Good morning, State Board members, Chair, Deputy Chief Information Officer now, I believe, very nicely. Jessica Sacco on behalf of the California STEM Network, a project of Children Now. I'm here representing the STEM Network, which is an organization that works in partnership with 13 affiliated regional networks and ecosystems across the state to bring together partners in TK-12 education, higher ed, business, industry, technology, community-based organizations to identify, scale, and sustain effective STEM teaching and learning. It is our work that we strive to outreach and ensure that all students, especially those who have been historically underserved and underrepresented in STEM disciplines, to have access to the highest quality STEM education. Therefore, I urge the State Board to direct CDE to leave open the option to amend the state's SSState plan to incorporate science and to continue taking the plan steps outlined in the proposed 2025 work plan to fully incorporate science into the dashboard, both state and federal accountability systems. We believe doing so would be supportive of a number of important steps that have already started to take place at the local level in response to science beyond the dashboard for informational purposes, as well as supportive of the administration's master plan for career education and in support of the priorities that have been pre-identified in your future item on a profile for a graduate, which really seeks to incorporate the skills
Your time is up.
students gain with a high-quality science education. Thank you.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. We support the CD's proposed work plan and deeply value our partnership with Cindy Kazanis and her team. We look forward to the learning and decisions ahead of us in the next 6 months and would like to highlight a few key points from our letter. First, science. We are actively engaged in discussion and hope that the inclusion of science on the dashboard will lead to increased access to high-quality science instruction in all classrooms. Thanks to Liberty Van Natten and our partners at CSIS, CalPADS DA had a smooth start with ample communication to the field. We look forward to providing input on the next phase, how to define data quality issues. Regarding the DAS criteria, we strongly support any modifications needed to ensure the program only includes the schools serving our highest risk students. And finally, just to concur with Dr. Glover Woods' and Dr. Darling Hammond's comments about considerations about the state and federal accountability system, the county superintendents would concur leaning toward there are some natural splits to happen from lessons learned from our original intent. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACCESS supports the incorporation of science into the dashboard and believes that this will elevate the importance of robust science education. Science education, however, is not uniform across the state, and assessments alone, such as the California Science Test, do not provide a complete picture of a student's acquired knowledge and standards of science. And while assessments are important, they should not be the sole measure of a student's success. For these reasons, ACCESS respectfully recommends that the board consider making science a local indicator. As a local indicator, science education would receive greater public engagement because families, educators, and students can provide because local indicators are required to be adopted at a local board meeting where students, families, and educators can provide input and advocate for high-quality science education in their communities. In addition, this approach would preserve our accountability system's emphasis on multiple measures to gauge how LEAs are meeting the needs of their students rather than over-relying on assessments. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and board members. Cristina Salazar with Californians Together. Thank you for all the work put into the growth model. We are asking for the computation of the growth model for English learners subgroup, parallel definition of the English learner subgroup used for the suspension indicator. If a student is an English learner in the current year, they should stay an English learner for the growth model computation, and the same should be for the reclassified English learners. Tracking data for 3 years diminishes the instability of the ELs and RFIP groups and ensures continuity. We're also saying that with this approach, it helps meeting the federal 4-year monitoring requirement for RFIPs and offering a consistent statewide system of support. Thank you so much.
Are there comments on the phone?
Yes, we have 5 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 0493. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
President Darling Hammond and board members, this is Shelley Spiegel-Coleman with Californians Together. We would like to reinforce the recommendations in the LCFF Coalition letter for guidance on how the State Board intends to use the growth data in 2025 and beyond. In addition, I'd like to reinforce the recommendations presented by Cristina Salazar, emphasizing the use of the definition of English learners as defined by the suspension indicator. This would give a more accurate picture of the growth or lack of growth for English learners and reclassified fluent English proficient students, and in turn inform the development of targeted goals, actions, and services for both student groups in the LCAPs. This is an opportunity for districts to clarify their successes and areas of need for English learners and RFIPs. please consider using the suspension indicator definition for ELs for the growth model. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 1385. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members. This is Sarah Lillis, Executive Director for Teach Plus California. I also want to reinforce the recommendations in the LCFF Equity Coalition letter and the Alliance for Students letters in terms of the prioritization around the policy decisions we have to make around the growth model. We appreciate all the work that staff has done and recognize how ambitious the work plan is for this year. But our teachers, and I apologize, we were not able to get a letter in on time, they still had questions around the fact that the work plan does not include the next steps around including consistent measures from the school climate survey. We know that there was direction last year and that staff had held some focus groups to better understand what would be involved in identifying a subset of school climate survey questions. And we were unclear on sort of what the resolution and policy decisions were tied to that. Our teachers remain committed that elevating and prioritizing positive and affirming school climates as a measure of school performance will really help make sure that we're getting schools and LEAs the support they need to prioritize the well-being, school climate, and school culture to support our student outcomes. So we would love to understand where that shows up in the work plan or what decisions have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Robert Manwaring representing Children Now. Given the educational impact of a fully qualified teacher, we recommend that the state create performance standards for the teacher assignment indicator and report on the dashboard at both the district and school level because data is available at both levels. In terms of the growth model, we recommend adding growth to the 2025 dashboard, setting performance standards for it, using the growth indicator for differentiated assistance, as well as ESSA CSI identification purposes, and amending the ESSA state plan. We envision the state releasing the dashboard in November or eventually in October, but reporting on the growth data in December at the same time that districts are identified for DA and schools for CSI, recognizing the additional time to calculate the growth model. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8674. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and State Board members. I'm Rachel Murphy, Public Advocate, Senior Legislative Counsel for the LCFF Equity Coalition. As stated in our letter, we support the inclusion of the science indicator and a student growth model on the dashboard and in determining eligibility in the state and federal accountability systems. When considering how to incorporate the student growth model, the state should not allow timing issues to be a barrier to accountability. For example, the board should consider any changes that can be made to when the dashboard is released, or when dashboard information like dashboards can be produced by vendors, even if that must be done through legislation or by contract adjustments. In addition, the board should clarify that the college career indicator must measure both college and career and not one or the other. In today's economic and social environment, post-secondary education and career preparation are both required to prepare students for success. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9563. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board, John Affeld from Public Advocates. In the spirit of continuous improvement, we request that the Priority 1 local teacher indicator be improved upon this year to conform with the legislature's direction. We request that the board direct improvement of the teacher indicator be added to this year's dashboard work plan. The Education Code requires inclusion of school-level data on local indicators where the state has the data. California has statewide TAMO data on % of fully prepared, clear teachers at every school in the state. We've been informed the State Board has adopted a policy to not display school-level data on local indicators. If that's true, we request the board reverse that policy as it is in conflict with the Education Code. Just as with state indicators, every school level dashboard can report % of clear teachers at that school compared to the
Thank you,
district and
caller.
state averages.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
We appreciate your taking this under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 3.
Lots to discuss. Let me just open up the floor for discussion. And thank you, Cindy, for coming back to the podium. Maybe I will just ask a question to start. One of the questions that was raised was dashboard release dates. I know that is an item that is near and dear to your heart, and suggesting changing those, but maybe you'd like to speak to where we are with dashboard release dates and why.
Absolutely. So the dashboard release dates are now governed under statute. Specifically, as I mentioned, Senate Bill 114 last year required this gradual incorporation of moving up the dates to October 15th. And the department has interpreted that to mean not only the release of the dashboard with every single indicator, but also the release of the the district eligibility as required for differentiated assistance. So the callers that suggested that the board had discretion to do this, you have two legal counsel here to my right that can provide the legal interpretation, but to my knowledge, it's not something that the board has discretion to do.
Thank you. There are a couple other factual items that maybe I'll just raise for you to respond to, and then we can open up for a broader discussion. One of those was on where we are on the school climate survey conversation that started a year ago, and somebody asked, like, kind of where is that in process?
Yes, and I'm not prepared to respond to that question because it's actually outside of the work of my division. I recognize, though, with this accountability work plan, we did not provide an opportunity for our colleagues in our companion division that handles local priority areas to put information in there. We'll strive to do that in future meetings and future work plans, but we will definitely touch base with Josh Strong and their team to see where they're at and if it's if there's something that is.
We could have somebody come and talk about that in March.
Okay.
Then the other question was about the reporting of the school level teacher data, which I know there's a way to get to it through some links, but maybe you could speak to where that is.
Sure, and again, I would lean on Josh Strong for this conversation again, because the local indicators are really under their oversight, but the board's adoption of those indicators have been to display that at the LEA level. And of course, for charter schools, they are an LEA under LCFF. So the notion that we would start to display school level data, especially when we think about the enormity of some of our districts, Los Angeles having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of schools. We do provide a direct link to DataQuest, which has all this information posted, but we are happy to continue to look into this and have further conversations around what is possible.
Thank you. And there may be other comments about that. Let me just see if there's any other. Okay, I think we should just open up for discussion, and Member Patillo-Brownson, you start.
I actually just wanted to follow up on the school level data question around teacher qualifications and preparedness. Is it a technical issue that is being flagged as the barrier, or is it, and also I think there was some reference to a prior decision of this board around explicitly choosing LEA only but not school site level, and if that's correct, if you could just walk us through some of that.
Yeah, so I think I would go back to really the purpose of local indicators and the purpose of state indicators. State indicators we can measure at a student level, and local indicators are meant to be looking at school and rather district performance. And so they are responded to at the local level as to how locally they are implementing those priority areas. So in terms of a policy of this board, it has been through a narrative function. It has, the local indicators do not appear at a school level because it's a district-wide implementation. So again, this is something that is very, very different. And I think the hybrid approach that you all adopted 2 years ago was to determine performance categories, which was to look at just CLEAR. So you're looking at CLEAR compared to the state for the district. And that is a truncated version of what we see on the California, on DataQuest, which is our reporting website, which has a robust amount of information about all things around this particular report, the Teacher Assignment Monitoring Outcomes Report.
So the challenge, if I just want to make sure I'm restating this properly, is not a technical one, that it would be somehow too onerous to actually provide that directly on one website rather than having a hyperlink to DataQuest to do the individual searches. It's more about whether it makes sense in the sort of trade-offs between state and local indicators. Is that correct?
I think it's both. I mean, I do think about Los Angeles and how would you display, 600 plus schools on one webpage. That is very onerous, and we hear differences of opinion about how useful the dashboard is. And when the dashboard is criticized for not being user-friendly, this is one I would point to if you were to add something like this that just doesn't fit with what the dashboard has in it already.
Yeah. Yes, Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
This is quite a bit of presentation. I just want to acknowledge the thoughtful and detailed work that went into refining our accountability systems. As a classroom teacher, I'm especially excited about the inclusion of the science indicator and the student level growth model in the 2025 accountability work plan. These additions will provide a more well-rounded view of student progress, allows educators to better pinpoint areas of strength with additional support where additional support is needed. And I know firsthand how critical it is to have growth metrics that are accurate and reliable. And I deeply appreciate the effort to ensure that these tools are meaningful for both the LEAs and the classroom practitioners. Moving forward, I'd like to highlight some areas of focus. For equity, I think of students supporting our most vulnerable students, such as the long-term English learners and students with disabilities, must remain a top priority. As someone who sees the challenges these students face daily, I believe their focused attention can be transformative, make a transformative difference. I think of resources, including having the science indicator. I think of bringing science into the accountability system means we need to invest in our teachers. Professional learning is going to be a key. Giving teachers the training and the support they need to feel confident and capable in teaching science effectively is going to be really important. So I think the dashboard's true value lies in the ability to highlight strengths and weaknesses, empowering districts to allocate resources where they are needed most, and it's going to need a lot of support in having that science indicator on the dashboard. Lastly, I noticed that I wanted to highlight the efforts of gathering and analyzing data on the seal of civic engagement for the 2023-24 year. It's important to know who is earning the seal, as it helps us understand how equitable the access to civic learning opportunities. The upcoming analysis from the CDE, along with the discussions at the May and July SBE meetings, will give us more valuable insight that will help us guide our decisions moving forward on this. And I'm excited to learn more about that, since I know several school districts in my area who are learning how to have our students achieve that seal of civic engagement. So just thank you so much for this extensive, it was quite a bit, mega presentation. I appreciate it.
Other comments or questions? Member Escobedo?
I'm just really curious for our callers on how we are going to be looking at growth model for English learners. Is it going to be the same as the way we look at the suspension rates, or just curious?
Yeah, so I think there's still some confusion from the people that called in about how English learners appear on the dashboard for the different indicators, because we're looking at different metrics. So for academic indicator, the growth model data, which will be released later this month, we will have our English learners use the same metric that we're using for our English language arts and mathematics indicators.
So our English learners, we add in the RFIPs so that we can show the progress of that student group. That is what is in our Every Student Succeeds Act state plan for the academic indicators.
Great, thank you. And one of the things that I just want to applaud the number of CSI schools exiting the criterion. And I know the dashboard is a great launching point, but great. I think many schools that leave or exit from being low performing, they're looking at local measures, right? They've instituted some assessments locally, and I know we have a local measurement in our dashboard, and I would love for that local measure to be more robust at a state level, where we can almost utilize that as a launching point to help other schools that have not exited to maybe use some similar approaches. You see, it's creating a learning environment for schools within the state. I see our dashboard, again, as a great place to reflect. However, to have that incremental improvement that happens when teachers get together and they're looking at their own local assessments and shift instruction to see student growth. So again, I know this is a work in progress, but I definitely want us to not forget that local indicator as a way to dramatically improve our student achievement, statewide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and I think you're raising the question of how do we learn and how do we then spread the learning? And I think that is not, the accountability division helps us have the data from which to learn, and then there's a whole set of issues around how do we use that in the department and CCEE and our system of support, et cetera. So I think those are important questions that we should take up in addition to the work of the accountability work plan itself, yeah. I have a set of questions which are really in the weeds of some of the complexities, and some of them are comments, and so I'll add those at this juncture. Oh, Member Olkin, you go first before I go into the weeds.
We'll let you have the last set of really wise questions. I'm gonna stick at the not so wise questions. Thank you, first of all. This was in anticipation. I was thinking, how are we going to possibly be able to take all this in? But I really appreciate the thoughtful presentation and the clarity of thinking that helps make it easier to understand. And my questions are, at least two of them are clarifying. So one, just to make sure I understand, and maybe somebody else will have the same question, I don't know. The questions around reopening the ESSA the ESSA state plan, thank you. The general idea is there are things that we are now looking at in our dashboard, and you're asking us, are we going to ask you to try and put that into the federal plan also?
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure. So we'll do it here in the state either way. We're going to, yeah. So it's really only a question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what is before us. Okay, so it's really either way, these are things that we are looking at and measuring and have accountability measures for in California. It's just, are we going to continue to tie what we do here so entirely to what we get approved by the federal government?
Correct. That would be impacted by, that then would be used to influence how we look at school eligibility for those metrics.
Right. Okay.
PSI.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood that piece properly. Okay, that's number one. Yeah. Okay, number two, see if I can make my question clear. the data around the work around the seal of civic engagement the goal is for us to be able to understand the impact of students getting that seal on their overall college and career readiness. Is that what that you want to bring that to us to look at?
Yeah, I think there's been a direction from this board and are working with our professional development division. They've only been able to collect that at an aggregate. And so for the first time, we now have student level data. And I think to the point that member Orozco Gonzalez brought up was that, like, has this opportunity been given at all school districts? And we know that it's not necessarily been adopted at all school districts. I will say that out loud. And the data may show that. The data may also show that these students are already, scoring at the top of the Smarter Balance assessment. And so this is yet another, are we getting at the right students? Just what's the impact of the program, right? And I think to President Darlene Hammond's point about like more data-informed decision-making, we've not been able to do that with this particular item until this year. And so for the first time, we now have access to that data. We will be analyzing that, and we can give you all of the details around that. How many schools? Are there any DAS schools that have students that are receiving the Seal of Civic Engagement? And also their program subgroups. So we want to make sure that when you do adopt something that is, hopefully that is available to everyone, maybe even including our student board member, which I'm sure she has already achieved that long ago.
I should hope so. Thank you. That's exciting. Yeah, I'm really excited about being able to look at that and think about, as we're trying to understand what really makes a difference for our students and how equitably rich programming is being accessed by students across the state. I think that's going to be really exciting. So thank you. Okay, my third question is related to the public comment by Eric Premack about charter schools and renewal and verified data. And it's a couple of things. One is I certainly, as somebody who has been in preparing for charter renewal in the post-1505 world, understand the question and concern that was raised. And so my question is sort of from your vantage point, is this work plan where we should be trying to address? I mean, I guess I'm asking for your thoughts on the public comment that was offered, if that's a fair question to ask you. I can try and clarify my question if you would prefer.
Maybe I could just take a step back. The verified data piece has always been addressed outside of the accountability item because it is part of the charter school renewal process, which is separate and apart from the role. You would see me up here. You have seen me up here with the adoption of that verified data piece. But I understand that there are some statutes that will be potentially sunsetting, and so I think the angst I'm hearing is around then what is going to be used instead of verified data, and I don't feel prepared to respond to that right now, but we can definitely bring that back as we bring items like we will in March around the growth model and what does this mean as far as impact to charter school renewals.
Yeah, I mean, I think my sense is if that's something you can bring back in March, as just in the way you just said, that would be fantastic. In that, I think we all, my first response in hearing the public comment and reading it is, I think we have to do a lot of thinking in lots of places about what this sunsetting of the legislation would mean, and maybe it has to do with this and maybe it doesn't. But I think it's important for anybody who might be able to help think this through to be at least investigating what the impact is.
Yoshimoto Tauri, and then Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you, Board President. First, again, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation. It is very robust, but also to thank all of the people who are out there working in the field so hard. In the places where we do see growth on the summary of the dashboard, we all know it's reflective of the hard work of people who are working out in our LEAs, in our schools, and our county offices, and all the people who support us. I just wanted to make a comment, particularly around the inclusion of LTALs as a student group. I know we had previously made that decision, and I heard you say at some point in the presentation that our LTALs emerged as a group that needed the most support. And just to use that as an opportunity to mark the importance of being able to highlight student group level data in our dashboard, I think is important as we move forward. Because that does drive allocation of resources and how we support the field and our students in those groups. Secondly, I know you're asking for our feedback. So in terms of the college and career indicator, I would highly encourage what you have in the slides in terms of evaluating additional components for course data and continuing. Many of my colleagues have mentioned the State Seal of Civic Engagement. Recently at the California School Boards Association, the youth school board members in Julia's seat across the state showed a lot of interest in that particular indicator, the Seal of Civic Engagement. So that was exciting to see. So thank you for your continued work there. The other place, this is probably a clarification question, but there were a couple of letters and a couple of callers that referred to the DAS program as designed, and as I wanted to clarify in the presentation, are we talking about a change here in this year's work plan for DAS in terms of the inclusion, the 3-year cycle, and making sure that we have?
We're talking about refinements, yes, absolutely.
Can you just restate that for me, please?
We are looking at, I think back to Member Olkin's questions around charter school renewal. We are seeing increased interest in the DAS program, and we want to make sure that the DAS program, which was set up for accountability purposes, includes the schools in which you originally intended it to include back in 2017. And so part of that is looking at the ability to verify the data points within the metrics that you've adopted. But we will definitely, as we start to unravel this, make sure that every step of the way that we're providing updates and a decision point in July around this. So the integrity of the program for us is, and I think the board, especially because it was a different board back then, back in 2017, this is very important that there's a high standard of who is considered high risk, and want to make sure that that commitment remains.
Thank you. I would support that as well. And finally, I just wanted to reiterate that the outreach activities that you do are so critical. I think we've seen this in other items recently, but those that call in, those that write letters, who are also helping to reach others who aren't calling in and writing letters, I think is so important. So thank you.
All right, and then Vice President Glover Woods, and I'm going to go into some weeds after that.
Well, I'll be very brief so we can get into those weeds, most definitely. I just wanted to reiterate my support for, again, the deeper dive that I know we're going to go into for each of these indicators. We've kind of got the plan laid out, and as we go into our future board meetings, we know we're going to really start to get very deep into what does this mean, how does it look, and I appreciate Cindy and her division for the work that's going to be done in kind of modeling and bringing us the data that we need so that those decision points can be made. Definitely interested in the CCI and the course taking data compared to assessment data for our AP and IB courses. I think there's been a lot of information and research out there of the benefits students get from taking the courses and passing the courses, related to, and sometimes not related to, how they may actually take the assessment or if they take the assessment at all. And also the impact of the dashboard data and what it means for our charter schools and how that plays out. So again, just reiterating interest in hearing some of that as we go into our future board meetings. I'll conclude by asking a question. And my question is as it relates to an indicator. I don't believe at this time we have an indicator that has performance levels that doesn't, in a sense, trigger eligibility. Is there anything, Cindy, that you know of that would prohibit that? I'm not saying we should or should not, because I know we'll have these conversations, but is there anything that would prohibit an indicator having performance levels, colors, all of that, but not serving as a trigger for state accountability?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a precedent for this, but again, I think to President Darling Hammond's comments in the beginning, this cohesive system, you've reached a point where perhaps we are at this juncture. So there is nothing, to my knowledge, that would prohibit you from doing this. You have a lot of discretion, although there are areas you don't have discretion that we've already talked about, where we are legislatively required to put things on the dashboard, but this is one where you could have a baseball card with performance information and not have that used for eligibility determinations. This goes back as well to the ESSA piece, is how much do you want to have them replicate each other?
Okay, and I just want to reiterate my statement around, I think the ESSA plan needs to stay as is, and that our conversations around these additional pieces of data need to focus on our state accountability and state data that we provide for our schools and districts to make instructional decisions. But I don't think we need to reopen or amend the ESSA state plan. I feel it should stay as is. I want to be clear on that.
Right, thank you. A decisive statement here. We've got a lot of questions, but we got a little bit of, and so just this goes back to Member Olkin's question, and I think we're getting some clarification that we have multiple choices. One is whether, we reopen the federal accountability, whether we deal with the indicators in state accountability, and then whether they become local indicators, state dashboard indicators, and then whether those are associated with particular consequences. And we have a thirst and an appetite for data that is really healthy. And then we want to be sure, because people are using these data to really understand what's going on. And then we need to be sure that we're thoughtful about how the data are used in various ways. So I would just kind of raise a couple of thoughts about how we might make those decisions. One is I really appreciated the principle that the prior board put in place, that we should always see the data and the implications of the data before we decide on the use of the data. So I think we will have, a lot of these are in motion. I'm thrilled that they're in motion. I'm excited about the growth model and about science and all of the changes that we're talking about. But I do think we want to be thoughtful about seeing what it looks like when you apply the cut scores, or when you look at the data that's coming through, as we think about, okay, when would it be ready to be used in a particular way, and then how should we use it? I say that in part because differentiated assistance in California has really changed in the last few years. The idea of DA originally was that there would be, some places where the county offices would lean in with districts around particular things that they needed to improve. But over the pandemic, we ended up with 600 of our 1,000 districts in differentiated assistance, which makes a level of, you can't ask that intensive support of technical assistance be provided for almost every school district. Some districts were in that category because of COVID absences and chronic absenteeism that were not something you could improve upon without getting rid of COVID. It was not a district activity. We want to think about what are the ways that we can frame differentiated assistance as an expectation, such that it is able to be effective. So it's able to be, around the right indicators and intensive in the ways that actually help districts improve. One of the things that I'm interested in this time in that regard is LTEL. I'm really glad we have long-term English learners in this system now. I realized as we were thinking, as we saw how many districts fell into the category of differentiated assistance because of the LTEL category, that there's one indicator that if it were to be a big part of the determination would be counterproductive. And so I want to ask Cindy and the division if they do some more analyses of LTELs. And that is, LTEL is another group where if you come out of that group, if you are a long-term English learner who comes out of that group because you're no longer an English learner and you've been reclassified, it lowers the average score on ELA or math for the group. So the more successful a district is in moving kids out of the LTEL category, the worse they could look on that particular indicator. That's obviously not our goal. That is not the way we want to proceed. The better indicator will be the LP, the English Learner Progress Indicator, how many kids are making a year's worth of progress, or a level of proficiency progress each year. So anyway, I want to ask the Accountability Division to do some analyses of that for us, and then so that we can be careful about, there may be multiple indicators that would put an LTEL category, would signal that LTELs are a category for differentiated assistance, which might include suspension rates and failure to progress on the LP and a number of other things. We want to be very careful that we're also not disincentivizing reclassification. We could end up with these odd things that have come out of the No Child Left Behind framework from many years ago. So I do want us to be thoughtful and careful as we move along this path, that everything we're doing is supporting the right incentives for schools and the right support and technical assistance when that's needed, and that we're not putting people in a category that doesn't actually fit with what the purpose would have been. So just to flag that, Cindy will be asking you for lots of data, and we know that you love data and we love data, and we will want to see how that all is playing out so that we're being careful. I mentioned that I was really excited about the growth model. Obviously, there's some really big policy decisions that we'll have to make around that will also require a lot of data. So for right now, for example, we use progress from one year to the next for schools for the different cohorts who are being measured. This would be a single cohort. Do we use a growth metric and a progress metric? Do we use them both? Do we use one or the other? What are the implications of how the growth metric looks when we start to look at standards and start to evaluate that? The data are available now. We could probably use some tutelage about what the data show that are being available now. We're excited that they're there. So anyway, just to point out that these are some of the kinds of things that we're going to want to work with our colleagues in figuring out as we make these decisions about what goes on the dashboard. How does it go on the dashboard? Is it there for information? Is it there for accountability? What if it conflicts with another thing that's on the dashboard, like progress and growth might do? Just to reinforce the question about verified data, the growth model will have two limitations, maybe more, but at least two. One is that it will only be for 4th through 8th grade, right? Because that's where we have kids, year after year. So it won't tell us anything about progress of kids below 4th grade and kids above 8th grade. And so that's a question, right? Not only for charters, but for all schools. All schools want to know how kids are doing and what kind of growth we're having. So that's just a bigger, partly philosophical and partly empirical and practical question for us. The other thing is that the state tests are constrained by federal requirements that they measure grade level standards. But that means that kids who are performing below grade level have few, if any, items to show their growth, and kids who are performing above grade level have few, if any, items to show their growth. And so you actually get very different results, and I've seen this in different states that have sometimes had two tests going at once, one that's federally mandated that says grade level standards only, the other that measures along the whole continuum of achievement. And you see very different trajectories and ratings, particularly for certain kids, certain teachers of certain kids, certain schools that serve different kids. So anyway, my point is that these are all things that are lurking under the surface. We are doing the very best we can to use metrics that tell us more about what the school contributes to student learning. And there are limitations on what we can do, and we'll have to think about those. And I'm an advocate for more data rather than less data, and having the ability to see across the continuum and so on, so which is not something we can do in our PESP tests because of the federal requirements, but there are other assessments that are part of verified data for charter schools, but are also used by other schools. And so that's something that over time we'll want to conjure with. It's not in the work plan. I'm not trying to put it in the work plan, Cindy. I'm not trying to add to the work plan because it's a huge work plan, and we really, really appreciate all the work that you're going to do. There will be questions about the science indicator, and we heard some of them because it does not go year by year. It's, was it 4th and 8th and 10th, 11th, or 5th? Yeah, 5th, 8th, and 10th, 11th. So you can't kind of measure growth on it. It will be a status report, and you won't really be able to, yeah. So anyway, that is one of the things that was raised. The other thing that was raised was how it has a different metric. So, does that have implications for how we want it to appear or be used? I think those are things we'll have to also consider, just to be aware of those things. So all of that is to say that we do want to see data along the way. We're going to be asking you lots of questions. We're going to be thrilled to get the information, and then we can think about how these things will play out. It would be great to have, in March, to have Josh and team come to talk about the local indicators that we have questions about school climate. And I understand the teacher data is also in that basket. So we need to continue these conversations. So Cindy, there was no question in there, but if you want to answer anything that I said or respond to anything I said, I'd be happy to hear it.
Absolutely. I think one thing is that we've heard a lot of conversations around what you're asking us to modify, and we've been talking about maybe doing a memo to the board just to memorialize some of these conversations and adjust the work plan as needed. We'll also we will be back in March, we will be back in May, and we'll be back in July. So how can we chunk this out? What does it make sense? In addition to Kim, I have a whole team under Ryan Lamb who do the actual data processing, and we want to make sure that we've got the staff to support all of these decision points. And your March board meeting is literally around the corner. It's the first week of March, and so some of these things may need to be adjusted, but one other group that we'll bring back in March, hopefully in person, President Darlene Hammond, is the ETS team that produced this growth model and celebrate what is on the dashboard at the end of this month. So very much looking forward to that. But yes, we've been taking notes, and we'll definitely connect with Josh to see if he's ready for March. If he's not ready for March, we'll definitely bring him in May if that's what happens.
Perfect. Thank you. We just want to applaud you for all the work that you've done and all the work that you will do.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Will you be formally adopting the plan? Just want to make sure there's maybe an action.
Yes, I think we want to formally adopt the recommendation, and with the understanding that it is a work plan in action, right, in process. Do I have a motion? Member Escobedo? Thank you. Member Orozco Gonzalez? Take the roll.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan, I understand, has a power outage in his location, so he is not with us at the moment, but will rejoin shortly. Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Running about a half an hour later than we thought we might. We've got 2 items before lunch, so I'm going to keep the break to about 5 minutes. When we come back, should we ask the Senate? We'll reverse the order of items 5 and 4 and 5, so that item 5 will be next. We have students here that we're excited to see, and they're excited to see us and get out after that, I'm sure. Okay, so 10-minute break. We'll bring the students in, and then we'll do the personal finance item before lunch if we can get to it. All right, 10 minutes. Okay, everyone is back. Welcome back. We're going to move on to item 5, and then we'll come back for item 4. Item 5 is the 2025 United States Senate Youth Program and the recognition of California's selected student delegates and alternates. So this is very exciting. It's an informational item, and the CDE will be presenting the 2025 delegates and alternates. And I'll let them do that set of introductions. We're excited for them. The item will be presented by Dina Fong of the CDE. Dina, please begin. A little bit. You know, you could be a little louder there.
Oh, I think it needed to be turned on. All right. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Chief Deputy Superintendent Mary Nicely, and honorable board members. I'm Dina Fong, the United States Senate Youth Coordinator for California. Today is one of my favorite days and a great way to kick off the new year as we honor students from our annual U.S. Senate Youth Program. I'll provide a brief background of the program and then introduce each student who will say a few words. The U.S. Senate Youth Program is sponsored by the U.S. Senate and funded and administered by the William Randolph Hearst Foundation. Now in its 63rd year, the program is a unique educational experience, especially geared for outstanding students who are interested in pursuing careers in public service. High school juniors and seniors are nominated by their principal to apply for this highly competitive merit-based program. To qualify, students must currently be serving in an elected or appointed leadership position in student government or a civic or educational organization, representing a constituency and serving others for the entire school year. Our students have gone through a rigorous and competitive application process and were selected based upon their leadership qualities, academic achievement, school and community involvement, and commitment to public service. The last phase of the program is to formally present our 2025 United States Senate Youth Delegates and Alternates to the board. These exceptional individuals are among the top students in their school, serving their communities with passion and a desire to make a difference. Our 2 delegates will represent California during Washington Week in Washington, D.C., from March 1st through 8th, where they will get an in-depth view of federal government in action through meetings with senators, cabinet members, the Department of State, and other federal agencies. The delegates will each receive a $10,000 college scholarship for undergraduate studies with encouragement to study coursework in political science or history. Now it's time to meet our students. Our first delegate is Sarah Gao, a senior at Canyon Crest Academy in San Diego County. Sarah, would you like to step forward? I'll continue introducing her as she comes forward. Sarah has been described as the type of leader that the world needs, one who is driven by a desire to work across disciplines and a passion for service. And not only does she create innovative ideas, she motivates others to pursue these ideas. Sarah was elected as president of the School Site Council at Canyon Crest Academy, where she leads the group on setting school goals. She also serves as vice chair of the City of San Diego Youth Commission, where she prepares climate and environmental reports for the mayor and city council. She is editor-in-chief of her school's award-winning magazine and leads workshops on layout design and writing. She is the founder executive director of Coast to Canyon, which focuses on biodiversity, environmental education, and water quality. She is founder of the National History Day Youth Leadership Council, where she directed a segment on voter registration to promote civic engagement and created a documentary and exhibit for a museum on the Lemon Grove incident, the United States' first successful school desegregation case. As the president of the San Diego Science Fair Student Board, she created the first Science Fair boot camp to closely mentor students from underrepresented backgrounds and created tutorials on how to participate. Her novel research on drought remediation and water purification has been recognized by the Environmental Protection Agency, NASA, and the U.S. Department of Education. She has numerous awards, including National STEM Champion from the U.S. Department of Education, an EPA Sustainability Special Award for her patent pending research, and NASA Earth Systems Award, ranking in the top 1.5% of 20,000 projects. Sarah plans to major in environmental engineering and public policy to forge a cleaner future for California and the nation. She has a passion and curiosity for science and how the world works. Eventually, she would like to run for public office. Congratulations, Sarah. I'll turn it over to you for a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah, and I'm so honored to be recognized here today as a Senate Youth Delegate, and I'm so excited to represent the beautiful state of California. To me, public service is about creating meaningful change that benefits communities and uplifts people. It's about recognizing the challenges we face, whether social, environmental, or economic, and stepping up with purpose and dedication to address them. It's the commitment to solving problems that matter, not just for today, but for tomorrow and for our future. My goal is to build sustainable solutions and infrastructure that address critical issues like climate change, resource management, and environmental justice in my career. I hope to major in environmental engineering or computer science, along with public policy or political science. I'm still not 100% sure what I want to do yet, but something along the lines of those. And I aim to combine technical expertise with policy insight, ensuring that solutions are practical, scalable, and inclusive. In my career, I hope to work towards a brighter, more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Our second delegate is Bodie Gower, a senior at Ukiah High School in Ukiah in Mendocino County. His recommendation letter said, "There are shining lights that make us hopeful for the future. Bodie Gower is one of these lights. He is a fierce advocate for elevating the voices of rural youth, which are too often underrepresented and overlooked." Bodie serves as Associate Student President at Ukiah High School, where he oversees school activities for 1,800 students. He desires to bridge the gap by striving for a more diverse leadership and ensuring that all student voices are represented. He serves as student representative to the Ukiah Unified School District Advisory Committee and is a member of the Superintendent's Advisory Committee representing the student voice on the district's strategic plan, LCAP, and other initiatives. Due to the lack of opportunities to engage in public policy in his community, Bodie became the founder and chair of the Northern California Youth Policy Coalition, comprising of 30 Northern California counties and 100 students to advocate for rural youth and the challenges facing rural communities such as broadband access, mental health, and school funding. Through his activities as a member of Senator LaFonza Butler's Youth Advisory Council and K-12 Director of Policy Gen Up, he continuously advocates for rural communities. Bodie has been recognized as Outstanding Prosecution Attorney during the 2024 California State Mock Trial competition and received the Best Attorney Award from the UCLA Mock Trial Institute. He has also been recognized by the National First Generation Recognition Program, awarded to students who perform extraordinarily well on their AP or SAT, ACT tests and are the first in their family to attend college. He plans to major in public policy and pre-law studies, attend law school, and pursue a career in public service. Since he was young, Bodie has had a passion for helping others and empowering people to live their best lives. Congratulations, Bodie. Please say a few words.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited to be here and just to have the opportunity to represent the state of California in the Ascent Youth Program. And coming up here, I was a little bit nervous that this was going to be too tall for me, but it ended up being just fine. You know, just the opportunity to be here for me is like, it's crazy. And, you know, growing up in rural Mendocino County, you know, growing up, learning all the presents when I was 5 for fun, which I think a normal 5-year-old should be doing, you know, that was just me, I guess. Being raised by a single mother, may I say the best single mother a son could ask for. Yeah, I knew you guys would all too. It is just the opportunity to be here and actually serve the state of California and be an advocate for rural communities. I could have never have asked for anything better than that. And 10 years ago, I would never say I'd have the opportunity to be here. I never thought that I'd be able to achieve my dreams. I never thought that I'd be standing here in front of you all. And I never thought that I'd be part of something that'd be bigger than this and actually have the opportunity to serve people. I think that's what public service is all about. Public service is about making sure that we allow people to be better off than we started. It's about making sure that people have the abilities to do what they want to do. And I think it was St. Francis of Assisi who said that start by doing what's necessary, to do what's possible, and before you know it, you're doing the impossible. I think that's what public service is all about, is making sure that we're allowing people to do what they want, and making sure that we're providing them a little bit better off than when they started. And as Dina mentioned, I've been an advocate for rural communities that have been overlooked in the public policy process, communities that have been left behind in every single process that we've seen. We've seen that they've been neglected, they've been overlooked. And as an advocate for rural students, I will continue to do that and continue to do that in my future. And again, thank you so much for selecting me, and I'm so excited to represent the state of California in this program, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Bodie. If Sarah or Bodie should be unable to participate in Washington Week, then one of our alternates will take their place. Our first alternate is James Miller, a senior from Westlake Village High School in Westlake Village in Ventura County. James, you want to come up? He has been described as not just an outstanding student academically, but as an exemplary individual in terms of character. His strong moral compass, unwavering honesty, trustworthiness, and reliability are qualities that set him apart. James serves as Vice President of West County of the Ventura County Young Democrats, where he represents the organization at the Ventura County Democratic Central Committee meetings and mobilizes voters, participates in phone banking, and canvassed for endorsed candidates. He is the founder and president of the Ventura County Education Network, which creates free educational programs for Oxnard students through one-on-one tutoring and pairing high school students with students in grades 3 through 8 from underserved communities. Oops, I need to move that. He is the founder of the Westlake High School Speech and Debate Club and the Model United Nations Club, attaining significant membership growth and expanded competitive participation and success. As the National Director of Debate and Chapter President of the Civic Leaders of America, he facilitates debate workshops and develops curriculum. An expert debater, James was named 2023 champion of the National Speech and Debate Association Tournament and World Schools Debate. He is the Regional Director of the Central Coast for California High School Democrats, where he organized speakers for a youth civic engagement fair and texted 10,000 plus young voters to sign a petition against gun violence. An AP Scholar with distinction, James received a $10,000 grant from the Social Justice Fund for Ventura County to expand the organization, VCEN, and advance educational equity in his community. He has a strong desire to meet his community's needs and be a problem solver. He would like to study humanities and pre-law, focusing on both the sociological and political forces that impact social mobility and inequality. As an elected official, he wants to make a genuine impact on people's lives. Congratulations, James.
Thank you so much. So my name is James Miller, and this is really an honor to be here as well, even as an alternate. And sorry, Bodhi, this isn't a competition or anything, but I have the best single mother. But my mom is the best in the world. But talking about public service, everyone here is really engaged in that process. And I think the cornerstone of public service is thinking outside the scope of an individual, understanding that we as people have autonomy and agency and that we can make a difference in other people's lives. I think that if more people thought that they themselves as an individual could make a difference, could solve problems that affect everyone here today and everyone in the future, in posterity, I think everyone would be willing to do that. And I think what I'm very passionate about is educational equity as well as inequality. Now, I live in a very poor neighborhood. It's majority Latinx, and I go to school actually 30 miles away from where I live, in affluent Westlake Village. And so every single day, with the help of my mom, I drive over 2 hours to go to a neighboring school district just to get better access to education. Quite frankly, it is horrible that the place that someone is born determines their education. And so seeing this segregation right in front of my eyes, I felt compelled to try to act in some way. And so I created the Ventura County Education Network, where we've been able to have more than 200 high school students tutor these various students and have free services, whether it's speech and debate in Oxnard. We've worked with the Oxnard School District to provide these services. I've been able to get a grant with the Social Justice Fund, and so we even started typing classes and research, where especially students where I live in Oxnard, we don't have access to technology in schools. And so we're making the foundation and going through political means as well, talking to the school board officials in Ventura County to try to change the system, because education, I mean, as we know here, we are at the Board of Education, is one of the biggest foundations for social mobility. It's one of the biggest foundations for growing in the future, having a stable life, having a house in the future. But education isn't accessible for everyone. And so I'm really proud to have been able to create a movement to try to break down those barriers of segregation in Ventura County. And like I said before, I think these are things that we all agree on. Segregation isn't good. Lack of access isn't good. And because we've been able to link up these high school students with these other underprivileged students, they've been able to become leaders in their own community. And I think if we truly want to create a change, to create communal action that requires a movement of multiple people. People can't create change alone. And I'm very excited for the future. I want to study in political science as well as sociology to see the sociological forces that impact how society is formed. Why do we see segregation today? And by using that information to better inform the policies, I would like to become a policymaker in the future. And again, I'm very honored to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, James. Our second alternate is Shreya Srinivasan, a junior at Early College High School, Angelo Rodriguez High in Fairfield, Solano County. And Shreya, you can come up. Her recommendation letter describes her as someone who has a passion that ignites all she encounters. Action-oriented and project-minded, spearheading enormous efforts for student health. Public speaking and communication are second nature to her as a successful member of an award-winning debate team. Shreya is the youngest student trustee to the Solano Community College, representing 10,000 students and providing insight at biweekly college board meetings, and has been twice elected in consecutive terms to this position. She is the founder-president of Solano Community College's Reproductive Health Club, securing a $25,000 grant and providing free sexual health resources to students. She launched the Know Your Period campaign and introduced Assembly Bill 2229 to include menstrual education and sex education, which was signed into law last fall. She is a founder of Bloom for You, which focuses on youth health and wellness through education, advocacy, and outreach. She is currently publishing a cookbook aimed at youth recovering from disordered eating and fostering healthy relationships with food. She is a member of the Solano County Commission on Women and Girls, Solano County Young Democrats, and Girl Scouts of Northern California. As the lead scout, she is currently working on her Gold Award, reflecting her dedication to community service and leadership development. Her involvement in the SEC Varsity Speech and Debate Club led her to awards including State Gold Medalist in the Individual Public Debate Association debate category and a bronze medal in impromptu speaking as the youngest competitor in the entire community college pool. She also received a White House Youth Policy Grant to develop a project aimed at engaging young people with government agencies. Regarding her future, Shreya aspires to run for public office. Her goals center on public policy and advocacy, reproductive health, youth empowerment, and legislative representation. Congratulations, Shreya. Say a few words.
Well, good morning, everyone. First off, thank you so much for having me here today. Even though I just live an hour away, this is my first time at the California Department of Education, and I'm so excited to meet with all of you. My name is Shreya Srinivasan. I'm a dual-enrolled junior at the Early College High School program at Solano Community College. Basically, what that means is that I get to take community college classes, and I'm at a community college every single day, which means I'm exposed to so many different atmospheres and environments, and I'm so grateful for that opportunity. And so, over the course of my advocacy journey, my goals are to continue pursuing a career in public policy, particularly with reproductive health and youth empowerment and legislative advocacy. My work as the youngest student trustee at Solano Community College and as a founder of Reproductive Health Club has shown me how policy can be used to create a real change. As the youngest student trustee, it can be really daunting and scary to be on a dais like this every single day and going to board meetings. But over the past 2 years, I've known that because I have an advisory vote, my voice is my only vote. So I'm going to continue using it every single day. For example, through AB 2229, the Know Your Period bill, I learned how to create a simple idea on how to turn a law that improves access to menstrual education to students. I lost my period for 3 years and have absolutely no idea why. And I wanted young women like me to have access to education because I didn't have access to education. And so with this bill, not only did it mean so much to me, but it means so much for the rest of California students. And so, public service to me means turning vision into action, taking bold steps to address systemic issues, advocating for those who are often overlooked, and ensuring that everyone has access to the resources and opportunities they deserve. It's about creating lasting solutions that empower communities to thrive. It's a commitment I carry with me every single day as I continue to work towards a future where youth voices are central to the discussions that impact us all. And so, I leave you with this motto that I have as a sticky note on my mirror every single day that I wake up to. Be bold, take action, and demand change. Thank you.
Okay, aren't they impressive? What I've shared is just a small sampling of their many accomplishments. We would be here all day if I shared everything they're involved in. Once again, I'd like to offer my congratulations to our 4 students. It's amazing to hear about their various passions and all they have to offer, all they've done for their communities, and what they will continue to do. They are truly shining examples of leadership and give us hope for a brighter future through their dedication to public service. So I will turn this back to President Darling Hammond and to Chief Deputy Mary Nicely and the other board members for remarks, and we'll have photos and certificates at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Chief Deputy Mary Nicely for some remarks.
Thank you, Dina. And on behalf of the State Superintendent, who I know you've all had an opportunity to speak to today, and the entire department, California Department of Education, I want to congratulate our 2025 delegates, Sarah, Bodie, Shreya, and James. I think I say this every year, you just make me look like a slacker. I have no idea what I was doing in high school, and I am just so really just honored to have you all here. So thank you so much. You've already contributed so much to your schools and your communities, and I think I speak for this entire department that the future is bright when I see you and I hear you, and we are confident that you will go on to do everything you actually said you would do, because what you've already done in your very short time on this planet is beyond what many of us will ever accomplish. So congratulations again, and thank you for being with us today and for everything you do for your schools and your communities and on behalf of students across the nation. Thank you.
And we want to put the public comment slide up in case there are folks who want to come call in for public comment and use the phone number and the access code on that slide. Then we will turn to the board if there are any comments or discussion on the board. So let me ask, is there any public comment in the room?
There's no public comment in the room.
Right. Is there any? Oh, somebody? Yes, there is.
My apologies.
Here you go. Let's make sure we get your.
Hello. Hi. I'm Nicole Glenser. I'm the Mendocino County Superintendent of Schools. I came because I am just so impressed with these students. I want to extend deep gratitude to all the adults that support the U.S. Youth Senate program, all the parents and teachers that have supported these youth who shine bright in their own right, but shine even brighter due to the support of so many engaged and dedicated adults like the Board of Education for the state of California. Thank you so much. And I also want to recognize that it is Board Appreciation Month. Thank you all the board members for the work that you do.
Yeah, and congratulations on Board Appreciation Month. And thank you very much for those comments. Are there any comments on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, so that concludes public comment for item number 5.
Okay, and I would just like to say how much we appreciate all that you are doing. We hope that you get old enough soon to run for public office. It will be helpful to our country and our state to have you in the public domain. This is really exciting, and I love all the various issues and disciplines and knowledge bases that you're bringing to this work, as well as the passion. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Yes.
I just want to congratulate the delegates and the alternates. I believe that the 4 of you represent the best of California and our student body, not because of your academics or accomplishments, but to your commitment to your communities and your commitment to service. You all, 4 of you, are also legacy builders in your community, and you will have a long-lasting and lingering ripple effect that we cannot even measure. So thank you so much. Also, we look forward to hearing about your time in DC and following your career in public service or whatever else comes your way. Today, the 4 of you are delegates and alternates, but you are future senators. So thank you so much for being here. As a note, if any of my fellow board members have not listened to Gower Hour, which is Bodie's radio show, I think it's on KZYX, also on podcast, please check that out. And thank you, all 4 of you, for the work you do and the legacy that you will have. Thank you for being here today.
All right. Seeing no other comment at this moment, it is time for lunch. So I will adjourn us. Oh, yeah, we want to take pictures. Then we will have lunch. And then I want to let people who are here for item 4 that will come after lunch. That will be the personal finance item. But if the students could come forward, are we going to do it in front of the flag here? Okay, why don't you come on up?
Feel free to get closer if you want, just watch the cords and stuff.
Board members, we are going to reconvene at 12:30. All right, we are reconvened and ready to take up item number 4, which is the 2026 Personal Finance Curriculum Guide, approval of developmental timeline and curriculum guide foundational principles. And the CDE recommends that we approve the development timeline and foundational principles for the 2026 Personal Finance Curriculum Guide, and it will be presented by Mike Torres. Hey, Mike, of the CDE. Nice to see you. Please begin.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, board members. Good afternoon, President Glover Woods. That's Vice President Glover Woods, President Darling Hammond, and Chief Deputy Nicely. It's my pleasure to present this item on Personal Finance Curriculum Guide to you. When we prepared the presentation, Deputy Superintendent Cotton was going to join me up here and present on this item, but another curriculum-related matter called her attention. So you just get me today. The action item for you is that we recommend that the State Board of Education approve the foundational principles and the development timeline for the 2026 Personal Finance Curriculum Guide. I'm here to take you through some history of the legislation associated with this item, as well as our plan for how to meet the deadline that's been established in statute. Let me start off by saying that research shows that students who have access to high-quality personal finance education have better financial outcomes as adults, resulting in less debt and a higher quality of life, and that's the goal. That's the goal to personal finance and all of the interest around doing everything that we can to ensure that students are knowledgeable about personal finance. AB 2927, Chapter 37 of the Statutes of 2024, directs the Instructional Quality Commission, or IQC, to develop and for the State Board of Education to then adopt, no later than May 31st, 2026, a curriculum guide and resources for school districts to create a separate standalone one-semester course in personal finance. A personal finance course is required to be offered in schools during the 27-28 school year and is required for graduation commencing with pupils graduating in the 2030-31 year. So I'm here today to present to you for consideration suggested foundational principles to guide the development of the curriculum guide, as well as a suggested timeline for development of the curriculum guide. So as mentioned previously, AB 2927 requires that students must complete the standalone one-semester course in personal finance in order to graduate from high school, and that such a course must be offered to students in grades 9 through 12 in the beginning of 27-28. Today, I'll talk about the curriculum guide to be completed by May to support this requirement and to support school districts in the development of this course. Within statute, there are 13 topics called out specifically for inclusion in the curriculum guide, and those topics do include the fundamentals of banking for personal use, the principles of budgeting for independent living, employment and understanding factors that affect net income, uses and effects of credit, uses and costs of loans, types and costs of insurance, impacts of the tax system, principles of investing and building wealth, enhancing consumer protection skills by raising awareness of common scams and frauds and preventing identity theft, identifying means to finance college, understanding how psychology can impact one's financial well-being, charitable giving, and my favorite, other topics that are directly and specifically relevant to personal finance. To complete this work, the 2024 state budget allocated $300,000 for the development of a curriculum guide for personal finance. This accounts for expenses related to the writer's contract, professional editing and design, and accessibility work that's required for online posting of this guidance. And it's also inclusive of rollout activities and any kind of state indirect costs. On December 12th of 24, Superintendent of Public Instruction Tony Thurmond held a public input webinar in which teachers, parents, and guardians students and community members were asked to submit written input on content to include in the curriculum guide, i.e. Section 13 of statute. The webinar was attended by over 200 members of the public, and based on the proposed timeline, the public input submitted would inform the development of the foundational principles to be approved by the Instructional Quality Commission at its January, to be reviewed by the IQC at its January IQC meeting. Contracted writers would then begin to develop the curriculum guide in alignment with these foundational principles, with the formation of a new Instructional Quality Commission subject matter committee being formed in order to support the review of the draft from the writers. And that brings us to the main topic of the agenda item before you, and that's one of them is to review and approve the timeline for the development of the curriculum guide. To explain the events of our proposed timeline, I'd like to review just a few of the key points. Contracted writers would develop the curriculum guide in alignment with the foundational principles developed by the CDE in conjunction with public input. And the IQC Personal Finance Subject Matter Committee would review drafts of the curriculum guide at a meeting during the summer of 2025. The full Instructional Quality Commission would then review the draft curriculum guide at its September 2025 meeting, and the draft would be available for public comment throughout the October 1st through October 31st, through the month of October in 2025. In March of 2026, we then anticipate that the IQC will review and then ultimately recommend the draft curriculum guide to the State Board of Education, with the State Board of Education then reviewing and considering the guide for approval at its May of 2026 meeting. This proposed timeline will fulfill the IQC and the State Board of Education's statutory responsibility to have a personal finance curriculum guide in place by 2026. For this type of project, we usually give our writers some guidance about what's needed statutorily and what we've been told is needed by educators and other interest holders in the field. The foundational principles were developed, and this is the second document that we're asking for approval. These foundational principles were developed based on legislative requirements, past curricular projects, and input from the public that the CDE collected from the field since our December 12th webinar. That public comment did close on January 3rd in order for us to prepare the foundational principle document for you to review at this meeting. The statutory requirements section of this document outlines what AB 2927 requires the curriculum guide to contain, specifically has a list of the personal finance topics that I provided a very brief overview of just a slide ago. And those topics were established by AB 2546 back in 2016 as content that was to be incorporated into the history social science framework at its next revision. Just a reminder that that framework was revised in 2016 and that piece of statute became effective right after the 2016 framework was adopted. This statutory requirement section also establishes that the curriculum guide must meet federal accessibility requirements. The foundational principles also lays out the general principles for writers to adhere to, including ensuring that information in the guidance is accurate, that it's aligned to the literacy standards for history social science included in the California Common Core State Standards for English Language Arts and Literacy in History Social Science, Science, and Technical Subjects, as well as the Model School Library Standards for Media Literacy where appropriate. Other general principles include the promotion of the values of economic empowerment and financial responsibility, that the language used in the curriculum guide is inclusive of not only school personnel, but also parents and guardians and the larger community in general. The audience section of the document requires the curriculum guide to be sensitive to teachers of differing content area expertise and different grade levels, and to include strategies that will allow access to personal finance content for all students. That's inclusive of students with disabilities, our multilingual learner population, and students in a wide range of socioeconomic levels. Administrative and teacher support. The curriculum guide will offer easy to understand for teachers the various educational backgrounds and provide examples of different methods of instruction and pedagogical approaches. It should highlight successful personal finance programs in progress throughout the state, because there are personal finance courses already in existence. Include strategies for engaging with students, with parents, and communities, and provide examples of high-quality, no-cost resources for instruction and professional development resources for teachers and administrators. And there's a world of things available out there for us to be able to include in this curriculum guide. The curriculum guide should also include course outlines of personal finance classes currently being taught in California that can serve as models as schools implement the new course and graduation requirements. And finally, based on public input that was collected by the department, the personal finance curriculum guide will also include the following other topics as stipulated in topic 13 of legislation. That includes purchasing versus leasing a vehicle, renting an apartment, home buying, digital finance, predatory lending. We want them to be learning. California-specific financial information, for example, the California Dream Act, the Cal Grant programs, state-specific salary information, and then any additional topics that are then determined during development. Because we like that language from 13, we've included it into the foundational principles. We're confident that this foundational principles document will serve as an effective guidance to assist in the development of the personal finance curriculum guide. So just to recap, the department recommends that the State Board of Education do approve the development timeline and the foundational principles for the 2026, I know we just started 2025, but the 2026 Personal Finance Curriculum Guide. Thanks for your time, and I'm ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. At this point, we want to open the phone line, as you have put the slide up, so that if anybody wants to call in with comment, they can use the phone number and the access code shown on that slide. And while we're waiting for public comment, I'm going to ask our liaisons, Member Olken and Member Lewis, if they have some comments.
Thank you, President Linda Darling-Hammond, and thank you, Dr. Torres, for the very clear presentation regarding this item issue. I want to first say that I'm very pleased and excited to be a liaison to the Personal Finance Committee. And just a few comments, with regards to this course, districts have had over the last, within the last 5 years, graduation requirements added to the districts. And this is another graduation requirement, but I think based on the information Dr. Torres has given, and something that James said this morning, one of the delegates, that education is the foundation for creating a better future, and how Dr. Torres has described that the belief in this course is that it will help students when they leave high school have a higher quality of life. I think we can all agree that despite another graduation requirement, this is a good one for students to have. I mean, when you think about our underserved populations of students, when they getting the knowledge that's coming from this course could potentially change the trajectory of generations of students or individuals and their families for generations to come. I think back when I graduated high school, it didn't have this information. I really wish I had it when they started sending all those free credit cards when you graduate and you go to college. So this is going to be some really valuable information for our students. It seems as though the item has an accelerated timeline, but considering when the implementation of this course is to take place, I think we can all agree that it's a reasonable timeline, as well as the guiding principles. I know if I were still at the district office, I would be thinking about some of the concerns that go along with implementing a new course, but when you think about the resources that are already available on the CDE website for financial literacy, some of the grants that are going to be available for districts that jump in early, I think this is a very good item and a very good course that's going to be beneficial for our students and their families.
That's why I let Brenda go first, because I can just say ditto to all of that. I would just add that two quick things. One is I'm really thrilled to be a liaison for this particular item on a personal level, because this was definitely not part of my high school experience, and I'm pretty excited to learn even late in life. So that's number one. And then number two, as somebody who spent most of my career in a high school, I do truly recognize the multiple demands on high school educators and students. And so I did a little informal polling of high school educators and students about if they thought this would be a worthwhile thing to be part of their education and their work. And without exception, everybody said, oh, well, that makes sense because I actually want to use that. And so I just am concurring that it feels like a really useful thing for us to be considering, and to remember the sensitivity around how many ways our high schools and high schoolers are already being pulled as we think about this. So.
Great. So at this point, I think we want to see if there's any public comment. We do need the comment slide up there. Members of the public wanting to call in can use the phone number and access code on this slide. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? I think I see someone.
We have one person signed up for a public comment. Please come to the microphone, Regina Chagoya.
Hi, I'm Regina Chagoya, a teacher at Berkeley Unified School District and representing CFT, a union of educators and classified professionals. The CFT appreciates the work the staff has prepared thus far regarding the implementation of AB 2927, which makes financial literacy a graduation requirement. The CFT wants to uplift the intentions found in Ed Code 49110.5a that provides workplace readiness education for students and are to be included in the one-semester personal finance course once it's developed and implemented. Our practitioner members of our Climate Justice and Labor Education Policy Committee have created a standards-aligned unit based on the components found in the Ed Code, and CFT sees these topics of study to be non-negotiable. One cannot invest and build wealth when one's wages are being stolen by their employer. Please contact Steve McDougall at CFT for more information on the work that our members have already completed regarding workplace readiness. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further comment in the room or on the phone?
There is one caller in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last four digits, 1307. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
President Hammond, members of the board, my name is Sid Vivek, President of Junior Achievement of San Diego and Imperial Counties, and I'm one of 4 regional JA presidents together representing nearly every county across our state, and we're excited for CDE and the board to take up this process. For more than 75 years in California, we've been partnering with school districts and LEAs to deliver personal finance and workforce development to hundreds of thousands of students annually, especially in historically marginalized and under-resourced communities. We've been doing that through curriculum and mentorship and tangible resources for teachers and students to help apply those classroom lessons and bring them to life. Given the timeline, and as Dr. Torres just noted, CBOs like JA already working in this space with districts, I'm hopeful JA in California can be a resource and thought partner throughout the process, leveraging our years of statewide impact and breadth of experience, and we're excited for all of you to take this up, so thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 4.
Thank you very much. Is there any board discussion? Yes, Member Clausen.
I just wanted to thank the team for all this work. I know personal finance has been a long time coming. Just a few months ago, I was speaking with one of my predecessors, Naomi Porter, who was incredibly passionate about this as well. And so I know she's following, and we're all very excited about this. I also love the foundational principles, and it's very much in agreement with what students have been saying for a very long time. Just last year at the Student Advisory Board on Education, the student delegates came and they gave a proposal on personal finance. And so financial literacy is something that students across the state want and need. And this class will stand out because it supports equitable outcomes, and I think will have, again, just an immeasurable ripple effect for Californians for generations to come. So thank you so much, and love the principals.
Terrific. Member McQuillan?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to participate this way today. I'm too excited about this potential curriculum here, and I think it's way overdue. I also did not receive anything like this when I was back in high school also, and paid a price for it, no pun intended. But also, you know, I think about all those different ways to pay now, digital wallets and cryptocurrency and all the things coming at us, as well as students need to hear what the expected income is from various professions out there, I think is so important. So great stuff, and I hope it comes really soon, if not sooner than what the timeline says. So thank you.
All right, Member Escobedo?
Thank you for all you're doing, and looking forward to you know, your future updates. And I just wonder, with financial literacy within your curriculum guide, if there's any way the elementary or middle school can support what you're doing and embed it in either social sciences. Because I know, for example, our credit unions, when I was a superintendent, credit unions helped out with this whole financial literacy. JA was a partner for us when I was superintendent as well. But just know that financial literacy really is an evolutionary of awareness that should start at elementary on up. So just wanted to put a plug there.
All right, I think we have Member Patillo Bronson and then Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Definitely co-signing with Board Member Escobedo's raising of the issue of how the requirement from the legislature is about the graduation requirement, but thinking about how to infuse this early and often, I think is very smart. And also, I think contributes to the likelihood that it will stick. I also just wanted to underscore, I think there was a lot of feedback that you gave an overview of that could fall under that category of number 13 in the list, and just wanting to underscore, I think the payday lenders piece is something that has, I think, not gotten as much sunshine as would be helpful for the next generation, and just wanting to lift that up. And then I just have a very practical question, which is, we're approving the timeline, and there's a pretty significant chunk of time between October 31st, 2025, with the online posting of the draft curriculum to the time the IQC recommends the draft guide. Can you just give a little bit more insight into what is happening there, and also whether we would get any sort of early previews at the board level to know what's coming, rather than one bite at the apple in May 2026?
Thank you for those questions, Member Patillo Bronson. So the gap between the public comment period and the March IQC meeting was in question. And so that period of time is utilized to consolidate that public comment down, to analyze it, to work with the writing team to see how best to modify the draft in order to meet the needs of the public comment that was received. And then throughout that period, there would be an expectation that the writers in the department and the State Board of Education would work, State Board of Education staff would work collectively on that draft.
All right. Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Yes, as a mother of two 18-year-olds, I'm very excited about this piece. A little too late for them, but it's such a necessary skill. I think that the clarification I was seeking, I think Member Patillo Bronson touched on, it feels tight to me to get public comment ending on October 30th, because then we're going straight into the holidays, and then to consolidate all of that. So I just want to make sure there's enough time to garner to your first point, that garner the feedback from community-based organizations that have been doing this work. We also have private sector folks that have been supporting this work, and also higher education that's been supporting some of this work. And that there's time to also help kids understand what like the state programs are, like CalKids, the new college children's savings program is, and some cities also have college savings programs that are sort of on, leveled on top of that. So time to incorporate all of that so that locals can make sense of it all and figure out how it's going to be implemented. And then I'll leave it at that for right now.
So was that more of a
Maybe it's a question is, do you feel like that's enough time between October 31st and March?
yeah, and to Member Patillo Bronson's point, it is a long period of time, kind of a gap within the timeline between October 31st and March. And that's intentional because we do anticipate a large amount of feedback that we want to very carefully go through and make sure that we incorporate.
Feels really short to me. So you feel like it's enough time to do all the incorporation?
Yes. Okay. From October to March, yes.
Feels long to some people and short to others. But meanwhile, the staff will be working very hard to get that done.
I guess the point I'll make then is I think that not only the public comment period, but the outreach is really important because people need to be ready for when that public comment comes forward and making sure that we reach all of those different stakeholders that I mentioned, plus others.
Vice President Glover Woods and then Member Olken.
Dr. Torres, just a quick question as it relates to when the draft of the curriculum guide comes to the board, and this kind of piggybacks off of Member Patillo Bronson's question. If the board has feedback to the draft curriculum guide that comes forward to us in May per this timeline, is there sufficient time to incorporate that feedback or respond to the board feedback? Is there enough time to do that for the field to have a curriculum guide they can then begin to work off of?
That's a great question, and so that really does depend on how much feedback there is that would change the curriculum guide. As with any other curricular guidance that we've brought forth before the board, we've always taken in the feedback and incorporated as quickly as possible, and then updated drafts that are posted for school districts to use. Do keep in mind that the course does need to be in place by the 27-28 school year, and we're looking at completing the curriculum guide in the spring of 26. So there's still some wiggle room there for us posting a final version of the curriculum guide, should go beyond May.
Okay, because I'm kind of thinking along the line of the board having an opportunity to see a draft and then coming back for final approval. Again, these are just thoughts that have come to mind. I don't know the timeline of the IQC meeting and the March SBE meeting, if there's time at in March, at the March SBE meeting to look at the draft and provide feedback, and if necessary, have time to provide another vote in May. Just, again, kind of that concept of more than one bite at the apple. It may not be necessary, but just wanting to be sure there's enough wiggle room in there in case it is necessary.
So the question is, could there be an opportunity to bring a draft of the curriculum guide before the state board, before it goes to the IQC in March?
I think that's what I'm saying, unless if the feedback in May provides enough time to incorporate that feedback, if you will, in enough time for the field to have it, then perhaps it's not necessary to bring it in March and then again in May if necessary.
I do foresee an ample time in May to be able to incorporate feedback from the board.
Okay, thank you. I think at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get to is I want to be sure the board has opportunity to provide feedback, and if there is anything that needs to be incorporated based on that feedback, that there's time to do that before the final guide is posted.
Yeah, and I just want to recognize that the department is constrained by the statute around this timeline, so we appreciate that they are planning it out in a way that they can get all of that done in a pretty efficacious way. And Member Olken, you are next in the queue if you're ready. Okay.
I have a couple of questions. Most of them are just to confirm my understanding. The first one is the timeline for this, the development of this curriculum guide is really dictated by the statutory requirements for when we need to act and also when the schools need to implement the new standalone course. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that's clear to us, that this is the law itself, the statute actually dictates the
31st.
Yeah, May 31st as the, yep. So that's the first thing, is that's the timeline that's dictated by the statute. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Member Lewis and I were just looking at the timeline that is in the presentation, and we just want to confirm our understanding. It says in March, the IQC recommends the curriculum guide to the state board. So that is, in essence, the March meeting of the IQC approving something to recommend us.
That is correct.
Okay. And then third question, I don't think you mentioned this in the presentation, but I think I read this. Is it true that this is going to become a one semester requirement, however, at the local level for high schools? However, at the local level, there is some flexibility for this to be in lieu of economics?
That is correct. So AB 2927 does allow for a student who takes and passes the one semester standalone personal finance course to do so in lieu of the economics requirement.
Okay, but all students must take this course.
That is correct.
Okay, great. I think that's all my things I want to make sure I understand. Oh, one more. These are not just for me. I'm hoping they're helpful to other people too. The term curriculum guide is a different term than like a framework or, and so can you explain for us how we're envisioning a curriculum guide providing sort of the level of support and like how it differs, and because maybe that will help allay some concerns about the speed of the process?
Great question. So the curriculum guide, as we envision it, and as we talk to our to experts out in the field with respect to personal finance, is our understanding there are quite a few resources available out there. For example, the individuals who called in for public comment, and believe it or not, I and my team have already met with a very large handful of individuals who have found out about 2927 and want to share about the resources that they offer that are freely available. For example, we met with folks with FDIC who have a freely available resource. And so the general thinking is there's all this resources available out there, but we need something that points to all of them and says, hey, here's what's available and here's what this covers, here's what that covers. These are the requirements in Ed Code of what the course needs to cover. And so it would be more like a compendium of resources that are available with some narrative to interweave those resources. And that would be in addition to what we would offer in, say, a model curriculum that has like a sample course of studies and then guidance on the logistics, so the master scheduling, et cetera, of how to put together a course and how to fit it. into the school.
Thank you. And then I did just think of one more thing. I think I also read that in terms of credentialing for high schools, because this is going to be, just thinking master schedule for a second, that there's actually quite a bit of, there's several single subject credentials that would satisfy the requirement for teaching of this course.
That is correct. That's outlined in statute.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comment, do I have a motion? Member Olken?
So moved.
Member Lewis, were you also ready to second? Not to put words in your mouth. I think, Brooks, can you call the roll?
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond. Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis. Yes. Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, terrific. We're going to move along at a rapid clip because we are running about an hour behind of where we had thought we might be at this point. So we're going to move to the consent agenda. Regular items 6 through 12. I understand that members Escobedo and Yoshimoto Tari will be recusing themselves. And we will now open the phone line for the queue for public comment on those consent items 6 through 12. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on consent items 6 through 12 may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code that is provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any members of the public signed up to comment in person?
We have one person signed up for item 11, Cristina Salazar.
Okay. See if she is here. Not seeing anyone at the moment. She's not here. So shall we go on to the phone commentary?
There are no callers in the queue, so this concludes public comment for regular consent items.
All right. So given there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent items 6 through 12. Can I have a motion? Member Rodriguez, a second. Member Orozco Gonzalez, thank you. And Brooks, can you call the roll?
Yes, and just to clarify, just for the record, it's a motion to approve.
Yes.
Thank you. I know I'm moving expeditiously. I just wanted just for confirm with the record. Thank you. Yeah, I do. All right, Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond. Member Escobedo. Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, and let's get our members back in the room. We don't want to forget about them. There we go. There we go. Okay. And so we're going to move on to item 13. Item 13 is the follow-up to the July 2024 State Board of Education study session on the California Way proposed development process on the State Board of Education's portrait of a graduate / portrait of a learner. No specific action is recommended at this time, but we want your input. The item will be presented by Jenny Scala from the American Institutes of Research and the United States Department of it is the U.S. Department of Education selected center, West Comprehensive Center, selected by the department for the period of October 24 through September 2029. The AIR representatives, are they here? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and find our speaker. Do we know where she is? And apparently we have found our speaker. So, there we go. That's all right. We are ready for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jenny Scala. I'm a managing director at the American Institutes for Research and one of the co-project directors for the West Comprehensive Center, which is a federally funded technical assistance center. And today I want to talk a little bit more about the Portrait of a Graduate and Learner work that was already discussed previously with you all. So just to ground, I know you guys have had a busy day already. I'm going to take a few minutes just to ground ourselves in the West Comprehensive Center, our purpose, our priorities, and then talk more and spend most of the time talking about the Portrait of a Graduate Learner here within California and with you all at the State Board of Education. I know in November there was a possible approach that was discussed with you all at your meeting. I'm going to go into more detail to that today and then provide an overview of a timeline with you all. So as a reminder, the West Comprehensive Center is a federally funded center, and our priorities are really to create and support capacity building endeavors with the state education agencies, regional education agencies, local education agencies, and tribal education agencies and schools, focused on all the things that are in the slides right there. We really endeavor to do that in a partnership with you all and everyone that we're working and supporting. And we really understand the value of student voice and local constituent voices in the work that we're doing. In terms of collaborating with you all on the Portrait of a Graduate and Learner, we have discussed with State Board of Education staff some of the work that you've done already, and we understand that the goal of this is to gather input for you all in terms of really understanding the multiple perspectives, the diverse voices and spaces across the state of what the key elements of a portrait could be. This is not moving towards doing anything related to a mandate. This is really about understanding how the portrait could guide State Board of Education's policies and practices, and really better understanding what those key elements of the Portrait of a Learner and Graduate are. We know that there has been recent work that's been done that summarize about 50 or 54 districts' use of a Portrait of a Learner or Graduate within the state. We also know that you all have done extensive research in understanding how 18 other states have done this work as well. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're trying to help you use that information to move forward to really better understand the purpose, the key elements, and understand what you all might need answers towards as you're thinking about the policies and guidance around this. So our main strategies that we're proposing with your support that we do are to hold at least 4 listening sessions across the state. These would be a combination of in-person and virtual. These would be done in a way to make sure that we have diverse voices from students, from tribal educators, indigenous families, educators, and other community groups. We know that there were many that spoke at November session around supporting this that we'd like to encourage and reach out to help make sure that we have good voices and good representation across the state as we do these listening sessions. These listening sessions will be focused on understanding the key elements of the Portrait of a Learner and Graduate. And we also know that we might have opportunities to not only learn from other state models, but also within the state how different local education agencies are already implementing, and learn from those successes as you think about those key elements and priorities. The proposed timeline is really built off of what we heard in discussion with State Board of Education staff. So we're going to aim to develop different feedback session protocols and associated materials based on the State Board of Education direction, and announce dates and times for those education partner engagement sessions between now and February. We're aiming to conduct those sessions in February to May. We're providing and hoping that we do 2 in-person and 2 virtual, depending on our partnerships and where we can get those hosted and the needs in the field, particularly in response to what's going on in Southern California. We want to make sure that we're able to get those voices in a time when they're able to contribute to it, rather than facing with the immediate crisis that they have with the fires. May into the beginning of June, we're aiming to synthesize the findings, share that information back to the State Board of Education for feedback during the July meeting, and then support the State Board of Education in terms of other supports that might be needed with the plan of the adoption of the policies would be happening at the September meeting. Are there any questions?
Are there clarifying questions? I think we're going to put a public comment slide. Let's put the public comment slide up first, and then we'll come to the clarifying questions, okay, in just a second, so that people can queue up if they want to provide comment on this item, calling the number and using the access code that will soon be in front of them. There it is. And while we're waiting for that, I'm going to ask Vice President Glover Woods to frame up any comments that she has, and then I'll ask for clarifying questions. And I'll come to you first, Member Lewis, because you are ready to ask one. But first, Vice President Glover Woods, why don't you give your framing?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Board, as you know, this is part of the conversation I believe we started in July around how to really ensure that we have something that can serve as a North Star for the view for learners in the state of California. And again, recognizing that LEAs, or I should say districts and schools throughout our state, many of them have engaged in this work and engaged with their local partners to develop portraits at their local level. And these, our state profile is not one that would supersede or even replace or even be mandated for others who don't have a portrait in place to develop one. But it really is a guide for us as we are talking about so many policy decisions. And I think this morning was a great example of all of the decisions we have before us as it even relates to accountability. So I appreciate our partners from AR that are going to really help us with a process to, one, get feedback from throughout this great state of California, as large and as vast as it is and as diverse as the voices are, to have opportunity to get that type of feedback. I was excited to hear about the understanding how important it is to get student voice from the community, from our tribal areas. We want to get as many voices from community partners in this as well. And so these listening sessions, as they were termed, will help to do that. In addition to the listening sessions, and again, just conceptualizing some in person, maybe one or two in person, and then some virtual opportunities, there may be other ways to get feedback as well, such as surveys or such as other ways that we can get information outside of just a formal meeting. But the goal, of course, as you all know, is to get as much feedback as possible from this. And one other thing I'll just kind of put up before we get to our public comment, and then I have another piece I'll say for afterwards, is as it relates to, you see us kind of toggling between portrait of a graduate, portrait of a learner. We keep jumping back and forth over that rope there. So I believe during this process, we'll be able to really look at what the term that would best represent what this document or this portrait would represent would be. Is it of a graduate or as a learner? And I think we're really looking long-term, not just the graduate, but really what is the portrait of a learner as they go through TK all the way through 12. So I'll pause there. I do have another comment that I'll bring during our general board discussion. Thank you so much, President Darling Hammond.
Of course. Member Lewis, did you have a clarifying question? Yeah.
That's a great question. And so we're committing to doing at least 2. If we have time to do more, we will try to do that. We're looking to figure out, we know in some situations where we're getting community feedback, it's easy to add on to an existing meeting that might be happening where people are already with a trusted organization that they're at an event for, and adding into that might be a way that we're able to access different voices that we wouldn't get in other situations. Particularly in tribal and indigenous communities, being invited into an existing meeting can really be helpful in terms of that partnership being a way of entering into the conversation rather than an outsider just setting up that conversation. We found in other states that that partnership can be really supportive of getting those voices that often aren't as frequently there, and making sure that they have a space where they feel already invited into that. Yes.
Are there any other clarifying questions before we take public comment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment in the room.
There are 5 people signed up. If you are in the room, please line up at the microphone in the back as I call your name. Lindsay Tornatore, Diana Vu, Cristina Salazar, Roman Stearns, and Tom Adams.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. As the State Board proceeds with the next steps in this process, we respectfully offer the following recommendations. Please continue to prioritize the collection of diverse educational partner input to ensure the final product honors California's diversity, especially as it impacts future policymaking decisions. Consider developing 3 interconnected portraits because inclusion of a portrait of the adults and of the system sends a strong message that is the responsibility of the adults, not solely the students, to create the conditions students need to succeed. Redefining student success, the county superintendents urge the board to embrace this process as an opportunity to redefine student success in a manner that fosters greater equity across California. Currently, our system promotes a dichotomy that only college or career equals success. California serves students who do not fit this mold. This shift would ensure all students are recognized, supported, and empowered to reach their potential post-graduation. We look forward to engaging in the upcoming listening sessions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. Although AXA believes that an LEA-led, community-driven process is the ideal approach for developing a local portrait of a graduate or learner, we appreciate the board's commitment that any state-level portrait adopted by the board would not result in any additional requirements for LEAs. In addition, it is also crucial that the state board's work does not set a precedent or create pressure for local portraits to align with the state-adopted model. As such, clear and consistent communication from the state is vital to avoid any misinterpretation of a statewide portrait of a graduate, of what a statewide portrait of a graduate means, ensuring that local communities retain flexibility to develop portraits that reflect their distinct educational priorities and goals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cristina Salazar with Californians Together. Excuse me, don't count that towards a minute. We fully support the ongoing effort to develop a state portrait of graduate or learner. We appreciate the language saying that the portrait provides a comprehensive vision of what every student should know and be able to do at key educational milestones, ensuring that they are well prepared for their next steps. This aligns with the 4 principles of the English Learner Roadmap, and we recommend it be integrated to ensure inclusivity and equity. We also recommend adding multilingualism as a core aspiration under the communication category. This would put California in a position of leader and reinforcing the importance of the state seal of biliteracy. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Roman Stearns with Scaling Student Success. I'd like to tell a personal story as a way to make a point. The first time I stood in front of this board was in 1980. I was a high school senior, one of 50 students selected across the state as part of the student advisors to the Board of Education. For our team, I presented a proposal that would have required all students to take a life skills class which prioritized personal finance, as well as nutrition and other topics. I'm thrilled to hear that finally, nearly 50 years later, all students will be required to complete a course in personal finance. Think about the millions of young people and their families who would have benefited over the decades if the state board in 1980 would have listened to the wisdom of students. While much has changed since 1980, one thing has not. As educators and policymakers, we must trust that young people know best what they need for their future. So as the state board pursues its portrait, I hope that you'll model best practice and fully engage marginalized youth. This time, let's heed their wisdom.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. Tom Adams of Scaling Student Success, former trustee for Davis Joint Unified, former Deputy Superintendent here at CDE, and I just want to first state my appreciation for you as board members, and I can say that sincerely from my background. As the State Board considers its process for engaging stakeholders in developing its portrait. We hope that you will model best practices by fully engaging all students, especially marginalized youth. When portrait processes center adult voices, we typically get a long, common list of outcomes. Students who are academically prepared, self-directed, effective communicators, and other things. These are important things, and we should honor them. However, when we center the voices of all young people, we often get some critical additions like financial and digital literacy, healthy mind and body, sense of purpose, sense of self, and in my experience in Davis, kindness and compassion.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good place to end, with kindness and compassion. And, you know, the wheels of bureaucracy move slowly, 50 years, but they do eventually move. The arc of justice, as Martin Luther King would say. Do we have any speakers in the phone?
We do have one caller in the queue. I'll open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4691. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members. This is Carlos Machado with the California School Board Association. I want to thank the board for the emphasis placed in prior discussions and materials, noting that a state-level portrait will not result in any new requirements for LEAs, and Dr. Glover Wood's comments today. As you know, many LEAs have developed their own portraits that reflect local priorities and the interests of their local communities. We remain concerned that a state portrait could have an homogenizing effect on local developed portraits and by extension diminish local priorities that do not align with the state portrait. We look forward to working with the State Board to emphasize and protect the important space for local priorities to flourish, whether those be in an LEA portrait or elsewhere. We are committed to working with you to address these and other unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
All right. At this point, we are open for board discussion. Member Escobedo, you look like you're ready to go.
Right, and in line with that student-centered approach, I just wondered when we receive the data, if we can have it disaggregated by group. And if there can be also an inclusion of focus groups as well. I'm really interested in hearing students who are disenfranchised, maybe in the DAS school, if that could be one place where we can hear those voices of students that have gone through the system, but somehow did not do well and needed to go to another. So I would love to hear those voices, maybe the voices of our long-term ELs, right? So if some of this data can be shared in a disaggregated form, I think it would be quite useful for us.
Other comments or questions? Vice President Glover Woods?
Thank you for everyone who gave public comment, and it sounds like we're all, in a sense, singing the same song, and again, appreciate the idea of making sure that the voices who are not usually heard are heard in this process, most definitely. I say to the board, I think as we move forward with this work, we have many, let me back up by saying we have many lanes of work in 2025 that seem to happen and will be happening simultaneously. We just heard quite a bit on work around the accountability work plan, the personal finance curriculum, and also the development of a state portrait of a learner or graduate. And we're also looking at a timeline of bringing a draft of a portrait back to the full board in July, and then perhaps to be able to finalize in September. So I say all that to say what? I say all that to say I think it would be beneficial if we are able to engage in this work in the process, perhaps with an ad hoc or a subcommittee of the board that would be able to do some work in this area, fully recognizing how impacted everyone's schedule is. So I just throw that out. It's not a decision or anything for us to make now, but being able to have a subgroup, if you will, of the board that can help engage in the listening sessions along with AIR, I think will be very important. And it will be very essential for us to have ears and eyes in the process as we engage with our educational partners throughout the state. So I just lift that up for your already full calendars to just consider. And perhaps Brooks, the state board staff, will be able to assist us in how to best develop that subcommittee fairly soon so we can get started with this work.
All right, Member Clausen and then Member Rodriguez.
I'd just like to briefly echo members Escobedo and Glover Woods and the presenters as well, just discussing the importance of student voice, but also the excitement of adding student voice to this process. I believe this is a very exciting, enriching thing for students to be discussing. And so I will be, conducting feedback. I will be talking to students, and then of course would love to engage in official ways within this role to discuss students, especially our marginalized and underserved communities, about what they would like to see and how they would like to be reflected aspirationally, but also authentically, because we have students who are already, stellar examples of what we need our graduates and learners to be. And so I'm just volunteering myself once again for conducting that surveying.
All right, Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, and thank you so much for the presentation and the public comments. I think back to when we had our first study session and just how exciting it was to hear from people who came in to share about what was happening in their schools. And then when Lou from Kentucky, Lou's her name, right? Yes. Spoke to us about what they were doing in Kentucky and just the excitement that that gives me for, in a non-prescriptive way, of course, but for us to think about, as one of the students said earlier today, about the future. And not with our lens, but with the lens of marginalized communities, students who don't feel like they have a voice, that they actually go to listening sessions, parents, and just to be able to create a cohesive portrait of a graduate that represents the goals that we have here in California. So I'm excited to see where we take this. Thank you.
Terrific. Other comments, questions? So seeing none, I think.
Member McQuillan has his hand up on Zoom.
Member McQuillan, please, yes.
Oh, thank you. I just want to show my appreciation for this topic. Also, I presented to the California Oversight Committee to American Indians on this topic, and they were very pleasantly surprised on being included in this process and taking the process back to their LEAs. California has over 109 federally recognized tribes and well over 700,000 American Indians in California. So I know it was brought up that giving American Indians a voice in this process too. I just want to express my appreciation for that. So thank you.
Perfect. All right. So we've got a process that's going to get rolling. I want to ask Vice President Glover Woods if you want to summarize anything else about where we're heading and what we should be keeping in mind, and then we can, because it's an information item, we do not need to vote.
And what I would say in summary is, first of all, we're at a great next step. Excited to see how this has moved along from a conversation in July to where we are now. And what I believe I am hearing and what I foresee is that we will continue to work with AIR to finalize what these listening sessions will look like, when they will be held, what formats they will be held, and other ways we will get feedback. And we will begin to engage in this work. One thing I didn't say in some of my earlier comments was, again, just a reiteration that the wheel need not be recreated. LEAs throughout the state, over 100 or so, have done this hard work, and we can build off of the common traits and commonalities in those portraits, as well as the portraits that have been developed in other states. I believe there might be about 18 or so throughout our country. So again, we don't have to start from square one. We do need it to be reflective of the lens of California, if you will, in the California way. On the same hand, I think we have a great beginning start, as well as those organizations that have already been engaged in this work and have been doing this work, educational partners that have been doing this and supporting along the way, that we have a great first step. So in summary, that was a long summary, Dr. Darling-Hammond. I'm sure, I don't even know that it falls within the definition of summary at this point. It has gone into a dissertation, but in the summary of my summary, next steps will be to finalize our process to really get rich, authentic educator feedback and engage in this process over the next few months. Thank you.
Terrific. So I think we're off and running with this initiative, and I'm going to move us along to item 14. Item 14 is the state annual performance report for Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 2004, covering program year 2023-24. The California Department of Education recommends that we review and approve the executive summary of the FFY 2023 APR for Part B of IDEA. This item will be presented by Rachel Heenan of the CDE and Scott Turner of the California Early Childhood Special Education Network. Please begin. Nice to see you.
Is it on? Hello? Good, thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling-Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, esteemed board. Thank you for allowing me and my staff to present here today. As you said, I'm Dr. Rachel Heenan. I have been the director for the Special Education Division for a little bit over a year. Have truly had the experience of my life, and I really am excited about the opportunities and the work that's happening up and down the state to support our students with disabilities. I'm here today with some of my colleagues to review the annual performance report, and I'm sure some of you know we call this affectionately as the APR, which truly looks at the outcomes of our students with disabilities in California, the progress we are making, the areas of need, the areas where we can celebrate, and the bottom line is we need to do this together. So before we dive into the data, I would like to take a moment to recognize our families in the Los Angeles County area. I live in Los Angeles County, have been there for 25 years, and can't thank enough the families, the staff, the superintendents, the directors of special education to make sure that our families are, number one, safe, that they're supported, that they have access to an education, if they can access to it, they have access to it, and for their ongoing commitment and communication with us to make sure that our most vulnerable students' needs are being met. So I do want to recognize that. I also want to recognize this is a time of celebration, as this is the 50th year, the 50th anniversary of the IDEA. So if you think 50 years ago, that's not that long ago. That's not that long ago when our students with disabilities were not going to school. They were served in institutions, not accessing any education or peers. So this is a celebration. We have come a long way, but we have a long way to go, and we know that. And the last thing is I do want to express my gratitude to the state superintendent for always putting with students with disabilities on the front burner when he goes to speak, when he's with our legislator, when he's with our Department of Education, for always reassuring that IDEA and the services for our students with disabilities will continue. Now, I'm sure all of you have read this data, and we're going to do things a little differently today. I didn't want to do what we call a data dump because it gets overwhelming. What we did want to highlight is what we're doing well in the state of California, where we need to improve, and then also bring up our state system of support partners to talk about how we're supporting our earliest learners, our early intervention. And you can see from the work that they're doing and the data that we're going to review, we are seeing great gains. So again, this is a journey. This isn't something that we see change in 2 years, 5 years. We have 850,000 students with disabilities in California. When I was presenting yesterday at AXA in San Diego, I equated that. People just kind of gloss over 850,000, but if someone were to hand you a check for $850,000, it kind of is quite eye-opening, the number of students we have that we need to serve. So as you can see from your data, we know our students in K-12 in general, we are a declining enrollment, probably like most states, especially in California. Our students with disabilities, K through 12, over 10 years, as you can see, we've gone from 600,000 to over 700,000. That does not include our earliest learners. Oh, thank you. And again, if you look at our total number of students, 851,000 students with disabilities. Again, my message that has been this whole year, we can't do this alone. My staff can't do this alone. Our state system of support partners, we can't do it. We need to work together, and we're starting to see some great gains. The next slide is just a simple way to see this. As you can see, we had a steady increase over the past 12 years. And then we hit our COVID years of 2021, 2022, but look at the trajectory. How many more students have been identified since COVID? Mostly, we see the gains in our students identified with autism, our students who have specific learning disabilities, and our speech and language impaired students. And when I presented yesterday, I actually put up a map of the United States of America. In California, the number of students with disabilities is greater than the total population of 4 states. Let me say that again. There are 4 states in the United States of America that do not have a total population that we have for students with disabilities. So our needs are great, and we'll continue to work towards them. I know some people have asked about our students with disabilities represented in our LCFF groups, and the numbers remain pretty constant. We have about 70% of our students with disabilities who are also a foster student, who are also a student who received free and reduced lunch, a student who is a multilingual language learner. So 70% of those students are also and should be supported in our LCFF funding. 30% are not. That shouldn't be much of a surprise. So next, we're going to dive into some of the annual performance report, or the APR. We're going to talk about some of our indicators. And again, we have 18 indicators for special education that we report to the U.S. Department of Education that looks at how our students with disabilities are performing in California. So we will go through some of those, not all, and we'll take questions at the end. Please know, and without further ado, I'd like to introduce Shiloh Duncan Bessaril, whom many of you know. She is a veteran in our office. Feel honored to work with her and her knowledge to keep our system moving forward. Shiloh.
Good afternoon, board members. I come here, this might be the first year, Dr. Heenan here, this might be my 10th year presenting this data to you. But I always love coming here. You always are so lovely with us. So the annual performance report is a report we must submit to the U.S. Department of Education. It is one of the factors that is required in order for us to receive the $1.4 billion in federal funds that support students directly. So 99% of those funds go directly to students to support them in districts. And so we must complete this report, but I promise we will try to make it as painless as possible for you to watch. I'm going to review some of the indicators. This chart, as well as the following 2 charts on the slides, are in the executive summary. And the things I want to say here is the tagline I always say, which is you'll look at this and it'll say no. Oh, we didn't meet the targets. Yes, we did not meet all of our targets. but we are heading in the right direction. So if you will look at these charts and the charts that follow them, you will see that we are making gains in lots of spaces within our special education. These particular indicators are very challenging for us to meet because they are either 0 or 100%, which means if we find one non-compliance, if we have one student who doesn't meet a timeline, then we have not met the target. But if you will see, we are trending in the right direction for most of them. These are our performance indicators. If you remember, maybe a few years ago, I believe in 2021, we set the targets for these. These were set with an educational partner group that identified where we wanted to go as a state for our students with disabilities. As you can see, the same story. We are not meeting all of our targets. We are meeting some, not all, but we are trending in the right direction. Same thing for these as well. What I do want to highlight for you all is how we here at the department view our work. And we believe that if we have students in the right placement, in the right supports, exposed to high quality instruction, that it will lead to a reduction in behavior, an increase in learning that's exhibited through our statewide assessments, and that will lead to graduation and post-school achievement. Something like 60% of adults with disabilities are unemployed, and so part of the work that we want to be able to do is set students on the right path to address some of those deficits. One of the things I do want to highlight here is we will be showing a video in a little while that is going to highlight, in some ways, the portrait of a graduate for us and what we see when we see our children and the exemplars in some of our LEAs who are working really hard to make inclusive environments for students in the right places. Now, again, I'm a data person, but I am not going to bore you with data right after lunch. But I did select a couple of indicators that I wanted to highlight for you all so you all could see some of the work that we are doing, and it's going to lead into some of our work with our system of support. So I wanted to highlight indicator 5, which is one that folks always have questions about. This is part of our theory of action, getting students in the right placements. And you will see we did not meet our targets, not all of them, but we did see a trend in the right direction. And so when I say that we have an increase of 1.21%, we are talking about the change of placement to a more inclusive environment for more than 35,000 students. So that is a big change. And so I think we want to be able to highlight that as well. And then the same thing for having students in more restrictive environments. We have fewer and fewer of them. So again, the same tagline, we didn't meet the target, but we are trending in the right direction. And it should be noted that when we make these changes in the state, it is very hard to move the needle because we are a very large state. But what we want to be able to see is the change over year over year over year. We could be seeing the change in placement for the equivalent of all the students in a single district could change their placement, and that would only highlight the state just a little bit. So something to keep in mind. Indicator 6 is our preschool least restrictive environment indicator, and that one is, again, we're not meeting the targets, but we are trending in the right direction, and even here we're seeing a greater trend in the right direction, almost a change of 5% from last year to here. Our preschool students served in more inclusive environments, and they're receiving their services in those inclusive environments, which I think is really important to highlight. Our population changes over the last several years for this population group has changed significantly. Part of that was due to some changes that the U.S. Department of Education made on this indicator, but also changes in how we are have reflected some of the work in this space. In 2021 and 2022, the U.S. Department of Education made a change to this indicator, which now students who are in TK and 5 years old are now included in the school age, that indicator 5. So that's why you'll see a significant change here. But what's exciting for me is that we are finding more students who need supports earlier on. And as we know, this is an on-ramp to future success. If we can identify areas of concern earlier, we can address it with the right supports, get students in the right placements, and put them on a track towards long-term outcomes. The next two indicators I did want to highlight. I try to end on a somewhat positive note if I can, in my part, which is the two indicators we did meet, which is graduation and dropout. I do want to note that this indicator is significantly different from our graduation indicator in the dashboard. So it's kind of like an apple and an orange, but we call them both grapes. It's just not the same thing. But these are students who exited special education with IEPs and graduating with a regular high school diploma. And the result was almost 80%. We did meet this target, and then our dropout rate also went down, and we were meeting this target as well. So I think that's really exciting. That tells us a little bit about our theory of action. If we're getting more kids in the right places, getting exposed to that high quality instruction, then what we're gonna see is we're gonna see impact in these indicators. It just doesn't happen as quickly as we would like. But I think what's exciting is that there's so much more opportunity and options for parents and families to begin to meet their goals in this space. And I know Dr. Heenan wants to talk a little bit more about some of the pathways that we've had open to us last year. So.
Now, I was asked to briefly talk about the diploma pathways. I think this is kind of like a hot button issue right now, a hot topic, as we say, in the field of special education, but an exciting topic. Like we talk about this portrait of a graduate, portrait of a student, portrait of a successful student. Students who have options for diplomas or their next steps will be more successful. And we will also see probably a decrease in our dropout rate. They're all connected. So I just want to take you very quickly just to clarify some of the diploma pathways that we have. In the past, many years, we've had a student who was able to meet the graduation requirements and receive a diploma. Then if you look down on the green bar, for many years, this was the only option. If a student did not receive a diploma, they could receive a certificate of completion, a certificate of attendance, I've heard some districts call them, and they continue to receive their services until age 22. Most often, these were our students with the most extensive needs. More recently, we are really excited for some options to open the door for our students with disabilities towards a diploma, which will increase their access to not only college, but to also career opportunities where we know that many companies require a diploma for employment. So if you look at the top blue bar, we have some of the work that's already been happening, and this is for our most extensive needs students, and it is an opportunity for an alternative pathway to a diploma. Again, this is our most extensive student needs, and most of them will receive a diploma and can continue their journey to hopefully an inclusive college program that we're really trying to push up and down the state. And many of these students will, again, continue to receive their services until age 22. We also have another pathway in the orange that is being worked on right now. It's being led by the work from WestEd. We have some pilot work going out, a lot of feedback from our LEAs. And this is basically how I, in my head, keep it straight, is we call this as an alternative means for students to express their understanding. So when we put it that way, it helps clarify. So many of our students, and then we'll talk a little bit after, have the option to show their understanding, not by the standard way that we assess all students. They might be using an eye gaze machine. They might be expressing themselves through pictures or through other ways. So we're working right now with LEAs to make sure teachers are trained, not just our special ed teachers, but our general ed teachers truly understand there's multiple ways for a student to express their understanding of the content. And then by 2027, this will be in place so that all students, both students that have extensive needs and students who are considered to have a more mild or moderate disability, will have options open for them like never before. So know that we're doing a lot of training up and down the state. We're providing a lot of technical assistance to LEAs to make sure that there's understanding, and that work will continue at least for another 2 years till everybody understands their role, responsibilities, and to move our students towards this portrait of a graduate. So I want to bring this all together. So as Shiloh talked about, we have the right placement, supports, services, that rightful presence of a students with disabilities. It is their right to be included. And we're bringing this up as, I want to show a little video of a clip of one of our students, Ethan Thomas. Ethan's from Walnut Valley High School District. He graduated last year. Some of you might have seen his videos kind of go viral he recently presented last year at his graduation ceremony. Most of the time, we see our 4.8 students give quite an amazing speech, and Ethan was given the opportunity to present at commencement and talk about his experience, where he was and where he's going. And this truly is, when we have the right support system in place, this should be the opportunity for all our students. So, I don't know about pressing play anywhere here. So I just press the picture.
Hello, class of 2024. My name is Ethan Thomas. That's not the right thing. See if you can get it to project. See if the vendor can project a video instead of this PowerPoint. What's on the screen here? Can you project what's on the screen right now? There we go, perfect. Hello, class of 2024. My name is Ethan Thomas. I have spent 4 years here, and it's been a great time. You might have noticed me talking to myself and making puppet hands during break time or passing period. This is called stemming. When I feel stressed or overwhelmed, my stemming increases, and I won't be able to focus and hear people when they're speaking to me. I wasn't trying to be weird or ignore you. I do these things because I have autism and little things can throw me off, so stemming helps me calm down. The staff here at Diamond Bar High School helped me be successful in more ways than I can count. If it wasn't for their hard work, patience, and dedication, I wouldn't be here ready and excited for the next chapter in my life. Next school year, I'm going to Mount Sac. Some of you might see me there. Remember to say hi. I bet, just by seeing me around campus, some of you thought I couldn't give a commencement speech. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my school and those who believed in me, advocated for me, and finally, those who decided to take a chance on me to stand in front of you and give the speech. Did you know I taught myself how to play Mozart on a keyboard just by looking at the lights on the keys as the keyboard plays by itself? I don't play it like a person who has taken keyboard or piano lessons. I play it my way. That's called different but able. Some of you will someday get a job and have a position where you decide who to hire and not hire. You should decide who to hire based on the person's abilities. If I can give you one piece of advice as you go into the real world and work with people who are different, with different abilities, that would be to judge people by what they're able to do rather than what you see on the outside. Being different doesn't mean being unable to do things. We're all very different from each other, doing things that others might not understand. That doesn't mean we're not normal. There's no such thing as normal. What is normal after all? Thank you.
So Ethan received a diploma. Ethan is the portrait of a graduate. Ethan has disabilities. Ethan is now on the circuit being asked to come speak all over the place. This is what we want for all our students. And last, I'm just going to, before I just quickly introduce and hand over our state system of support, I want everybody to know that our U.S. Department of Education mission and priorities, I put this up last year. And that top bar to improve early childhood, education, and employment outcomes, and raise expectations for all people with disabilities, families, communities, in the nation will continue. We will continue that work in California when we lead for equitable outcomes. I showed this slide last year, and our goals will continue as our data support that we need to continue to working on delivering a comprehensive program for all our students. We're focusing on their rightful presence, not only to be in the classroom, but to be on the commencement stage, speaking to their other students. We're making sure that we have these diploma pathways in place so that students have greater opportunities for work, for college, throughout the state of California or wherever they may land. This work will continue for all of us, and we're going to lead the work with our partners in the state. Again, my 800,000 students, we can't do this alone. We can't do this as a board. We can't do this in my division. And I wanted just to highlight, these are some of the partners, and I wish when I was a director, I knew that these partnerships existed. And I wish I knew where to go when I was creating my collaborative co-teaching program, because I was inside my own district going, I don't know who to go to. If I only knew. We have SIP, we have CalExi, we have all these support, state system of support, and our goal this year is to make sure every single district looks at their data and determines who they need to connect with to improve their data for students with disabilities. So without further ado, I just would like to introduce Noelia Hernandez. She is now the new associate director, in the Division of Special Education, overseeing complaints resolution, which we're highlighting as the key word as we opened our constituent office, to really hear our families, to hear them out, to address their needs right at the ground level, and to return them back and to assist to work with our school districts, because many of these families have a 22-year relationship with a school district. So we're working really hard to promote alternative dispute resolution options, to cut down on our complaints. And Noelia is truly going to lead the work of our community partners, which she already has, and overseeing the early childhood division, which she'll introduce Scott and Melanie, who are here today. So Noelia.
Thank you, Dr. Heenan. Hello, President Darling Hammond, VP Glover Woods, and esteemed board. I'd like to introduce the California Early Childhood Special Education, or CalExi, as one of our key partners in advancing early special education for the state. Dr. Scott Turner is here today. He's worked in the field of special education for approximately 20 years, including a position as an early childhood education specialist, district special education administrator, and adjunct faculty serving higher ed. Currently, Dr. Turner is the executive director of the East San Gabriel Valley SELPA and co-executive director of CalExi. With him today also is Melanie Hertig, who has over 25 years of experience in education. She was a preschool school psychologist, a special education director in Riverside County, and after 10 years as an executive director of special education SELPA supporting Irvine Union School District in Orange County, is now serving as the co-executive director of CalExi Network in the full-time capacity. Please join me in welcoming them.
Thank you, Noelia. Just want to thank the State Board of Education and also CDE for having us here today. I know our time is limited, so we're going to try to be brief, but I just want to recognize those other partners that were mentioned. Any of them could be here today just sharing the exciting work that's occurring throughout the state. And so we're honored to be here, but please know that those other projects are working diligently to improve outcomes for our students with disabilities. We wanted to provide you a brief overview of the CalExi Network, California Early Childhood Special Education Network. A little bit of history, it dates back to Senate Bill 75, so the education trailer bill that was signed by Governor Newsom July 1st of 2019. That led to the Part C to B for Cal Kids work group. And this work group had about 50 expert practitioners from throughout the state, LEAs, school districts, county offices, SELPAs, family empowerment centers, family resource centers, regional centers, and also had a steering committee led by the Department of Developmental Services and CDE, really looking at the outcomes for our youngest children as they leave Part C services, where DDS, Department of Developmental Services, is the lead agency, and transition to school districts primarily at age 3. And so specific recommendations came out of that report to improve outcomes and transition for California's youngest learners. The work group was held during the pandemic, but that really was not the impetus, but it definitely was helpful for us to work through those challenges of transitioning those students to school districts during the pandemic. Department of Developmental Services and CDE were present throughout the work group, and they worked expeditiously to respond to those recommendations. And that is the impetus of CalExi. We were funded by the California Department of Education through federal IDEA 619 funds, and we're addressing indicators related to preschool. So indicator 6, preschool LRE, indicator 7, which is preschool outcomes, and we work very closely with Desired Results Access Project at a Napa County Office of Ed to support that work, and indicator 12, which is the Part C to B transition, having an individualized education program in place for every child by their 3rd birthday. We also are working diligently for Child Find, that's indicator 11, ensuring that we work with other agencies to ensure any child suspected of a disability can be found eligible and receive early intervention, and just really disseminating best practices for early childhood special education throughout the field. Real quick on our organization, our work is led out of the East San Gabriel Valley SELPA and the Irvine Unified School District, so Melanie and myself serve as the co-executive directors. We also have a project coordinator and now program specialists in Northern and Southern California. When we were funded in the spring of 2022, we worked diligently to survey the field. And when we say the field, we're talking about county offices, school districts, SELPAs, family empowerment centers, research centers, family resource centers, also working with our regional center partners. And at the same time, we put out a competitive application process for some of these agencies that had exemplar practices to help lead some work. And so the areas are defined, as you see here on this slide. Interagency collaboration, we have a SELPA and a regional center who are showcasing the work occurring in San Diego County on how school districts and regional centers work together to make sure that that transition is successful. A lot of work with assessment practices, so ensuring that our practitioners have evidence-based practices to thoroughly assess our youngest learners. A lot of work with assessment team leadership. So how do our leaders in our school districts, if their background is not preschool, how do they oversee a preschool assessment team and make sure that those cases are assigned appropriately and that timelines are met? Working with other agencies, including Help Me Grow and First Five out of Orange County, to increase preschool child fine, so ensuring that those students with disabilities or children at that age are identified as expeditiously as possible. We work with family empowerment centers, and we have Parents Place Family Empowerment Center leading the work with parent outreach and support. And then also data governance. We need to have accurate data, and so that work is currently led out of East County SELPA, who also runs the High Quality IEPs project shown on a previous slide. And we're very passionate working with our partners, including supporting inclusive practices on innovative and inclusive practices. We strongly believe that if we could set a trajectory in younger years of education, that our students can be educated alongside their typically developing peers and stay on that trajectory into high school and beyond. With those agencies leading that work through memorandums of understanding, we also have identified geographic technical assistance facilitators in parts of the state to make sure that this information is disseminated out. As Dr. Heenan mentioned, we want everyone to know that these resources are available, and so we use our GTAFs, as we call them, to help with that, and they're all on MOUs as well with our network. I wouldn't say stole, but we collaboratively use the California County Superintendent's model. Many of you are familiar with this, the different regions throughout the state that have been successful in many other models. And so those are the regions that we use in our work. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Melanie.
Our CalXC network team intentionally designed a system of support that we wanted to get down to the practitioner level. So when I speak of our preschool practitioner level, I'm talking about preschool teachers, preschool speech therapists, preschool school psychologists, and those program administrators that supervise those preschool programs. We know sometimes that information is, provided at maybe the top of the levels and doesn't necessarily always make its way down to the people that are actually doing the work. So we wanted to ensure as we were developing this system of support that it was designed to reach those practitioners in the field. Therefore, our exemplar leads and our geographic technical assistant facilitators develop content for multiple virtual workshops that are offered throughout the year. And we do those virtual workshops midday, after school, and then we also record those workshops so that people can access those trainings at their own convenience and times that they're able to do that. The exemplar leads and our geographic technical assistants facilitators have also developed resources and guidance documents that we push out to the field, and they're also housed on our CalXC website for easy access. We also receive questions daily from our info@calxc.org site. We do our best to answer those questions. We typically can, but if there's a question that we can't answer, we have so many connections with that statewide assistant of support and the California Department of Education that are able to provide those answers to people in the field. We ambitiously felt a need for a conference-like platform for people in this field to be able to learn and grow professionally. We held our second symposium this last October, and we were very pleasantly surprised, but we were very surprised, I guess you could say, that we had 700 attendees. This was our second symposium. We had about 600 at our first and 700 at our second. So that just kind of demonstrates that there's a need and the field is hungry for this information, and that's the feedback that we often receive from practitioners in the field. We really need something specific for those preschoolers. We were able to offer 50 different sessions, and we were able to do that many sessions for this symposium because we had sessions provided by staff from California Department of Education, Department of Developmental Services, our other statewide system of support partners, and other experts from the field. So it was very rich in the professional learning that occurred at that symposium. Thank you. CalXC also provides intensive and targeted support. So as part of that statewide system of support, we are a technical assistance provider, and we are assigned districts specifically who require support through that compliance improvement monitoring process. And so we engage with those districts that are identified specifically for those preschool needs and provide support for them. We also, in working with Dr. Heenan and her staff, recognize that we have a great opportunity to also provide proactive support. So in working with her team, we've identified specifically for indicators 6, 7, and 12. So again, 6 is least restrictive environment, 7 is the DR access assessment outcomes, and 12, that Part C to B transition. We're starting with indicator 6, and we've identified 100 districts that are within 5% of meeting that target. And so Cal-EXE has engaged in a series of sessions and have invited those 100 districts to participate in those sessions, where we specifically help them look at their program practices, look at the accuracy of the data that they're reporting, in an effort to try to help them just get over that, get over the little gaps and help them achieve those indicator goals in the near future. The interest has been high. We actually start our first session this Friday, and we have many of those 100 districts that have teams that are participating, so that is great to report. And lastly, talk about our communities of practice. When I was a brand new a school psychologist, my boss said, "Can you please work in preschool?" And to be honest, I was not comfortable at that point early in my career assessing 3 and 4-year-olds. It is very different than working with a child who's 10, 14, 16 years old. So I knew a couple colleagues in neighboring districts that were the preschool school psychologists in their districts, and I reached out to them. We started meeting regularly just to share best practices, to share strategies that we use in testing kiddos on the floor, versus then sitting in a chair, working with families who have just been informed that their child has some type of disability, sharing our assessment tools, the way we write our reports, how to work and provide different program options to very young children that have different levels of needs. Well, that little small group, that community of 3 of us in that county at the time, which was Riverside, now 20 years later has grown into every district in that county participates in that consortium group. So something very small took hold and had grown. So our network took that idea and wanted to apply that concept across the state. So thinking about the map that Dr. Turner shared with you all, that county, the region map, we have 11 regions in the state, and we have staff and our geographic technical assistants, facilitators assigned to each region, and we currently are developing those communities of practice across the state. Now, some of those communities do already exist. So we did surveys, asked questions of colleagues, and so we've identified a few places in the state where they do have a specifically preschool community of practice for those practitioners in the field. And so we've invited ourselves to support those existing communities of practice. And where those communities of practice do not exist, we're developing those communities of practice. And the interest has been very high. We're proud to share that with you all. I think there's, unfortunately, for that preschool programming world, it is different than working with older children. And we have so many practitioners that are new to the field that people are always hungry for this information and want to learn from veterans in the field how to support these very young learners. We want to thank you for having us here today and able to share more about our project. Thank you very much.
Turn it back to Dr. Heenan.
Yes, we'll turn this back to Dr. Heenan.
Thank you, Scott, Melanie, for coming, just to highlight some of the amazing work we're doing, especially for our early learners. And I first thank you for your time. It's always an honor to be here and I know we kind of go over our time, but we just have so much that we're doing to support our students with disabilities. We've come so far in 50 years, but we have a lot further to go, and we're ready to do it. So with that,
I get the business side, which is we do request that you approve our 2023 annual performance report for submission to the U.S. Department of Education in order to fulfill our requirements under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act.
Thank you so much. Can you put up the public comment slide as well? Because we are going to ask people who would like to call in for public comment to queue up now. If you are interested in calling in, you would call the phone number on the slide that is about to be displayed along with the access code. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison, member Yoshimoto Tari, if she has any initial comments for us.
Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Heenan and Shiloh for presenting today, and particularly for not only highlighting the areas where we need to, our progress, but also areas we need to grow. Also, Cal-EXE, Scott, and Melanie, thank you for being here today. When we think about students with disabilities, everything's so interconnected. Anything we talk about at the board usually involves students with disabilities. think about community schools, behavioral health, financial literacy. So the work really has to be interconnected. And sometimes the way we're organized isn't always connected, right? We have certain divisions that are focused on something. And so they really need to work across divisions and across agencies to support students with disabilities. So our county offices, our SELPAs, many of our educational partners are all working together. The one thing I wanted to highlight is I think what was different about this year's presentation, and I want to commend you for that, is that you really tried to tell a story with the data. There's so many items, it's difficult to sometimes just hear the numbers, but telling the story and specifically focusing on what we can do between year to year, right? Between January to January, what are the action steps that are happening to improve the outcomes that we're seeing with our students? So thank you for doing that, and we look forward to making meaningful progress, and thank you. We look forward to the discussion and approving the APR today.
Are there any clarifying questions before we hear public comment? All right, we'll give you a little break in case we have public comment. Is there any public comment in the room?
We have 2 people signed up for public comment. Please come to the microphone, Lorraine Richard and Angela Stiegel.
Hello, I'm Lorraine Richards. I'm a classroom teacher representing California Teacher Association. According to the instructions from the U.S. Department of Education, Indicator 7 is only a preschool indicator. However, starting this school year, CDE is now mandating that all TKK students under age 6 with IEPs be administered the DRDP assessments and have cited Indicator 7 as the reason for that change. CDE special ed staff states that this change was necessary in order to use that data for Indicator 7 of the state performance plan. This is a significant change from normal practices and has already resulted in significant workload issues for our teachers. We do not believe that TKK students should be included in this data unless mandated by the U.S. Department of Education. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angela Stiegel, classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. With regards to the expanded scope of Indicator 7, I align my comments with my colleague and do not believe TK and kindergarten students should be included in this data unless mandated to do so by the U.S. Department of Education. When data for other indicators in the state performance plan is meant to include TK or kinder students, the indicator descriptions from the federal government expressly use those terms, such as Indicator 5. Currently, the Indicator 7 description does not include TK or kinder and is specific to only preschool. And previously, TK and kinder data were not included for Indicator 7. We are confused as to why the CDE is insisting on including TK kinder students in this data set when kindergarten is not considered part of the preschool program. Thank you.
And we have 2 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 8806. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Hefty. I'm the director of East County, the previous chair of the SELPA Administrators Association, and I'm calling on behalf of the SELPA Administrators of California. First, thank you to the State Board of Education and other policymakers for the ongoing focus when it comes for our students with disabilities and technical assistance through the statewide support. We would like to provide public comment on the California Department of Education Division, Special Education Division's monitoring system. As we continue to work towards improving outcomes for our students with disabilities reflected in the state performance plan you've heard today, we have worked collaboratively with the California Department of Education Special Education Division to support these efforts with our member LEAs. The CDE has provided specialized training to our association on the monitoring and improvement activities focused on student outcomes, and our association and the SELPAs across have had an opportunity to work with technical assistance providers led by SELPAs within the Compliance Improvement Monitoring SIM system. SELPAs are a part of providing direct support their LEA.
Thank you,
So
caller.
itself is leading project within the state.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller with the last four digits, 6972. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Tavia Lawson. I am a parent member of a community advisory committee, and I'm also an employee with the Family Empowerment Center. I really wanted to express my appreciation to the California Department of Education and also to the State Board of Education on your efforts on focusing on improving outcomes for students with disabilities. And I was really appreciative of hearing the presentation today regarding amplifying the student voices, also about the important collaboration between all agencies, including the local educational agencies, the family resource and empowerment centers, regional centers, just to name a few. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 14.
All right. Moving to State Board discussion. Are there questions or comments from members of the board? Member Roscoe Gonzalez and then Member Escobedo.
Going along the lines of what public comment was, I'm just seeking clarification regarding that recent change to the indicator 7 in the state annual performance report, specifically the inclusion of the TK kinder students in the DRDP assessments. Could you clarify why the CDE is now including the TK kinder students in the data for indicator 7 when it was not the practice in the past?
So there's a little bit of a history lesson that needs to go. So in the measurement table, so none of these indicators are set by CDE. We cannot decide how we calculate them, and we cannot decide how we determine who goes in where. Under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and under the measurement table that supports the annual performance report, which is the directions from the U.S. Department of Education to us about these indicators, it does not say preschool, it says children ages 3 through 5. In the past, prior to the implementation of universal TK, and there were very few 5-year-old children in kindergarten. But once we implemented TK, there were more 5-year-old children in kindergarten. And so the rules that were set forth by us, by the U.S. Department of Education, is that now we must include those children because there are so many more of them. In previous years, I think 17-18 through 2021, there may have been maybe 100 or less. Now there are many thousands of children who are ages 5 with an IEP in TK and kindergarten. And so under the rules set forth by the U.S. Department of Education, we must include them because of the age, not because of grade. IDEA doesn't recognize grade, it recognizes ages, and they identify students who are in preschool as being ages 3 through 5.
Because that's a good clarification because of the ages. Now the TK falls under that.
And so we did provide the field a warning about a year ago, and then we wanted to provide them more time to prepare for this implementation. So that's why it was sort of a process that happened a little bit slower, but it is feeling impacted now, so we do understand that. And we have been working with the DR Access, our out of Napa County, to provide any additional supports and resources for training. But the unfortunate side is it's mandated by the requirements under the law.
Member Escobedo?
Wanted to commend you with your presentation. It is a Herculean task working with the whole state and in the area of special ed. I love your theory of action. I would underscore it's not only the right placement, but at the earliest time. And CalExi did a beautiful job in sharing that because the more investment at an earlier age, the greater tendency to exit as well. And in addition, one of the things that we did in our South County is disproportionality predictive analysis, because we found out that sometimes you need to have the right protocols for identification, right? And you could almost predict certain places that don't use those protocols or have a different perception. All you need to do is provide some additional professional development. So just wonder, as a state, I know that's a huge thing to do, but any thoughts? And maybe something Mary might want to do is a AI predictive analysis in the area of disproportionality. I think, especially when you look at declining enrollment yet increasing enrollment in special ed, part of it is that disproportionality aspect.
I've had lots of conversations over the years with SELPA Director Russell Coronado out of South County about the tool that was developed out of his office, and I do think it's an excellent tool for districts to adopt. I don't know if it's something we would necessarily mandate out of the department. I think it's a tool or resource we would make available to districts. I will say one of the concerns that sometimes is highlighted is that we don't want LEAs to we can't identify any more students like this because it would make us disproportionate. And so part of that has to happen around a lot of education and support to implement something like that statewide.
One of the issues that I found in my district, I could almost predict who would be in my ED classrooms. They're typically males, and they're typically, either Hispanic or African American Black students. So I understand where you're coming from, but there's an issue in that area.
I think you're pointing to and I'll come right around to Member Rodriguez, to the interaction between a variety of strategies and services and behaviors in the classroom and then what may happen with students. At the same time, there is the fact that, for example, autism rates are increasing at a very rapid rate, 500%. And I have heard people say, we sometimes feel we can't identify kids who need services because we've got these statistics. So I think a question that I'll come back around to is how do we figure out how to be more nuanced than the federal reporting may sometimes require to capture what's really needed by students and make sure that they get it. And I think that goes not only for that question of, proportionalities, but also the 1% cap on alternative assessments and so on. They come from assumptions that don't always ensure that students get what they need. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you so much. That was a very thorough presentation. And I especially wanted to highlight and thank you for your comment about just because we're not there doesn't mean we're not progressing. Because as a classroom teacher and somebody who has, maybe 6 or 7 autistic students in my classes, that, I'm constantly working and I see them improving, right? And maybe we're not there yet, but it offered me a lot of comfort, and I'll go back and share that with my colleagues who sometimes feel like we have to be perfect, but we're getting there and our heart is there. So thank you.
As much as this is a very important topic, we are more than an hour behind our schedule now. But please make a comment. I just want to keep the comments efficient. Be efficient in your comment.
Well, I just wanted to kind of piggyback a little bit on what Ida said. I have students also with special needs, and what stuck out to me in the video that the young man did in his speech was that just because we do things differently doesn't mean that we're not able. And I have a highly high-performing autistic child who is very able. It's actually probably one of the highest performing in my classroom, but just does things differently. And so just to honor that all of us have students like that in our classroom, and just to give them that space to do things their way.
And I think this is a hugely important topic that I wish we had a whole nother 2 hours to discuss. I'd like to just leave a few questions for you to come back and talk with us about. And if any of them are questions you have an immediate answer to, we'd love to hear it. And if not, we'll definitely plan a time where we can really dig in, because the federal reporting is one thing, and then there's all the rest of what you're doing and all the rest of what we want to see for the students. So, one of them is, what other metrics we might want to be using that give us a more nuanced picture beyond what the federal government asks us for, as we were saying before, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about that and in more detail when we have the time for that. Another is that, the Office of Special Education in the Department of Education has sent out dear colleagues letters trying to remind people that, by federal law under IDEA, students in special education are not to be taught by teachers who are not fully credentialed. And that's a huge challenge in 48 states or more, including California. And I would love to hear your thoughts about what we could be doing to be approaching that goal more expeditiously. I'm going to give you 3 more questions, and if you feel like you want to have ready answers for some, feel free to give them. And if not, we'll come back. Really, we will come back around and have a session on special education. The other, of course, is that that we have fewer students in LRE environments. Some part of that, in the past was caused by the way we're credentialing teachers, so that some teachers were only credentialed to be in special education environments and couldn't teach in a blended environment. So I'm curious about where we are on that now. Credentialing is changing and so on. Maybe I'll pause with those and just see if any of those are ones you want to address at the moment. And that will not prevent us from getting a deeper dive later.
I'd love to have another session.
Okay.
Love it.
Yeah. Because I know you're thinking and worrying about these things, and we would like
Absolutely.
to learn
Not
about them.
only, recruitment, but retention. Our teachers are coming in and they're here for 2 years and they leave the field.
And we also know that teachers who come in without credentials leave at much higher rates than those who come in fully prepared because the job is hard. But, I don't know whether we've ever done a survey of California special ed teachers to see what is driving them,
Our partners at Cedar have done that, and so we've connected with them to be part of the board to really take a look at this and what we can do to not only recruit but retain special education teachers.
And are you suggesting they might be willing to do such a study for us? Possibly?
Possibly.
Okay. I'll take that for now. The fourth question, which you may have some ideas about now, is that as we've gotten these graduation pathways moving, what more can we do to make sure that the information about that and how to, take advantage of those affordances, is getting out. Is that one that you have thoughts about that you'd like to share?
It's educate, educate, educate. A lot of people did not even know that Senate Bill 181 was there. Was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? And so we're doing a lot of technical assistance, a lot of outreach. Sometimes it takes that direct communication with an LEA to make sure they understand what is required by law and the right thing to do.
So we'd love to hear more about that and what you are doing and finding successful when you come back. And I will leave you with all of those thoughts and questions because we do have to kind of move along, but we really appreciate the opportunity to hear from you. We appreciate the opportunity not just to see the data, but then to hear what's behind the data. And I think we'd love to hear more because it's a very important area for us to lean into. Thank you.
Did we?
With that,
What, we still need to do a motion.
oh, I'm sorry, don't go away. Well, you could go away, but we're going to still have a motion. Who would like to give us a motion to adopt the recommendation?
Moved.
Thank you very much. And a second? Member Lewis? All right, call the roll.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond. Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Clever Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari. Motion carries unanimously.
We're supposed to have a little break, but I'm afraid to take a break. Give you 5 minutes, and at 3 o'clock, we're going to start up again, okay? Is that 9 minutes? Oh, okay. I'm looking at that clock and that's how it looks to me, but I'll say 3:56. 2:56. All right, we're missing one person. Okay. We're going to go right on ahead. We're going to reconvene the board and take up the waiver consent items, W1 through W4. We'll now open the phone line for the public comment queue. And is there any in-person public comment?
We have no public commenters in the room.
And is there anyone on the phone for public comment?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. So given there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent items W1 through W4. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Vice President Glover Woods.
I move that we approve the consent items W1 through W4.
All right, thank you. And we have a second from Member Orozco Gonzalez. Thank you very much. And Brooks, can you call the roll?
Appreciating the well-stated motion. Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson. Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Towry.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 15. Item 15 is a public hearing regarding the petition for the renewal of the charter school authorized by the California State Board of Education, consideration of the High-Tech High statewide benefits charter. The California Department of Education recommends that we approve the charter school's renewal petition for a term of 5 years, beginning July 1, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2030. And the CDE also recommends that we designate the San Diego County Board of Education as the charter school's chartering authority, effective July 1st, 2025. The item will be presented by Craig Heimbichner of the CDE. Craig, welcome.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond and members of the State Board. I am here, it's my pleasure to present item 15 as just stated. So at this hour, I hope you will forgive me if I don't.
I need to open the public hearing. Yes, I need to open the public hearing at 3:02 p.m.
Okay. I won't read every word. I hope you forgive me because it's a little late and I know there may be plane flights and other things impacted, but I do want to cover the important points of this very important item. So as stated, we have the High-Tech High statewide benefit charter. This is the last of the statewide benefit charters, and there are some changes based on law that this will no longer be, if renewed by the state board, no longer be authorized by the state board, but it has a delegation choice, and we'll get to that. And it's comprised of 9 schools located on 3 campuses throughout San Diego County. There's an elementary school, middle school, and high school on each campus. And so as you can see in this chart, this uniquely involves 4 different districts. North County are all in San Marcos Unified, Mesa and San Diego Unified. Chula Vista splits between elementary and high school, 2 different districts. Chula Vista Elementary for the elementary and middle schools, and Sweetwater Union High for the high school. So these are usually in the past when we've had these type of situations of a state board authorized charter school up for renewal. If it gets approved for renewal, it's been a pretty easy delegation. This one is a little different, so we've gone a little bit more in depth on it. Like I mentioned, it's the last one. We have some ed code up here. I won't go through all of that, but as I mentioned, this will involve delegation if renewed. And if a charter school is assigned to a county board of education, it can qualify, in this case, it may become a countywide benefit charter school, countywide charter school, excuse me, and that's pursuant to EC section 47605.6, which is what they are requesting. Our recommendation is that the state board approve the charter school's renewal petition for a term of 5 years, beginning July 1st, 2025, ending June 30th, 2030. And our recommendation is based on a review of their performance on the dashboard, measurable increases in academic achievement equivalent to 1 year's progress for each year in school, and strong post-secondary outcomes. I'll get into a little bit of that. We also have proposed 2 very small technical amendments. One is a a very minor correction of language around the home language survey. This is commonly being caught just to sort of bring it into line with exact statutory requirements. It's very minor. The other one, of course, is to designate, instead of statewide benefit charter, that's going away to countywide charter school if you support that delegation. And that we also recommend that delegation as well. Mentioning the role of the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools briefly, they did hear this item on December 10th, and they approved unanimously CDE's recommendation to renew the charter. Just a brief reminder, ACCS does not get into the delegation issue. That's not in statute, so they did not comment on that. Standard of review, just a reminder also that we are no longer in this path doing what we did mostly for the past few years, which are the abuse of discretion standards, and those are completely different. This is back to what we used to call the de novo review. It's basically a full review of the petition, and we do it of all 15 elements. It's not just our charter school division that looks at it. It goes around various divisions, and that's why the recommendation is not just a charter school division recommendation, it is the CDE's recommendation at the end of the day. And that in-depth analysis is included as attachment 1. There are, based on Ed Code 47607 and 607.2, 3 performance categories, as you're well aware, of charter renewal. And a charter school's placement in these categories is determined by its performance on the dashboard. Charter schools meeting this criteria are identified as high in the high-performing category shall be granted renewal. They're on a fast track, a presumptive basis for renewal. And in the high-performing category, they could get 5 to 7 years, just a reminder on the parameters there. If they don't meet that criteria and they are in the middle-performing category, then pursuant to 47607.2b, the chartering authority shall consider the school-wide performance and performance of all subgroups of pupils served by the charter school and on the state indicators included in the evaluation rubrics adopted pursuant to statute and the performance of the charter school on the local indicators included in the evaluation rubrics adopted also from 42064.5. So how did they do with that? We'll get into that in a moment, but I want to mention that greater weight is given to performance on measurements of academic performance in determining whether to grant a charter renewal. And then there are also some more factors to take into account, which we've included in our analysis. That is that the school has achieved measurable increases in academic achievement as defined by at least 1 year's progress for each year in school, and strong post-secondary outcomes as defined by college enrollment, persistence, and completion rates equal to similar peers. And then also verified data is used. So if approved, the middle performing charter schools that are in that category, they get a renewal term of 5 years, not 5 to 7. So High Tech High has 9 schools, as we mentioned. 1 school was identified in the high tier, and the other 8 are in the middle performing category. And so accordingly, we are recommending a 5-year renewal term for the charter school, as we mentioned previously. So on the measurements of academic performance, engagement, conditions, and climate, they outperform statewide averages on all 7 state indicators. That includes ELA, math, English learner progress indicators, college career, chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, and suspension rate. And then on the verified data, the charter school reported administering the measures of academic progress, or MAP assessment, that's developed by Northwest Evaluation Association. And they are an SBE approved source of verified data, as you know. And they did this to over 95% of their students, administered it since fall 2021. Over the course of the 2023-24 school year, the charter school's average result was within the 1 year's progress range recommended by NWEA. Also, their post-secondary outcomes are demonstrated by verified data That includes college-going rate data gathered from DataQuest, and that's an SBE-approved source of verified data. The charter school's college-going rate exceeds countywide and statewide outcomes, both school-wide and for socioeconomically disadvantaged students. The charter school student groups' college-going rates are above statewide levels. So it's a solid performance to demonstrate a recommendation basis for renewal. We also do a fiscal analysis, and we reviewed their 3-year budget. We find that their financial plan is reasonable. We look at their enrollment and their projected enrollment and their stability, and they're all within reasonable projections by our estimation. Then, as I mentioned, we do a very comprehensive review of their 15 charter elements per statute 47605C, and that is included, as I mentioned, in attachment 1. The technical amendments. In the plan for English learners, the charter school's renewal petition mentions a home language survey be administered upon a student's enrollment to the charter school. Technically, the requirement is that it's given upon a student's first enrollment in any California public school. This is, like I said, very minor, very common. We recommend that that language is just changed slightly. And then more consequentially is the designation of chartering authority. So if you grant the renewal of the charter, you have the statutory language of 47605.9C that state board shall designate in consultation with the petitioner the governing board of the school district or county board of education in which the charter school is located as the chartering authority. Now, like I mentioned, it's the most complicated one that's come up for a while. So upon review of its renewal petition, the charter school, or submission, excuse me, the charter school requested the San Diego County Board of Education, and as required by that statute, state board staff consulted with the charter school, and the charter school reaffirmed its preference for the San Diego County as its authorizer. If the county is to be the chartering authority, the charter school will qualify as a countywide charter pursuant to Ed Code 47605.6. And as a statewide benefit charter, the charter school is situated in 4 districts, as I mentioned, and so we had to do a little bit more in-depth analysis in this one than we normally do. Usually we just have a line that says, you agree with the recommendation, or I don't think we've ever disagreed, but we put a line in. Now we have more in here because we looked at a couple of different configurations. As I mentioned, all 9 schools are combined into a K-12 countywide charter is one option. The other is a 4-district level split where all 3 North Counties campus schools are San Marcos Unified, the Mesas are San Diego, High Tech Elementary Chula Vista would become a K-5 charter school under Chula Vista Elementary's authorization, and High Tech Middle Chula Vista and High Tech High Chula Vista would be combined into a grade 6 through 12 charter school with the district being Sweetwater Union High. So it's a quite more in-depth analysis. We have taken a look at several areas to see if there is any unforeseen negative consequences to sort of bring that forward in our recommendation and support you in making a good, sound decision on that. So we've looked at areas of governance, operations, and facilities, and we found that there may be some benefits in terms of greater efficiency and program cohesion if we go with the San Diego County recommendation like the school wants, and it becomes a countywide charter. It's hard to know, but there may be some additional administrative burdens on the charter school if it's split. CDE also looked at a fiscal analysis, and it's limited to an ongoing formula-based program analysis. So this went through our school fiscal services division, and they found a negligible difference, about 0.4% of total annual funding with what they could estimate in fiscal impact upon the charter school, if renewed, between the alternate options of delegation, and a negligible impact from the shift from being a statewide benefit charter school to either a countywide benefit charter school or multiple locally authorized charter schools. So that was an important consideration. Is anything going to be coming up that would be harmful and something that would be under consideration? And the answer is no. Under past history with the California State Board of Education authorization, this High Tech High has been with the state board, as you know, for a long time. Since its establishment, it's operated well. We have done oversight every year. And there was 1 year in 2020, we issued a letter of concern as a result of low projected fund balance for the charter school's newest school, High Tech Elementary Mesa. This is, as you see the year, this was a challenging time. But as detailed in the fiscal analysis above, the fiscal concern was resolved. There are no concerns outstanding regarding the charter school. And we have found in its current term that the CDE sees compliance with its charter and the memorandum of understanding between the state board and the charter school. So in conclusion, the CDE recommends that the state board approve the charter school's renewal, a term of 5 years from 2025 to 2030 with the 2 technical amendments that we mentioned, and that you designate San Diego County as the charter school's chartering authority effective July 1st, 2025. If you have any questions, I am here, and there are also, the school has a presentation to give next. Thank you.
Hold our questions for now, and I'm actually going to restate the beginning of the public hearing. Yes? Yep. For High Tech High. Are we doing that? I have that scheduled to have to come after. All right, but isn't High Tech High gonna have to put their slides up? Okay. So do you want the public comment slide? Okay. I am now going to actually officially open the hearing, which starts at the point where we hear from the petitioners. And so it is 3:17 p.m. and the hearing will officially start. And we'll hear from the petitioner, High Tech High. We'll have up to 10 minutes to make their presentation. And then we will open up the phone line for public comment from individuals who are not part of the presentation. So High Tech High, you may begin.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and our state board members. My name is Dr. Diana Cornejo Sanchez, and I'm proudly serving as the interim CEO at High Tech High. On behalf of our schools, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the CDE and the state board for our collaboration and partnership over the past 20 years. As an organization, we are committed to changing the educational landscape in this country. You have played a major role in supporting us in this vision. We thank you for the commitment, dialogue, mentorship, and the trust that you have instilled in us throughout the years. We are proudly an organization that is diverse by design. The beauty in our schools are our students, coming from all over the county, different walks of life, with one mission: to be empowered learners together. The demographic of our schools closely match those of San Diego County, and our district teacher preparation programs, as well as our master's programs from our High Tech High Graduate School of Education, serve teachers across the county and in some cases across the state. Our strong collaboration with the state has influenced our request to transition our 9 SBE schools to a single countywide charter. Our 9 SBE schools cover the San Diego County region from the south all the way to the north, with each school serving students from all over the county. With such diverse populations in these regions, our collaboration with the County Office of Education have proven to be a huge support for our organization. We truly believe that being under one authorizer is what is best for us and our students, as it will allow us to provide a coherent approach. From this map, you can see the incredible regional diversity that our students serve, that our schools serve. The circle size is determined by the number of students we have in that area. Our SBC schools are currently made up of a population in which 53% identify as Latinx, 24.2% white, and 2.4% Black. 52.3% are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and in addition, 16.4% of our students are neurodiverse. In 2007, our SBC sites at High Tech High North County and High Tech High Chula Vista first opened. Fast forward to today, we have 9 schools across San Diego County under our statewide benefit charter. We have been transforming student and adult learning by integrating students, linking hands and minds, and connecting school and community. We are able to accomplish this through our design principles of equity, personalization, authentic work, and collaborative design. What makes our schools so unique are that our students have demonstrated that project-based learning can translate to exceptional outcomes, as recently highlighted by David Brooks in The Atlantic. Based on recent updates, 8 out of 9 of our schools were identified by the CDE to be in the middle performing category of the California School Dashboard, and 1 of our schools in the high performing category, with 1 recently named a California Distinguished School. As a first-generation college graduate myself, I am thrilled to share these results with you all. Our SBC schools in 2024 graduated 100% of their seniors. 93% of them applied to a 4-year college, and 92% of them achieved acceptance to a 4-year college. I would love to recognize some of the members that first entered High Tech Elementary Chula Vista as the first group of kindergarten students when they first opened and graduated as the class of 2024. From left to right, we have Katia Fernandez, who is attending San Diego State University, majoring in early childhood development and special education. She dreams of becoming a teacher at High Tech High. Andre Inda is also attending San Diego State University, majoring in business administration and accounting. Zuri, California is attending UC Santa Cruz, studying public and environmental health. And Sienna Beltran is attending Columbia University. She is interested in a career in advocacy. Each day, we show up for our students and community, constantly evolving to provide the best education. We value feedback from our stakeholders and are committed to continuous improvement. Our current priorities include math, literacy, CTE, dual enrollment, food and nutrition, and reducing absenteeism and suspensions. In math and the science of reading, we do so by building teacher confidence through professional development and data-driven practices, leading to noticeable growth. As career pathways gain importance, we're increasing CTE credentials and course offerings. We've also expanded college courses with over 250 students enrolled, while maintaining internships for all juniors and seniors. Additionally, we're grateful for the state's free meals programs, as we have enhanced meal quality with the opening of our Scratch Kitchen, boosting participation by 55%. Over the past 2 years, chronic absenteeism has dropped significantly from 27% to 14%, with elementary schools seeing the biggest improvement. We are also seeing a reduction in suspensions down to 2.1%, thanks to restorative practices and strong community support. High Tech High ensures strong financial stability through a diversified funding model and sound fiscal management. Steady student enrollment supports consistent funding from state and local governments, while grants and donations from private foundations, corporations, and individual donors bolster extracurricular programs and school needs. Known for operational efficiency, High Tech High effectively manages staffing, facilities, and administrative costs without compromising educational standards. The organization also strategically maintains real estate assets to support long-term growth. With financial reserves and contingency plans in place, High Tech High is prepared for unexpected challenges, ensuring continued delivery of innovative and high-quality education. We are so grateful for our families who show up consistently to student-led conferences, presentations of learning, and exhibitions, and all of their support in our field experiences. Today, we have the honor of having Courtney Baltiski, a parent at High Tech Elementary Chula Vista, with us.
Thank you so much, Diana, and good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and esteemed board members. My name is Courtney Baltiski, and I'm honored to be here today as a parent and volunteer from High Tech Elementary, Chula Vista. I'm here to share about wow moments. For me, wow moments are with an exclamation and an awe from witnessing learning experiences driven by our school's mission. I first encountered High Tech High as a nonprofit leader. I agreed to take on a full-time student intern for a month. Wow was the feeling when I interviewed interested juniors. They blew me away discussing college and career goals and projects that got national recognition. I went on to support interns for many years, all the while considering, what if my own kids could have this experience? Fast forward wow to now. What a wonder that my kiddos, Maxime and Nora, are on their learning journeys at High Tech Elementary as 5th and 2nd graders. As a parent volunteer, I see the intention, effort, and compassion the team dedicates to students. Wow to their projects that explore our complex and dynamic world. For example, learning teamwork by studying colonies of ants, or contemplating underrepresented voices in the Revolutionary War and debating if liberty and justice have truly been achieved for all in our country. It's a joy to be a part of our High Tech High community, and wow, I can't wait to see what comes next.
I am convinced that we have the absolute best students. With that said, it is with great privilege and honor that I introduce Mila Davidson, 3rd grader at High Tech Elementary, Chula Vista. Sorry, North County.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and state board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Mila Davidson, and I'm currently a 3rd grade student at High Tech Elementary, North County. There are so many things I love about my school, but today I want to focus on the projects and how I've learned through them. One of my favorites was my 2nd grade spring project where we performed the 3 Piggy Opera. The essential question of this project was, can anyone be a good storyteller? To prepare for the exhibition, which was our performance of the 3 Piggy Opera in front of a live audience, we had lots of practice with reading, writing, and other key skills. We also got to attend Frozen Junior to learn more about plays and how they work. This project taught me many things, but most importantly for me, I learned the importance of being able to work well with others to accomplish a goal. I was able to answer the essential question of this project for myself over the summer as I began writing my first book called The Dragons of Peace that I hope to publish at some point in the future. Another one that comes to mind is my last 3rd grade project. We were learning about the biodiversity of our world and the importance of preserving out our local natural resources. We also learned about animals, adaptations, and habitats. We then participated in fieldwork at the safari park where we got to observe animals that we researched. When I think about my school, I always feel like I belong and can see that my teachers really care about us. My school gives me a lot of joy and opportunities to learn in a way that is interesting. That means a lot to me. Again, my name is Mila Davidson, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you.
Thank you so much.
Stop that if you can. I think we now want to open the phone line for public comment. So we'll put the slide up for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment can call in and use the phone number and participant access code on this slide. Do we have any comment in the room? Hello?
We have 6 individuals in the room. They can line up at the microphone.
Thank you.
Cassie Mancini, Regina Chagoya, Lorraine Richards, Angela Stegall, Eric Premack, and Deidre Walsh.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassie Mancini, and I'm here on behalf of the California School Employees Association. CSEA would strongly urge the SBE to designate the local school districts as the authorizers for the high-tech high schools. The legislature and the courts are clear on this question. Statute requires that charter schools must have a reasonable justification as to why they could not be established by petition to a local school district. Nowhere in the report on this item is an analysis or even a statement of that justification. Instead, the report notes that the charter school might benefit from the efficiency of remaining a single charter school with a single charter authorizer. I can think of dozens of CMOs who would love nothing more than to have their charter schools combined under one authorizer for the sake of efficiency, but that's just not a factor the legislature considered when crafting these laws. In fact, a California Court of Appeals has ruled that a countywide charter petition should not be granted simply because it's more convenient or cheaper for the CMO to propose a single countywide charter instead of multiple district level charters.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Regina Chagoya, elementary teacher at Berkeley Unified School District. I'm also a school board member for Emeryville Unified School District. I'm here representing CFT, a union of educators and classified professionals. The axiom of this board and the building across the street is local control. CFT's position is to give control of these charter schools to the respective school districts, where it should have been all along. When one looks at the grossly oversized reserves for each school that the current authorizer has not addressed, perhaps the requisite school districts can ensure that these charter schools spend current year reserves on current year students moving forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board of Education. I'm Deidre Walsh, Director of Charter Schools for San Diego Unified School District, here speaking on behalf of the district regarding the renewal of High Tech High. San Diego Unified is one of the local districts whose boundaries the SBE authorized high-tech schools operate within. We support the renewal of this charter, but request that the local districts rather than the county be designated as the chartering authorities. As outlined in our letter, the Charter Schools Act clearly demonstrates a statutory preference for local district authorization and strictly limits the criteria under which a new countywide petition should be considered to only when pupils cannot be served as well by district authorized charter schools. San Diego Unified has had a positive relationship with High Tech High for over 25 years as the authorizer of 7 of their schools, and this clearly demonstrates that their programs can successfully operate under local authorization. Local authorization benefits students and families by creating a more cohesive educational community. It's not uncommon for families to have siblings enrolled in both charter and district schools. These families are part of our district communities, and we have a vested interest in their success.
Your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center in support of both recommendations to renew as well as to delegate the oversight to the county office. We've worked with a ton of schools and allowing you to work with a single authorizer, particularly when you're going through a kind of an unknown transition like this from state board to local status, we think is a considerable benefit that will not only reduce administrative costs, but at a time of transition and enable them to focus better on serving their students. So notwithstanding our respect for San Diego Unified and the other districts, we think it is best to go forward with the recommendation in front of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Stiegel, a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. While we support the renewal petition for High Tech High, we urge the State Board to assign oversight of the 9 High Tech High statewide benefit charter schools to the local school districts where they are located. Assigning the County Office of Education as the authorizer would result in vital information tied to each school's individual CDS codes being lost. Parents, families, and communities would lose critical information currently available to them at the school site level if the 9 HTH statewide benefit charter schools are combined under one countywide charter. This includes information on demographics, enrollment, facilities conditions, credentialing and teacher preparation and placement, pupil academic outcomes, graduation rates and dropout rates, average class size, available support staff and counselor ratios, expenditures on teacher salary, and other important data. For these reasons, we strongly urge the State Board to designate the local school districts. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lorraine Richards, classroom teacher from CTA. We urge the State Board to designate the local school districts where the 9 High Tech High statewide benefit charter schools are located as the authorizers. Education code favors local authorization, and local authorization is in the best interest of students, parents, educators, and the local community. All 4 local districts authorizers have notified San Diego County that they are interested in serving as the authorizers of the schools located within their district boundaries. It is not unusual for charter school operators to have multiple district authorizers. In fact, with 7 high-tech high schools currently authorized by the San Diego Unified School District, they have functioned just fine with more than one authorizer. Authorization of a county-wide charter should be a very rare exception to the local authorization. High-tech high schools would not otherwise qualify as a county-wide benefit charter. Thank you.
Do we have callers on the phone?
There are 2 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 7288. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and the esteemed board. My name is Matthew Chapman. The North County campus holds a unique place in my family's heart. In 2022 and 23, my 2 oldest graduated from High Tech North County, heading off on paths towards Pomona College and Cal Poly Humboldt. My youngest is currently enrolled in 5th grade at the High Tech Elementary North County School, while I'm a proud 6th grade teacher here in North County in the middle school. As we've emerged from under the scars of a pandemic, we have grown stronger and more united as a community. I cannot emphasize enough how proud I am of our faculty, parents, and especially students. Seeking a charter renewal can be fraught with apprehension, and yet our North County campus is the opposite. We are so excited to move into the next phase of our charter. While there's been debate upon which organization we should be authorized through, North County faculty have steadfast and unanimously expressed their wish, like the CDE, to be authorized through the San Diego County of Education. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 2671. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Patricia Diavis, and I am both a parent and a chemistry teacher here at High Tech High in Chula Vista. My journey with High Tech High began when my child joined as an inaugural 2nd grader in 2011, and I have seen firsthand how our unique village community fosters collaboration across our elementary, middle, and high schools. He is now a junior at UC Santa Barbara. We have events and projects that bring together students and families from all 3 schools, promoting an interconnected learning environment. I am thrilled with the CDE recommendation to move us to the county as our sole authorizer. This will allow us to continue thriving as a cohesive community. Dividing us among local districts would disrupt the synergy, and I urge the board to keep our schools together under a single authorizer for the benefit of both our students and our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 15.
All right, thank you very much. So we've, there is not a statement from another party, so we're going to close the public hearing and no more public comments at 3:38 p.m. I will begin board discussion. I'd like to ask our liaisons, Vice President Glover Woods and Member Olken, if they would like to make a few comments first.
Thanks to everyone who provided presentation and public comment. And I would just frame my comments by saying we have a very unique situation in front of us with the last existing state benefit charter that is here. I think we've heard from public comment and from the presentations, there's not a concern around renewal. So I know that is one part of the action that we have, but we have further discussion regarding the chartering authority. And again, I just kind of lift up the unique situation we have in front of us. We have an existing charter that has been operating under a single authorizer as far as the state benefit schools are concerned. And I think it's important for us to keep that in mind as we engage in our discussion.
Thank you. I also want to thank everybody who presented, and we've been really lucky to have students throughout the day today. So I want to thank you for your awesome being part of the presentation. I wanted to just take a second to not jump over the first part of this, which is we do have two decisions to make. One is whether to renew, and then the second is assuming if we do choose to renew, who to delegate authority to. And I think it's an important thing in the life of these schools to celebrate their success with students, their commitment to public education broadly, the work they do to support professional development of teachers both in their schools and beyond, really serve as a model of what project-based learning can look like. And as a result, their students are really thriving. And I want to take a minute to celebrate that and put that out there as an exciting moment for the schools. And then the second piece is the second question before us about the delegating of authority. And I do want to just concur with Vice President Glover Woods that this is a very distinct situation. It is not a precedent setter because there is only one statewide benefit charter. This is it. And the law when the law changed, repealing the state board's right to or ability to be an authorizer, it specifically said that we have the ability to delegate to either the county or the local districts. That's the statute in question today, not some of what else we heard. But yeah, just pointing out this is truly a one-of situation, and so I hope we think about that as we go forward.
All right, thank you very much. I treat this as two motions. The first motion around renewing the charter, and then the second around the delegation to the oversight body. So do I have a motion on the first part? Member Vice President Glover Woods. And a second from Member Rodriguez. Okay, thank you. Go ahead and state.
I just wanted to state that I move that we approve the renewal for the High-Tech High Charter per the CDE recommendation on renewal of the charter.
All right, thank you. You want to call the roll?
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond. Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. I see Member McQuillan's hand up and a thumb up. I'm taking that as an affirmative. Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
And then we would need a second motion about the designation of the oversight body. Do we have a question before we get to that? Okay. Okay. Do you want to ask the question? You can make the motion, the second, open it for discussion, and then vote. You know, at that point, we say any further discussion, and we could discuss it now if you want to also. Okay, so we have a point of discussion here and one there, perhaps? Okay. Member Roscoe Gonzalez, please.
Okay, yes, I motion for discussion. I have a question, actually. Can I just go into it? Is that, okay, thank you.
You don't need a motion for that.
Thank you. I have actually a question, a clarification question regarding given the potential impact of the consolidating the oversight under a county-wide charter. I just need, could they provide more further clarification on how the CDE plans to ensure that the key data such as the demographics, academic outcomes, teacher credentials, enrollment statistics currently available at the school level for the high-tech high schools will remain accessible to parents, families, and local communities if oversight is delegated to the County Office of Education?
Good afternoon. You probably didn't think you'd see me again today. It will not be a 2-hour response, I promise. I'm Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division, and we've been asked to support the Charter School Division on this item. One of the things that happens when you collapse 9 schools is you lose the identity of those 9 schools. So you would potentially see one SARC for those schools, you'd see one dashboard, you would not be able to distinguish how one site in their, their new school, their new county, I don't have the terminology down like you all do, but would, have a distinct identity. So this is something that we had been asked to be prepared to comment on.
Could ask for that. I mean, again, this is not a precedent-setting activity. This is the one and only such charter. Can we ask that there be a SARC? Can we vote for there to be such a division of data by school?
Yeah, I think part of that begins with, what kind of code they are issued when they reconstitute themselves, or you all reconstitute them. The department would need to continue to receive data with those individual site information, so this quasi school, in order to be able to put out something like what we put out for the SARCs, or putting out a dashboard.
Right.
So I think those are considerations that we've been definitely throwing around. There's not an easy answer to it because we don't have situations like this anywhere else in the state.
Right. All right, thank you very much. And Vice President Glover Woods, and then Member Olken.
Thank you. And thank you, Member Orozco Gonzalez, for bringing that up, because that was a concern that I had, that data would be lost if they were consolidated under one, where the individual data that the schools are now receiving is not available to the families and the public as it should be. I had another question as it related to I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, and Craig, you might need to come back up. My understanding from the information we received through the public comment letters, that one of the districts being considered as an authorizer indicated that they were not able to take on the special education responsibility for the students. Am I accurate in that? I recall reading that, and in a letter from one of the districts, I just wanted to ensure that that was an accurate statement.
Yes, that's my recollection. We did get a number of letters, and so this is a consideration, I think, to include in any questions that relate to the details, what I would say getting into the weeds of why the school is requesting the county. The school is also prepared to come up here and drill down a little bit on some of those type of issues if you need some more information.
Member Olken?
I was actually hoping maybe to ask Cindy to come back up, if you don't mind. I'm sorry. Just to clarify a little bit. Thank you. I know you've had a long day. We get both of you.
I got pinned just in case.
All right. Thank you. Well, so I just want to make sure again that I understand. So, as a statewide benefit charter, or being authorized by the state, the 9 schools currently have 9 different CDS codes, and so, well, they each have their own dashboard. We'll just keep it simple, and their own school data. Okay, excellent. And that is not the way that countywide schools, if you're a countywide, there's one code. Okay, great. So I think I heard, but I just want to make sure I understood correctly, that if we were to delegate the schools, if we were to delegate to the county, and we did nothing different than what normally happens, both the school communities and the state we would lose the ability to look at school data individually.
Correct, because you've collapsed it into one school.
Okay, so if we did nothing unusual. I think I also heard that perhaps depending on how we code it and we look at it, it would be possible to maintain that school level information, recognizing that this is not precedent setting because it is the one and only situation we will encounter with a state authorized charter needing to switch its delegation. Basically,
So I think part of when I went back to my seat, Kim reminded me that we started this conversation talking about the school accountability report card.
Yeah.
I don't know that you actually, that could be done. That's not something we've talked with legal counsel about. We were talking more about dashboard and the collection of data to be able to see, insights into these sites. But,
yeah, okay. And we as a board, I think I'll speak for myself for a second. As somebody who had more than one charter school, we really needed to be able to see the data at each school distinctly, because what was students' progress and our school effectiveness looked different at the two schools. To me, it makes entire educational sense to proceed with the recommendation from CDE to delegate to the county if we can also at the same time direct your team to figure out how we can maintain as much school level data as possible, because I think that's actually really important as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorted. Any other questions or comments? Because we do have a motion about to be made, yes.
In listening to you, I think Sharon's thought process was interesting and helpful, because I just think how in our ed code we emphasize so much the importance of local control, and I believe it's in the best interest of our students, our parents, and communities involved. All 4 local districts have expressed their willingness to serve as the authorizer for these schools in the areas, and they seem to be functioning well with multiple district authorizers already. So no? Okay, so it's just one right now. I'm just concerned over losing data and information for our community. And I think that I'm not really sure if the CDE can desegregate that data for our community. So I have a lot of concerns around not providing all stakeholders the information for each individual. Because you're right, some schools perform a certain way and other schools don't. And as a whole, we can't desegregate that information and see the difference.
Vice President Glover Woods, do you want to make a comment?
I do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a couple of points of clarification. And again, I'm right there with you, and I think I'm right there with you too. So just a couple of points of clarification. I think, and again, the uniqueness of this particular decision that's before us. One, the state authorized charter that we have right now, High Tech High has San Diego Unified with the schools that it authorizes, and then the state authorized the other 9 schools. So in a sense, the charter had 2 authorizers. And what's before us now is to have them become a county-wide authorized charter, or to delegate to the local four districts that are there. And I'll point out too, for High Tech High Chula Vista, I believe, there were 2 districts that would actually be authorizers for High Tech High Chula Vista, because they have Chula Vista Elementary School District as one district and Sweetwater as the second. So again, we have some nuances here, and it's not lost on me how essential it is to have local authorizers. And I definitely understand that. Again, I think we have a very unique situation. And in considering if we were to designate the county as authorizer, I would also like to direct CDE to work directly with High Tech High Charter to maintain the individuality, whatever that needs to look like. I'm not going to try to get into the weeds
Separate CDS codes.
if that's how it has to be done, but anything that's necessary to maintain the individual data of each of those 9 schools, because again, we don't want to lose that. And the last part, again, just to bring back to the forefront, is that with this particular charter, this is very different from a brand new charter that might try to receive an authorization as a county charter. This is an existing charter that's been existing for a number of years, and I think it's important to the degree possible that we maintain continuity for the families and the students at those schools, and try to maintain the structure that they have been familiar with up to this point.
All right, thank you. Member Ockel, did you want to say anything? You were nodding. You're just nodding.
I was just taking in Vice President Glover-Wood's wisdom.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we've had a lot of wisdom at the table. The CDE did recommend that this be a countywide, that this go to the county for oversight. We have received information that that is an allowable thing to do, and so we just need to see if we are going to vote that up or down. Do we have a motion? Okay. All right, do I have a second? Okay, we can, let me get the second, then we can have further discussion, okay? Sharon, were you about to second? I thought you were about to say something, I'm sorry.
I could second it, although I would like to make a slight amendment to the motion. So I can no, I'm not.
Let's wait for the second. Why don't you raise your comment?
Then I shouldn't second it.
Lewis, raise
I'm
your
not going to be
comment,
the
and then we
seconder.
might have a new motion.
No, my comment was going to be that we add to the motion what Vice President Glover-Wood said about.
With separate reporting for each school. All right.
I'll amend my motion.
Friendly amendment. It's Sharon, does that capture your question too?
And I would like to amend the motion, one, to follow CE's recommendation and ensure that CDE will work with the county to, with the county and the charter, right? Because they'll have to ensure that the data by each school is shared as has been done previously.
Do we have a second? We have a second and a third. All right. Okay, fine. Yeah. All right. I think we've had discussion on the motion. So all in favor, let's do the roll.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Aye.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
No.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
No.
Member Yoshimo Tauri.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to reopening item 1. We are going to reopen item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft November 2024 meeting minutes and to report on our liaison assignments. And so are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment? in person on the preliminary report of actions from November 2024? All right, and as I'm hearing no answer to that, so I assume the answer is no. And is
there anyone signed up on the list?
And there's no,
I need the phone line slide. Thank you. If anyone wants to make public comment on our preliminary report of actions from November 2024, here is the number for the phone and participant access code on this slide. Now we'll ask again, just to be sure, is there any public comment in the room on this item? All right, is there any public comment on the phone?
there are no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to ask if there's a motion. Is there a motion on this adoption of the draft actions and minutes? Yes. One motion to approve. Member Patillo Brownson seconds. Call the roll.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimo Tari. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. We are now going to give our liaison reports. And this is to report on items that are not related to any items on our January agenda. And we'll start with the reverse alphabetical order. Member Yoshimoto Tari. Would you prefer the other end of the alphabet? Dr. Yoshimoto Tari. Yes. Member Doctor.
I'll be brief today. I just wanted to share that the California SERVS program, the grant, has the applications are due January 27th for anybody interested in service learning. It's up to $500,000 per year for LEAs, and it could pay for professional development for teachers or paid planning time to increase service learning, instructional materials, etc. So please look on the California Service Learning Grant website for that. That's it for today.
Thank you. I have a couple of updates. One, regarding CTE and our QAPJAC work. The California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee is a joint advisory body that makes recommendations to the State Board of Education and the Board of Governors of the California Community Colleges regarding career and technical education programs and workforce pathways. The committee held a meeting on November 25th, 2024, at which time we reviewed critical updates, including the final presentation on the California Plan for Career Technical Education by Jobs for the Future. Additionally, members engaged in discussions on the CTIG, the CTE Incentive Grant Data Metrics, focusing on identifying opportunities for regional alignment and analysis. The QAPJAC staff are working to finalize our next meeting, which we anticipate will be scheduled for a date in March 2025. CTAG, the request for applications, RFA, round 10B of the CTE incentive grant was released on January 9th. Applications are due on Friday, January 24th. CDE plans to post the preliminary allocations on February 3rd. And next, moving on, as the SBE liaison to the CTC, I can say that the agency is hard at work advancing and reporting on a myriad of critical topics, including several that were discussed and acted upon in December. Literacy instruction to teacher candidates, accreditation, performance assessment in the statewide residency technical assistance center, which last year supported over 150 existing or prospective teachers and counseling residency programs throughout the state. In addition to these topics, I'd particularly like to highlight new educator workforce data dashboards commission staff aim to publish later this month. budget trailer bill in 2023 directed the CTC to take a more expansive look at educator assignments, and staff have been hard at work to create dashboards on educator preparation and assignments. So I think you will be interested in seeing those as they come out. And lastly, I would like to say goodbye to a giant tree that has fallen. Professor Lee Schulman of Stanford University, a visionary, a friend, a mentor. He was 86 years old, and he passed away a little before the New Year's. And he was the, when I think of National Board, he was the first National Board president, board president, and a lot of his work, I can't even think now, thinking about him, PDK, you know, his work with what you know and what you can do as a teacher, and his advocacy for teaching as a profession. His work has influenced many of us, and may his memory be a blessing.
Priscilla Branson.
I am going to actually not do an update on any of the liaison assignments, and actually just use this as an opportunity to say thank you to the school leaders throughout LA County who have been doing heroic work alongside firefighters and have been, in fact, fighting all sorts of their own battles to make sure that there's as much normalcy as possible for the students and staff at schools across LA County. I think we've all seen lots of the headlines communicating fire, and I think many of us, for just a point of fact, have now experienced wildfires with some regularity in various parts across our state, and this is very different. I think at one point, after many thousand acres had been burned across the Pasadena-Eaton fire and Palisades fire, there were also 4 additional fires that sparked and kept popping up. So the easiest way that I can think of is I had a conversation with a colleague who lost her home, which is, I think, intense enough. And then she learned that her child lost her elementary school, and then they learned that they lost their local library and their local parks and rec. So I think we have to think about what it means when we are asking at the very minimum what it means to be safe and what it means to be okay. And the first order, I think, is absolutely safety and shelter. And I think we have to think about what the rebuilding process looks like for students in directly affected areas, as well as students who will be having secondary effects of either lost income from no longer working in the businesses in there, even in those neighborhoods, even if they did not actually live in either Pasadena or the Palisades. And I flag this not to depress us all so much as to say that we have to be cognizant of what it takes to rebuild and how thoughtful and how many resources we have in place in terms of thinking about learning recovery, lessons learned from COVID, online instruction, but also community schools and what it means to think about all of the social, emotional supports that kids, families, and school leaders are going to need in not just the short term, but over the long term too.
Thank you so much. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Well, I have some updates. My item was for consent, but I just wanted to update you on some of the updates for the CASP and LPAC student score reports. I'm excited to share that some updates proposed, such as simplifying the information. One of the updates removes redundant text from the CASP reports, making them more clear and easier to navigate for younger students in kindergarten through 2nd grade. The updated descriptions for the written language skills on the LPAC reports are tailored to better reflect what's developmentally appropriate for that age group, and I think that's huge. Improving usability. A small but helpful addition is a resource link explaining writing extended response results in the CAS reports, which will help families and educators better understand these reports. Another improvement involves adding a blank page to combine reports to making printing smoother for schools. This is very simple but thoughtful as a teacher who has to duplicate these. Listening to feedback, these changes are based on input from focus groups, which included parents, teachers, and earlier state board discussions that we had about being more inclusive, about having stakeholder voice. It's great to see the level of collaboration, ensuring that all those reports truly meet the needs of those who rely on them. Another update about the achievement level descriptor labels. I want to highlight that the ongoing work around the achievement level descriptor labels. It's great to see more focus groups happening this month to hear from parents, educators, and students, and their input is so important. I'm looking forward to seeing how it shapes our discussions in March to make sure that these updates work well for everyone involved. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Member Olken.
Thank you. Actually, all my liaison areas were mentioned one way or another today, so no report.
Member McQuillan.
All right, thank you. Brief report on the statewide model curriculum project. As we started the report in the last meeting, the Orange County Department of Education has developed the 3 K-12 model curricula on Cambodia, American Studies, Hmong History and Cultural Studies, and the Vietnamese American Experiences. All 3 are available on the dedicated platform that was designed and built by the California History Science Project at UC Davis. I would urge you to check them out. They're really nice lessons that are now available. Orange County Department of Ed is now working with their partners to do rollout activities on these statewide curriculum. This week, Vietnamese American Experiences is going on in San Diego this week. Cambodia American Studies in Santa Clara is rolling out and doing some training this week, at the end of this month, I'm sorry. And the Hmong History and Cultural Studies is going to have a rollout training in Merced next month. And I would urge you to take a look at these lessons. They're very nice. On the Native American Studies model curriculum, that curriculum is still under development by the 2 county offices of education at Humboldt and San Diego County. The curriculum will be completed and posted online by September 2025. The committee met in December and heard updates on the latest drafts and the next steps in the revision process. Multiple videos, art pieces, photos already created by Native peoples have been licensed and integrated throughout the lesson plans. Between the 2 county offices of education, the proposed curriculum will feature hundreds of lessons, professional development resources, and teaching resources. These lessons will be incorporated into science, math, art, music, health, literature, and ethnic studies subject areas. Additional information is available on the Model Curriculum Project's webpage at the California Department of Education website. So thank you. I think we can be very proud of the work going on in developing these units and curriculum. Thank you.
That is really good news that those are finally coming out. It's been a process. We appreciate your participation in that. Member Lewis.
Okay, thank you. I'll give a report on the IQC, the Instructional Quality Commission. At the November meeting, the IQC, their main focus was on the upcoming 2025 mathematics instructional materials adoption. They first reviewed an overview of the adoption process and timeline, which you can find posted on the CDE's Mathematics Adoption Significant Events webpage. The Mathematics Subject Matter Committee then reviewed the CDE's recommendation for the instructional material reviewers and the content review experts. And the application period for these two groups was from April to September of 2024, and the CDE received nearly 200 applications for these two positions. The Mathematics Subject Matter Committee approved the CDE's recommendations and in turn recommended them to the State Board of Education, which was on our consent, one of our consent items today. The commissioners also heard an informal presentation on the Southeast Asian Model Curriculum that Member McCullum just spoke about, which was posted online last fall. The CDE update included an overview of these projects and the online platform, along with an update of the rollout activities. The IQC will meet again this month on January the 29th and the 30th, and this will be, of course, the first meeting of the year, and it'll take place over the 2 days. And day one is mainly a orientation session, which will include a review of the roles and responsibilities, the oath of office for any new commissioners, review of the protocols and processes, and there will also be a determination of the subject matter committee preferences. Day two will be more of a business meeting with the election of the new chair, the vice chair, and the executive committee members. And appointments and elections will also take place for the subject matter committee, committee member assignments. There will also be several action items on the January agenda, which will include an approval of the IQC meeting dates for 25 and 26, the approval of the 2025 IQC goals, and also the approval of the newly created Personal Finance Subject Matter Committee. And the purpose of this committee will be to review and make recommendations, as we heard today from Dr. Torres, for the 2026 Personal Finance Curriculum Guide, which will be based on those principles which we approved today as an action item. Finally, the IQC on day two will hear an overview and updates on the California Preschool Transitional Kindergarten Learning Foundations presented collaboratively by the CDE's Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resource Division and the Early Education Division. For my next liaison assignment is the California Subject Matter Project, which I wasn't able to attend that meeting because it's scheduled for today. That concludes my report.
All right.
Thank you. Before I go into my quick update on the CCEE, I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what Member Patilla-Brownson said, and just to, again, keeping in our minds and our hearts and prayers the families and communities that have been impacted by the wildfires, and just very thankful for our governor, our State Board of Education staff, as well as CDE staff that's been really working to provide support and resources. And I just encourage us to keep in mind that long after this leaves the news and there's no more conversation, and maybe even after things are starting to be rebuilt, this impact is going to be there forever in the lives of families and children. And so to, as we can, marshal resources to wrap around our children and our families in the long term, I think it'll be greatly beneficial. And for those schools that are receiving new students as a result of what has happened, my hope and prayer is that there'll be some proactive support for those students as they come into those schools, so that they feel welcome in their new environment, and just, again, support for the families as well. So to the liaison report, CCEE continues to be busy and continues to support throughout our state in some phenomenal ways. I just wanted you to know that there's 43 statewide initiatives that CCEE is supporting and working over, and that encompasses both legislative assigned responsibilities as well as supports that LEAs have asked for, and marshaling together resources and supports and networks and all of those different things that help our students in schools. I also wanted to share before our next board meeting, the Community Engagement Initiative will meet at the end of February. They'll be convening in Ontario for 2 days. There'll be well over 1,000 members from different schools and parents, school staff, and the like that will participate in that Community Engagement Initiative. And in conclusion, to kind of link to our accountability plan conversation and support, in the March CCEE meeting, there'll be conversation around the direct technical assistant needs of LEAs. CCEE is supporting in that area of differentiated assistance and direct technical assistance many LEAs throughout our state, and the governing board will have a chance to get an update on how that work is going, how schools are being, and districts, are being supported, and what the needs continue to be. That concludes my report.
Member Escobedo.
Yes, I was able to attend the RELS meeting in December, and it was a great event. They highlighted the Muse project. In that project, they introduced a California Practitioner's Guide for educating English learners with disability, and they presented 3 pathways to reclassify students with disabilities. Well done, amazing scenarios. It was not just step by step, but they projected real life scenarios on how to reclassify students. So it's a lot of professional development that has to be done, but I was very, very impressed with that project, and I think we'll have a significant enhancement in how we we support English learners that have disabilities. Also, my report with NASB, please review in January a newsletter that highlights California and their work with community schools. And also, they're in pins and needles with the new administration. Definitely more news to come within the next few weeks once that transition happens. But I believe there's also I think the next session is in Austin. The next annual conference is in Austin. I'll let you know more information on when that takes place. I am part of the committee for that annual conference, so I'll be asking you for any thoughts on what should be highlighted in the conference for 2025. Thank you.
Great. Member Clausen.
Thank you. Before I jump into my liaison reports, I would like to highlight an incredible opportunity I had after our last meeting. I was able to participate in a convening about smartphone policies with the governor and the first partner to discuss the legislation regarding cell phone restrictions and how to best implement these policies across the state. I would like to thank the governor, the first partner, and also our board's executive director for including me in this discussion. I was honored to represent the statewide student body and share some of the nuances that I believe are important to consider. And since the convening, I've continued to work with different student groups to learn about successful implementation strategies and how students can be included in decision-making processes. I would also like to emphasize that these policies, for my fellow students out there, that policies are far less about restricting cell phones and far more about prioritizing learning. Member McQuillan touched on the model curriculum, but I will just briefly say that I had the opportunity for my first time to provide feedback on the latest draft of the Native American Studies. The Humboldt and San Diego County Offices of Education are hard at work to wrap up that development by September, and I really enjoyed getting to see the art and listen to oral histories from Native communities, and I look forward to the completion of that curriculum and for when it will be made available to all students. And then also, as a liaison to the California Association of Student Councils, I'm happy to report that yesterday they concluded the Student Advisory Board on Legislation in Education. I hear it was very successful as students from across the state worked together to present proposals similar to the ones they brought to the board, but this time to the legislature. I also look forward to continuing to work with NASB, their high school transformation network, with collaborating from other state student board members from across the nation. And then finally, I also would like to acknowledge the immense loss in Los Angeles. My thoughts are with the communities of students and educators and families. We know that our schools are much more than places of learning. They are sanctuaries, they are places of community. And so the loss of these schools and community centers and homes and businesses is devastating. After speaking with students who have lost their schools, I have seen the resilience and strength of the student body of California. And one of their first responses is, how can I help? How can I help my neighbor? Which is a model for us all. And then I've continued to grow the official student board member social media, where I've been utilizing it to share resources for affected communities regarding access to meals, clothing, transportation, and wellness and mental health resources. And of course, thank you to our state officials, community leaders, and first responders everywhere. And then on a happier note, I would like to congratulate new board members from across the state who've been sworn in or starting terms in December and January, particularly new student board members from across the state. And that concludes my report.
And President Darling, I would just say, as Mary and I got to experience, Member Clausen, I think, was by all accounts the star of the show at the convening, as I'm sure will surprise nobody, but she was fantastic.
Awesome. And I'll, excuse me, I'm just having a dry throat at the moment, so I won't make a long report, but I will just note that on the topic that Member Escobedo was bringing up about reclassifying English learners who are special education students, we did an analysis at the Learning Policy Institute of who are our long-term English learners, and 30% are also in special education. And so this question about how to understand both how to identify and support and then reclassify those students is a really important one, and one that I hope we learn a lot more about and we're able to spread that information. Everything else I've been involved in has been talked about, I think, in one way or another today, so I am going to move us forward to agenda item 16, general public comment, which is invited on any matter not included on the printed agenda. And if you're wanting to call in for general public comment, the phone number is on the slide that is posted here, along with the access code. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make general public comment?
There is not. We do have one caller in the queue, though.
All right, then we will go to that caller.
Okay. Caller with the last four digits, 4691. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members. This is Carlos Machado with California School Board Association. We appreciate the State Board's goal of improving the usefulness of the student score reports for students and their families. As the State Board looks ahead at updating the descriptors and labels, we urge you to carefully evaluate whether any changes proposed to these items will enhance and promote better understanding of student scores. To achieve the greatest level of utility from the report for students and their families, it is important that labels and descriptors do not unintentionally obfuscate or otherwise make it harder to interpret the significance of the scores and identify the interventions that the scores may signal are needed. We appreciate the State Board taking more time to get feedback from the field and explore options other than those considered earlier. CSBA looks forward to working with you and staff on improving the student score reports. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have one more. Caller with the last four digits, 5546. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Boudier. I am a Sacramento native and a California public school teacher for the past 25 years. I come to you via this phone call to let you know that I have reorganized and reformatted the public information presented by your agency on EdData, and it clearly shows California public schools are hoarding billions of taxpayer dollars in their coffers. I believe the dangerous practice occurs only because stakeholders are in the dark. They're focused on projections and budgets rather than actual financial patterns that include all government funds and assets like surplus property. I have posted the information on my website, budgetsarebaloney.com, and I ask you to look for yourself. The 2023 state government funds ending total balance by counties for the state total more than $88 billion taxpayer dollars. In the 2023 state government funds.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment for item number 16.
All right, thank you very much. Hearing no more comment, I hereby adjourn our January 2025 meeting at 4:30 p.m. Thank you.